together where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind turned its scorn. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No idols, no illusions, no hollow in compare. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, lazy dog from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will kill his dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, tripping keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to consume the world cracks open, usher it up. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed more the overload.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got Behave in the building. Very good to see ya. Shout out to Lil Toes. And we got our boy, Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, guys. I got something fresh for you. Something fresh. This just came out 6 hours ago. So, but I've seen Russell Brand kind of doing his little media tour. I don't know if he has a book or something out, but clearly he's trying to sell something. And, you know, like Behave is saying, I wasn't always a fan of his. I've been following for 2 years now. He was a heathen, but never a rapist. And I think there's a lot to parse there. There's a lot about different timing. There's a lot about different countries and all that stuff. But I kind of feel like that's not even the main focus here. The main focus being that I don't trust that he is who he says he is. I don't trust that he is not somebody who is just doing whatever he can to get himself out of trouble. And I don't like it. Grifters, LARPers, audits? What? Where did the audits come in? But grifters and LARPers, same thing. Same thing. So real quick, guys, I did, as you can see, add to the banner. I am starting the Uncle Lutch Fund. My parents are here up in Jersey. We are waiting for the day. And I thought it would be a really cool thing that I'm obviously gonna get her. I got her a baby shower gift, and then of course I'm gonna be showering this baby with gifts. But I also thought that because of the fact that you guys are such a family to me, and I see this baby as something that can really bolster my own family. Tying those worlds together, I think, is going to be really, really cool. So what I want to do is get a gift for the baby from you guys. And I think that can do a lot in terms of showing my family that this is going on here, and that we all really do care about being together. So if you are interested in donating to the first ever memory of my niece, which name we still don't have, they're waiting until she's born to get a name. But if you would like to be part of the most epic thing that will start off this baby's life, please do donate. Shout out to Smoking Spaceman. Not yet. I'm not an uncle yet, but I think the due date was yesterday. So any moment now, any moment. And so, yeah, I mean, if we hit $500, then we'll give a crazy gift there. If we can do more than that, then whatever you guys put towards the Uncle Lutch Fund will go directly to the newest member of this family. So I'll let you know about that. But back to Russell Brand. Excuse me. He was on Piers Morgan today, and they covered a lot of stuff. I'm curious as to what you guys think. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Yes, but I resent the word predator. I like to think of myself as a conduit of natural forces. After all, the most natural thing in the world for people to do is...
Hold on.
Assumed I'd find Brand irritating, pointless, and easy target, but I was wrong. He was charming, articulate, outrageous, and very, very funny. We roamed through 2 hours through his extraordinary life, a non-stop orgy of comedy, drugs, bulimia, hookers, four-in-a-bed romps, and celebrity bed notches. And then, for some reason, I asked you halfway through, are you a more successful sexual predator now that you don't drink? And you replied, yes, but I resent the word predator. I like to think of myself as a conduit of natural forces. After all, the most natural thing in the world for people to do is fuck, isn't it? And people want to do it, so all you have to do is remove...
Hey... Dilly motherfucking dilly. Abso-fucking-lutely. That actually really just warmed my heart a lot. That actually really just warmed my heart. You know what? That is getting a screenshot. I cannot wait to come back and remember, wow, what you just did. You're absolutely right. Life begins at conception. I am already an uncle. I'm speechless. Thank you for that. Gotta teach them kids about common sense. Shout out to King Randall doing the damn thing. We got Fruit Toy. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Fruit Toy said I hit the like because I am not a loser. There you go. You guys know all that stuff. Like, share, subscribe. All that stuff is free and easy. It just takes a second, and it really does help out the channel. If you share the link, it does not even matter. If you think anybody's going to click on the link, just by you telling the platform we want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome to the party.
The world for people to do is fuck, isn't it? And people want to do it, so all you have to do is remove all the reasons why women don't actually go through with it, like pride and reputation. You just have to unpick the conditions stopping women going straight to bed with you.
That sounds like charm, seduction, game. Do you remember in the era immediately prior to this one? And one would have to accept that Me Too redressed in 2015 when that happened. A dreadful imbalance in male-female power dynamics that is good that there's an ongoing conversation and that some of the corruption and exploitation in that is being exposed and explored. And what that was there at 31, man, that was, I forget, because being famous has been for me, it sounds like you enjoy it more than I do, but for me it's been like...
Can't understand what the fuck you're saying. Let's slow this down a little bit.
Double-edged sword for everyone.
I don't know, like, I mean, there's bits that I really liked, and what that I can hear in that lovely piece of writing is that I was into it, and I forget that now. Like, even talking to you about football can be hard, because I really love West Ham. That's my, like, when I was a little boy, when there was a teenager, and then suddenly I'm with Cameron Brady, and I'm with the Sullivan et al. But now, because like I have a different view of the culture now, Piers, and I'm afraid, like, I regard it as evil. In a word.
I think fame can be one of the most insidious drugs of all.
Certainly it is, but what is it?
The craving that people have for it, and then actually the cold, hard reality of how it warps a lot of people's values, a lot of the way that they behave.
Yes.
All those things. I see it all the time.
Yes. What does it do to? I mean, and also, mate,
it's like any drug. I think it's like any drug. It's like cocaine. It's like all these things. It is a drug that people crave it, and they want more and more of it. And then there's usually at some stage, unless they're incredibly strong, mentally strong, there's normally a tipping point where the reality of big fame hits hard. And
this is calm compared to how he used to be very, very flamboyant. That does seem to be what he usually is. It's usually very flamboyant. So this is tampered down.
A tipping point where the
giant cross with the deep V. Anybody know the Tim Robinson skit where they're talking about the V-neck shirts? Great.
reality of big fame hits hard, and the show business is littered with the professional carcasses of people that then couldn't deal with the downside of it.
Maybe if we replace the word drug with stimulant, it becomes clearer to understand that you are stimulated by your own fame, by your own reputation. Now, even a person that's not famous.
Hey, shout out to Get 'em Greek. Said Russell getting what he deserves. In case you guys forgot, Russell Brand was in that movie, Get 'em to the Greek. I like it. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya.
And obviously most people aren't, except for Warhol's perspicacious and proverbial 15 minutes, which of course has happened now. All of us have the idea that there's an object of ourselves that people are commenting on, a facade, a mask. Obviously the word hypocrite comes from mask wearer. Now, you have an identity in public, I have an identity in public, and what I can hear there, man, and it warms me, is I was being 100% honest. And I'm being 100% honest now. I'm not afraid of the truth. So if justice is real, if telling the truth is how a person's meant to operate, I was telling the truth then. And I can I can feel that. I mean, 31, that sounds like a 19-year-old really, but I was stunted in many ways, like a lot of crackheads and smackheads.
Agreed that there is a level of arrested development when you're doing drugs, but as we're going to come up to shortly, when he was on Megyn Kelley's show, he admitted that he was sleeping with a 16-year-old girl when he was 30, and this is kind of trying to soften that. So this is another reason why I don't love the way that he approaches things, because it seems like he wants to have his cake and eat it too. And say, yes, I did bad things, but I'm better now. But they weren't that bad to begin with, so you should forgive me. It's like, that's not really how it works. You have to establish, yes, that was wrong, and I deserve the criticism for that. Shout out to Jennifer. Welcome to the party. Hurry up. It's getting good. Welcome. Let's dive right back in.
A 19-year-old really, but I was stunted in many ways, like a lot of crackheads and smackheads. You kind of...
Yeah, I mean, how many pedos say exactly that? Well, I was 30, but really in my mind, I'm just 16.
Formaldehyde yourself in addiction somewhat. And that's like someone that's... I remember the rush of first becoming famous, of the glory of it. Not only the superficial glory of like going from being poor to not being poor, and going to like, oh, it's embarrassing and difficult to chat women, to, oh my God, look at this. But also the sense that a world that had been saying, no, you can't. Suddenly we're saying,
I have no idea what this means.
And yes, you can have a TV show. Yes, you can be on the radio. Yes, you can have a book. Yes, you can. Yes. Like, it was sort of beautiful. There was something about it that was amazing. I mean, creatively. I mean, like that, to be able to do, to have an interview with you and to opine and for someone to care when you've felt very small all your life.
Yep, and I mean, especially because he was so hedonistic, that the willingness. I don't even necessarily blame him, because I mean I do, but I don't necessarily blame him for trying, because that's the PR, that if it works, it works. But I'm frustrated with the people who are very, very critical of people like me, who are openly non-believers but try very hard to live essentially by the way that Jesus Christ wants us all to live. And yet you can just put on a giant wooden cross and now all is forgiven, even though you slept with an underage girl. Why? Yeah, right. Like that. This is pedo 101 talk. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll definitely. Yeah. They keep her. I'll take Piers.
View and to opine and for someone to care when you've felt very small all your life, like I think a lot of people probably do, because I think this will make.
I feel small, but that's because I am small. How tall are you, Russell Brand? How tall are you, Russell Brand? He's 6'2", bro. You're 6'2". Oh, you feel small, do you? You feel small, do you? If I cut 2 inches off my, you'd be a foot taller than me, bro. Come on. And so again, cope. And if you look at the thumbnail, I put slippery cunt, because again, I like to not pre-watch everything, so I'll jump through to make sure we got something good. And that seems to be his goal here. Just slide out of whatever bullshit he's gotten himself into to sell whatever the fuck he's selling.
Makes you feel small, indeed makes you feel irrelevant. Just like if I'm not famous, if I'm not important, if I'm not sleeping around or driving this car, I'm sort of really curious about, like, say,
I'm not famous, I'm not sleeping around, and I am actually small. But guess what I'm not doing? Raping little girls.
The thing with you and the lad HS Tiki Toki and Andrew Tate, these sort of new stars that are post the era that you and I are from. I really highly regard their boldness even in both of the instances just cited. They're bold men. I like that, but they are still advocating for a set of values that clearly I advocated for in a somewhat more camp way. Even then, that if you aren't sleeping around with a bunch of women, you ain't worth much. And if I can get one thing across to you today, I want it to be that being in Christ and like being in God, it gives me the strength to recognize you might have to go to jail, but people go to jail. That's the thing that happens to people in the world, and people go to jail that shouldn't have gone to jail.
And so Fuchoy brings up a good point, saying that you're correct, he was wrong to do it 100%, but 16 is the legal age in the UK, and so that's what I mean about trying to have your cake and eat it too. Are you apologizing for doing that, or are you saying I have nothing to apologize for because that was a legal act? Which one is it?
What I find most sort of interesting when I read...
Sorry, this is going to bother me so much. Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. Oh, it was a little bit crooked. Sorry. Okay.
I've gone to jail.
What I find most sort of interesting when I read that GQ thing, it was like all the things I said. It was highly entertaining, made me laugh out loud. It did again when I read it the other day. But obviously you read it with a slightly different context given what's happened to you. You're very, like, honest, open, brazen, some might say.
Should we put it to a poll? Let's put it to a poll, guys. Do you think America will last another 100 years? And we got Jennifer back. Welcome. I'm going to put that to a poll. Interesting questions. Huh?
Very, like, honest, open, brazen, some might say. You admitted you slept with thousands of women, sometimes 2 at a time, 3 at a time. You were very like, this is all a bit of a laugh. And you were taking a lot of drugs through the late 90s, early 2000s.
Ain't nothing wrong with them drugs, baby. Don't do drugs, kids.
And my question for you is that obviously you're facing these serious charges. Obviously you've been emphatic and consistently emphatic in your denials that you've done anything criminal and that anything was non-consensual, which will be the key determinant of your liberty, actually.
Yeah. And real quick, Little Toes, I forgot we had this poll up, so I'm going to keep that up for a little bit more, but I've starred this because I do think it's an interesting question of what you guys think. Futo said some countries in Europe is 14. Yep. And I mean, you know, we were just watching that video about the Netherlands, and prostitution is legal there. They have all this other stuff that's legal there, and it's just a hellhole, and it's scary. They allow, not only do they have abortion up to birth, but they have abortion up to 1 year. That's right. In the Netherlands, you can have a baby, live with that baby for 11 and a half months, and then just be like, you know what? Fuck that shit and kill it. These are the type of people. These are the type of people. And fine, they're you know, he's an Englishman, so we can judge him on that. But as of the last 50, 60 years, the values should have been exactly the same. And so I don't know about that. Spoken Statesman said America ended about 100 years ago. What you talking about? Hey, go to Lil Toes. Go to Lil Toes. That's what I said. I want to hear what you guys have to say. Lil Toes is asking. Jennifer said, first off, Katy Perry. Really, first red flag on this douche. I mean, dude, Russell, I don't know. Just saying. And somehow, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Because it is hard to articulate. And that's why I'm very happy that we have this here. He's not just on a part of a panel. He's not there for a short thing. We got almost 2 hours here. And I really want to break into it, not just because of the actual allegations and the clips of them fighting, but the real message. The real message. Can we see through the bullshit, or can we see that he's made some mistakes and this and that and that and that, but he is on a good path? Shout out to Soil. Welcome to the party. Exactly. If it was a legal act, why the apologies? I'm so tired. I'm hearing apologies that don't need to be made, but for some vague moral grandstanding bullshit. That said, I know nothing about this case. And so he openly, and they'll play the clip in a second, but he openly said, yeah, I was 30 years old and I slept with a 16-year-old. And that's exactly what I was saying just before you got here, that either you say, I have nothing to apologize for, that was the law, or that was wrong and I apologize. You can't have both. Shout out to Ereshki. Yeah, welcome to the party. Good to see you. Wilto said, feminism and other stuff killed masculinity. Half of them are mental or physically terrible. Half of who? America doesn't stand a chance. We could get wrecked from the inside out. Very, very true. Oh, yeah? It's a good thing that I've been keeping my links straight. So now we will take the side quest, because our boy needs the proof. You need the proof? I'll give you the proof. I mean, to be fair, this is just some guy talking. So he could be bullshitting, but I mean, he names the laws.
Oh, did you just hear what happened in the Netherlands? Did you hear what just happened in the Netherlands? If you didn't, watch this, and I'll be right back.
You ain't ready.
This is an emergency SOS call from the Netherlands. All hope is lost. Please save us. I'm calling on the international community to do something about the extreme disease that is in charge of the Netherlands.
Soon.
Just tonight, our parliament discussed a new law that will allow 2 men to donate DNA material to create a joint embryo out of 2 men, meaning a child born of 2 men. And will also allow a single person to mate with...
Okay, as of when? When is that? What as of when? Because he's saying this is a new law.
...themselves to produce a self-fertilized egg and then create a child with only one biological parent. This comes after the Netherlands legalized gay marriage, after we had the first gay prime minister, after we invented the Dutch protocol, which is an unscientific, unproven way of castrating a man and then giving him a fake vagina with tissue from out of his ass.
That's just transing.
I'm not kidding about that. We're allowing euthanasia of children from ages 12 and up.
Euthanasia 12 and up. If you're 12 years old and you say, Mommy, I want to die, and your parents are insane, then it can happen.
And 16 and 17-year-olds can have themselves euthanized without their parental consent. We are also allowing, under the Groningen Protocol...
Okay, look that one up, Futoy. Groningen Protocol. Groening. Here, I'm going to look it up too. I'll just put it here so I can copy paste. Groeningen. Protocol. Oh well.
The euthanasia of children up to 1 year old. So if you don't like your child, you can get rid of it after it's been born. Of course.
All right. In case you didn't hear it,
ages 12 and up, and 16 and 17-year-olds can have themselves euthanized without their parental consent. We are also allowing, under the Groningen Protocol, the euthanasia of children up to 1 year old. So if you don't like your child, you can get rid of it after it's been born. Of course, we have abortion up to birth, right? We have the world's first pedophile party taking part in our elections. My God, I can't do this anymore. I wasn't born to grow up in this Sodom and Gomorrah of the world. I am of the opinion that this country needs to be vaporized. And I hereby...
So then he just calls, it's like, Trump, Putin, whoever, please just come bomb us. So shout out to David Gill over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. So let's see. So can children up to 1 year old be killed under the Groningen protocol? No, it does not allow killing children up to 1 year old. It applies only to newborn infants, generally under 12 months, but in practice focused on neonates, very young babies, shortly after birth, and under extremely strict conditions in the Netherlands. And yeah, so if you're hopeless and you're suffering, or you don't think that life is going to be good, or any of these things, or if your parents just say so, fine, maybe it's not 1 year. Maybe it's not 1 year, but it is after birth. You are allowed to kill these children after birth. And so, I mean, yeah, this is the kind of mindset that goes along with thinking that it's okay to sleep with children. Yeah, there was a time I wanted to live there just because I was really into hardstyle, and like they have festivals every weekend over the summer. So I'm like, I'll live over there. And I said that when I was getting a tattoo, and one of the not my artist, but the other artist in the shop was from the Netherlands, and he was tattooing somebody, and this was he had a newer machine, so the old ones are bzzz, and the new ones aren't like that loud. But he was like, "Why would you want to live there?" Turned all the way around, and I was like, "Oh, good music and whatever." Groningen Protocol is a medical guideline from the Netherlands that deals with extremely rare cases involving severely ill newborns. Newborns. That means after birth. So not only is it bad enough to have abortion up to 9 months, but you can kill a child that is alive by any definition that you want. We got David. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Humanity is fucking wild. Yep. I'm gonna get this wrong a couple times, but Erishki, right? Erishki, is that right? Erishki said apparently babies taste like cream cheese, according to Moloch and Epstein. Hey, I'll let you go. I'll let them. I'll take your word for it. I ain't eating no babies. I'd rather live in Norway or Sweden, but I don't know because I got so many immigrants now causing problems. Yep. This is the only place left. We have all the problems that they have, but we just haven't been invaded yet. Humanity is doomed. Humans will be the cause of its doom. Yep. Yeah, exactly. And so this is the problem with postmodernism, that you can over intellectualize things that clearly don't make sense, but they follow a certain line of logic that make it okay for people to do things that they know they're not supposed to do, but they do it anyway. Before we dive back in, shout out to Edge of the South. Welcome to the party. And we got Chad GPT. Very good to see you. We were just looking up on how in the Netherlands there are circumstances in which you are allowed to kill your born child. Well, good for you. But after stuff like that, I'm good in America, Jack. All right, let's dive back in. Welcome to the party, guys. Don't forget about Morty over here. Every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord.
Was non-consensual, which will be the key determinant of your liberty, actually, whether a jury agrees that this was all consensual.
That is the intervention. That's the worst part, Jennifer. That is, in their minds, the intervention. Insane.
Liberty, actually, whether a jury agrees that this was all consensual. Putting aside the morality aspect, and we'll come to that, which is an interesting, different discussion, but it's not about crime morality. It's a call of public opinion, perhaps, but it's a different thing. But my question, I think, looking back on it, and the lifestyle that you've talked about very openly now, looking back on that and saying, look, I was out of control, taking all these drugs, sleeping with all these women, whatever it is, how can you be sure that your own memory is good, is sound, is reliable, is truthful?
Why isn't this going away? Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah. This is another one of those where we got to go 1.15.
Your own memory is good, is sound, is reliable, is truthful. Most people...
Oh, we're just getting started, baby. It gets heated. It gets heated.
Barrel loads of drugs and led this incredibly hedonistic lifestyle. I would think if I interviewed him and asked him to name even...
Well, I would say no. I think I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's selling something or if he's in a movie or if he's just trying to do a PR tour after all the humiliation from the allegations and all that stuff. But it seems the opposite. That's his whole shtick. Is that no? I'm not one of them. I'm a Christian just like you. That's his whole deal.
And led this incredibly hedonistic lifestyle. I would think if I interviewed him and asked him to name even what year it was, would struggle to remember. Can you be certain, if you're honest?
That's such a sober mind type of question. Like, yeah, I mean, I blacked out here and there, but I know what the fuck was going on.
That your memory is completely sound, accurate. Do you remember half this stuff?
Well, yes, I can be honest.
It's a relevant question, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yes, I can be honest, and I am honest. And
okay, okay. So asking in the context of, do you remember specifically doing these things? That's a little bit more of a reasonable question, just as opposed to, do you remember those days? Okay, fair enough. My bad.
I can be honest.
It's a relevant question, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yes, I can be honest, and I am honest. And I think what's an important distinction is that I was a drug addict prior to becoming famous. So that was a very different rhythm and time. And
I said, shit, me too.
I think the question was, has it made you a more successful predator? And even then, I objected to the idea of predation as persecutory, but predation is simply an amplification of looking for something with intention. And the reason I wasn't famous when I was still...
See, even little things like that make me think that he is a very performative person outside of the flamboyance that made him famous in the first place. You're talking about looking out there, and you have to... Like, why? Like, we know what looking means.
Looking for something with intention.
Like, we know what looking means.
And the reason I wasn't famous when I was still using drugs, Piers, is because when I was a drug addict, I was an unviable economic proposition for potential media partners. The reason that I'm able to remember is something that I think is sort of quite essential, is that I'm telling the truth in that GQ article. Amidst the sort of flamboyance and the evident hedonic is a person that was looking for a lot of attention and approval and love and connection. Now, that doesn't...
Fair enough. I definitely... that sounds like more of a reason and not an excuse. Fair enough. Russell will love dropping the soap. Take him to the Greek. Yeah, we had... are you still here? Get him Greek. Where is it? We had get him Greek. Following everything Russell Brand is doing. Jennifer said, my father was a 33-year-old man. It is a thing. Like Kobe and wife. Michael, what do you mean? What's the thing? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Smoking Spaceman said, this Russell Brand shit to me is nothing more than celebrity look at me attention begging BS. I think so. And that's why Megyn Kelley, from the clips that I saw, she was very much on board of softening Russell's image. And I feel like, amazing. Okay, up there. All right, so you know what's good. But yeah, I think that Megyn Kelley was very much in the idea of trying to soften his image, whereas Piers ain't really doing it. He's holding them to the fire. I just said this guy who had some harsh words for a logger because he didn't understand how reforestation worked. Go off on a logger? Leave the loggers alone. Logger? I barely even know her. We got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. It's brave for having wedded Katy Perry. I mean, she did kiss a girl, and she liked it.
A person that was looking for a lot of attention and approval and love and connection. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't clumsiness and that there wasn't selfishness and objectification and lots of things that, to your point about there being a moral distinction, flat out wrong. But it's very different than
But
a kind of a bawdy, overbearing, oppressive, controlling. Obviously, I'm aware of the sort of claims that were made publicly in the documentary, and I'm not sure to which degree what makes part of this so complicated is this all happened subsequent to a documentary, and you know, as a journalist, that journalists are not held to the same level of, I want to say, integrity as an investigator of a legal matter. That if you're a journalist talking to someone, like even you now, you know how to navigate me into certain positions. If you were talking to someone or...
What? Are you trying to say that, well, if I say anything bad, that makes me look bad? Well, that's just because you're a good journalist, Piers. That's what it sounds like to me.
100 someone's or 500 people saying, look, you slept with Russell Brand, what happened? Well, someone else has told me this. It's quite easy in a non-legal and non-judicial setting to induce, encourage, and direct people to look at things in a particular way. And I think once
what makes somebody want to join the Freemasons in the first place? Is it like, because I mean, I can understand that, like, if you make it to the top, that's a lot of power, but how much power are you actually gaining from just being a member? Or is it other things? I've never understood it. Liberty said if he was high on drugs, could he really consent? Is he the victim? Oh my goodness. I don't agree, but we do have to dilly the thought. That is a question that needs to remain on the table. Well said, sir.
Artifact has been made. I'm certainly not making claims about the criminal judicial system, which I like you to believe.
But I mean, like, join a fraternity or something. The Free fucking Masons? Yeah, damn.
Will provide a just outcome. Because ultimately, I think whatever outcome occurs, like,
there you go.
As you say, I have to live with that, and will do, obviously. But how does one remember? Yes, it is a long time ago, but firstly, I was never drinking or taking drugs. I think people conflate with some of the films I played drug addicts and drug users and stuff. Frankly, all of the films I made, there wasn't an enormous range at hand there in that film career there.
I just say start a YouTube channel. You guys are my community.
But the reason I remember is because I was there, because I'm present, and because the whole thing was very live and alive. I have a good memory, and particularly, obviously, this is something I've had to reflect on and go.
You were clean from 2002.
December the 13th, 2002 is the date I got.
Some of the allegations go back to 99, so there must have been some crossover.
Yeah, and a shout out to all of you guys hitting the like button. Again, that stuff is free and easy and helps out so very, very much. We got 14 people here and only 7 likes. Please just let me just get 3 more likes. Thank you.
Well, without wanting to get into the specificity of the criminal matter.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a lot of normal people join, but hey, I don't know shit about Jack about all of that.
That's not generally the complexion, and in the variation from that generality, there are other indicators that make it clear that my memory is reliable.
Well, there you go. At least that respect for dispute, the respecting the differences. That's a huge thing. No matter what the ideology is, no matter what the perspective or the position is, it is always better to be able to agree to disagree than just, hammer down in and wear someone down to where they're just like, all right, fine, yeah, you're right. That doesn't do anything. So good on you, Jennifer. Good on you.
There are other indicators that make it clear that my memory is reliable.
All right, here we go.
Interesting thing. I was listening to your Megyn Kelley interview.
Yep,
today.
here we go.
We're both in New York.
Here we go.
In America today. A lot of people commenting about this. Let's play the clip for those who haven't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way to really learn about and not turn into one of these, as we were just talking about, these over-intellectualized people. You have to have the social aspect. You have to be able to have a street smarts, and that comes from talking to people who live different lives than you do.
Heard it.
In Europe and in the United Kingdom, where I'm from, the age of consent is 16, and I did sleep with a 16-year-old when I was 30. But when I was 30, I was a very different person. I was a lot younger, and I was an immature 30-year-old. Consensual sex, actually, with a variety of people, when there is a strong power differential, as there is when you're a famous man that has the ability to attract women that I had at that time, I think involves exploitation.
Yeah, you done did that. So I said, Masons fund a lot of children's charities and hospitals and such. So how we talk about the 1% of the 1%, 99.99% of the Masons are regular people. Well, goddamn, I guess I don't really know anything about the Masons. Maybe we got to do a deep dive. Yep, and when you see stuff like this, and there's especially when there's not a new movie or a book or something like that tied to it, then he's trying to get ahead. He's trying to say it's likely that he realized some shit is coming down the pipe. And so he can go on all these shows and be like, well, you know, I know that blah, 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 blah. Then when the allegations do come out, everyone's like, oh, yeah, I already knew that. And I mean, not the allegations specifically, but, you know, the allegations are older. But if, you know, a ruling is coming down or if there's a civil liability or something, it seems like he's trying to get ahead of that. Who's not immature at 13? I don't know, but he was 30, not 13, 30, 30. Lomo said, if you want a good conspiracy, imagine there's a law center that's supposed to fight racism, but actually funds racists to get a narrative for a political party and keep their company profitable. Don't go talking crazy now, okay? Don't go talking crazy.
What's been interesting is the way that's played out, because you were right in what you said. It was perfectly legal for you to have sex with a 16-year-old girl in the UK. That's the law. In America, here in New York, for example, the age of consent is 17. So here it would have been a crime had you done that here. But I looked at every state in America because I thought it was an interesting. I saw some people commenting on this.
If you know, you know. So this all said, I used to think it was crazy. Tolkien wrote that hobbits aren't considered adults until 30. At their tender age of 43, I think Tolkien was rushing things a bit. I've been so much in favor of raising the age of any type of consent, adulthood, voting, guns, tattoos, any of that. Raise that to 25. Raise that to 25. The mind of an 18-year-old in 2026 is simply not comparable to the mind of somebody who is 18 in 18 or 1926. It's just a different way of life, and all of us, myself included, have been very sheltered to the realities of what's out there. And so, you know, I think going from 18 to 25 that could help us out a lot. David said there's a book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days, but I could still speak to his motivation. That's his book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days? What is it? What is the 7-day breakdown? Understanding the decision, reflect on the decision to follow Jesus and what it means. Read the Bible. Learn to pray. Learn to listen to God. Community and service. Worship and praise. And day 7, share your faith. Yell it from the rooftops because now you know. And is this what it is? Is this release? That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Hawking a book about let me, Russell Brand, tell you how to be a Christian in 1 week. That's all it takes, says Russell Brand. That's all it takes. How is this not a grift? How is this not? Isn't this like not blasphemy, but like heresy or something like that? To be like, oh, I know all of this when like you're brand new to this shit. Maybe take some time and learn to listen a little bit more before you go out preaching. Insane. We're some of the most sheltered and privileged people that have ever lived on Earth. It's just a reality. People tend to mature more slowly in that type of society. Yeah. And that's 25, and you're good. Shout out to Smoking Space Man. You have a good one. You are. That doesn't mean you don't know things. But you are not living the same caliber of life that people were in 1926. It's just it's apples to oranges.
That here. But I looked at every state in America because I thought it was interesting. I saw some people commenting on this on social media. In about 30 states in America, the age of consent is 16, the same as the UK. I'm not even sure most Americans are aware of that. About another dozen states, it's 17, another dozen or so, it's 18. So there's no uniformity around America, but actually, in the majority of states in America, it's the same as the United Kingdom, and therefore would not be a crime. Now, again, people can take a moral view about it. I think you took a moral view about what you were doing then. Interestingly, the GQ interview happened when you were about that age. Yeah. So it was going on then. And you used the word exploitative. Some people I've seen latch onto this and say, well, yeah, so he knows what he's doing is wrong. He knows that was wrong.
But
what is that line for you between exploiting as a 30-year-old man a 16-year-old girl to the point where it becomes criminal potentially? What is that line for you?
I suppose it's consent, Piers.
Right.
That the age of consent means in varying ways, in different places, people have a understanding which probably isn't wholly accurate and reliable, that at a certain age, a person is able to make a consensual decision to smoke a cigarette or vote or have sex or gamble. And these things vary according to jurisdiction and type of law.
And yeah, I mean, it really is a first world country, but this also doesn't mean that there's not variance within like the population. And so let's just talk about it in maturity points. That like in 1926, you would have a lot of maturity points by the time you're 15, 16 years old. But there's a range there. So in 1926, then you're somewhere within that range. And so in 2026, the maturity points you're going to have, it might overlap. So maybe some people who are our age today are more mature than some of the people back then. But in general, it's just a different thing.
In the place where I was both emotionally and spiritually and geographically, that was illegal.
Well, you could donate to the Uncle Lutch Fund to be the I gotta get snappy on this one to make my niece get the greatest first present from her family. I'm gonna get my own gift, obviously, but hit up the Uncle Lunch Fund.
Law, and in the place where I was both emotionally and spiritually and geographically, that was a legal thing to be doing, but not a morally sound thing to be doing.
Well, that's probably why he's been so quiet. And again, using this book as a way to try to combat those consequences.
Struck by a lot of people on the conservative right in America are furious about what they perceive to be a revelation. It wasn't a revelation to me because it's been talked about before and reported widely. Are you taken aback because you've moved here, you live in Florida, you've sort of embraced the MAGA movement to a degree, not completely, but to a degree. You've written a book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. And you obviously are a different person now, there's no question of that. But are you taken aback by the reaction to what you said to Megyn Kelley, the fury from a lot of people on the conservative Christian right here?
Often, I'm surprised all the time by stuff, but...
Bro, this is the flowery language. It's performative. I think Jordan Peterson does a similar thing, but it's slightly less performative. I think this is just the way that I talk. But he can never just be concise. He's always got these flowery, poetic ways to answer things, and I think that exactly is part of the performance.
If people think it's wrong I'm a Christian and I'm serious about it. I think that the only safe place to have sex is within marriage. So I agree with them.
Sure, you think that, Russell. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not at all surprised by any of this stuff. Anybody who's been in the drug world for any amount of time knows morals basically don't exist. Yup.
It's very difficult to. You asked at the beginning of our conversation, what are the challenges? Well, the challenges are a criminal judicial proceeding that's about law and consent, a PR situation that's about people's feelings and sentiments that often cross over, what the compromises and flaws are in a media, judicial and legal system that are plainly somewhat symbiotic and porous. There's a lot of different things happening, but I think this is sort of probably the simplest thing for me to focus on is, should I have been doing that? And the answer is, in retrospect, no. And it was a bit difficult.
And again, just, probably shouldn't have been doing that, you know? But let me tell you how to be a Christian in 7 days.
Is how we all, and I presume you're the same, feel like, well, whatever we did in the past, it's made us the person that we are today. And it's difficult to make that claim when you have to acknowledge that your actions have caused distress.
I like that. Purple prose. I like that. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Yep, exactly. He knows that a lot of people aren't going to be breaking down what he's saying word by word, and a lot of people aren't able to break down what he's saying word by word. And so it sounds nice. So that's as far as they go.
The girl concerned in that story, we can discuss that because it was from the documentary. It's not part of your legal case. But she dated you for 3 months when she was 16. She described you referring to her as the child, sending cars to collect her from school, coaching her on what to tell her parents, made allegations about the sexual interactions you had, suggesting that you forced yourself in certain ways and so on. But she's not part of the legal case, and let's be clear about that. So there's no...
I'm going to bring it up anyway. Shout out to Piers. This is definitely the Jerry Springer of the day. But when Piers is on, suggestion
of criminality has been leveled at you legally. But when you hear that account, what do you feel about the fact you were nearly twice her age, she was only 16, and you're picking her up from school, all that kind of thing? What do you feel about it?
I think some of those details are pretty important and relevant. And how I feel about it is, as I've said, it's not nice to know that my actions have contributed to a person suffering, and there
Not tonight. Let them get cooking.
There must be justice for that. The context in which those consensual encounters were happening was a sort of merry deluge of constant consensual activity that was very, very difficult to sometimes believe was happening, but one adjusts to those kind of conditions. And I would say Piers, on a personal level, yes, of course, that's wrong. It's morally and spiritually wrong. It's legal. It's not a legal issue. But, I don't want to try to minimize my actions anyway.
Well, you're doing a really bad job because you're minimizing your actions.
Fully culpable and absolutely not happy, but willing, of course, to deal with the consequences of my actions. Not so willing to deal with consequences of actions that were not undertaken. I think that's a really important distinction to remind you and your audience of. And also, I suppose, it seems like a deliberate removal of context not to continually cement that famous men that are single have always and typically behaved in this manner. One prays.
Oh, we are every country in the history of the world has had slavery. Okay, so just because I have a slave, what does that mean? It means you're just as bad as all the antiquated people that as a society, have moved on from. That's what that means.
Consensually, but one also suspects that there's a responsibility incumbent on people that have that power, whether that power is magnetism or whether that power is fame or whether that power is money or whatever that power is. It's not very easy to live
Wow, I am very surprised. That 44% of you said that you trust Russell Brand representing himself. Fair. 31% of you said, I don't know, we'll see. But I think we're going to have to do that poll again at the end. And I don't necessarily, I'm not in the business of making you sour on somebody who we don't know facts about, but I got my opinions, baby. I got my opinions.
It's magnetism, or whether that power is fame, or whether that power is money, or whatever that power is. It's not very easy to live a moral life in a culture that really openly rewarded. We used to look at The Sun when I was being Shagger of the Year. This one I was literally being given awards for it.
No, I mean,
so of course it's really terrible.
I'd actually left The Sun, but The Sun had an award called Shagger of the Year, and you won it a couple of times. I think.
3 times.
And it was, yeah.
Some of the glory's faded.
Right, but
amidst the rape allegations, the Shagger of the Year titles do not seem quite as valuable, I'll have to confess.
Right, but
some of the shines come off.
Well, the point I would make.
Oh, I thought you said edge of South. I thought I was gonna have to make an example out of you. He said he's doing a great job exposing himself. I thought when I read it in the thing, you were saying expressing himself, and that would have been spot on. Luckily, you're smart enough. But that really is the goal. I just need to sound good enough at doing this. You guys are smarter, but a lot of people aren't. He believes his own bullshit. I don't know, man. I don't. It definitely is one extreme or the other. It's either a complete grift or he absolutely, sincerely believes. After all of this, to put out a book called How to Become a Christian in 7 Days, that is wild. That is wild.
Because at the time, everyone embraced it as good fun. You were seen as this big shagger, and it was all very funny and entertaining. And nobody at the time was coming forward to say this was rape, sexual assault, or anything else.
Yeah, well, again, he wrote a book called How to Become a Christian in 7 Days, which he is out here hawking on any place that he can get some airtime. Luckily, Piers is, I've definitely had some issues with the way Piers has interviewed some people, but from what I've seen of this, we're going to get into it.
And that was the context of that time.
Yes.
Now, it obviously, there's a very different thing about it.
May I ask you something as a journalist?
No, who's Shagger 2?
Also, during Me Too, no one came forward. In fact, people came forward subsequent to a very deliberate documentary. And I feel that, therefore, it's difficult to remove the documentary from the chronology because it's sort of an important artifact in there. And will point that out and how difficult that makes it, even our conversation, the idea of a fair trial, an ongoing conversation, because I would say literally precisely the same behavior that was lauded, consensual, excessive sex, was reframed when it became convenient, appropriate, and useful.
Oh, yeah, I know that. You said Shagger 2. You want to shag, baby? We've all seen Austin Powers.
As non-consensual and
wait, what?
Was reframed when it became convenient, appropriate, and useful as non-consensual.
Or was it non-consensual, and then when it became convenient for you, it was reframed as being reframed?
And now we have a method and means for dealing with a potentially difficult situation. Now, I wouldn't be so grandiose as to suggest that I am the situation. The situation is something that you do know a lot about. Media has changed from centralized media with a degree of centralized control with rare anomalies. But let's take the COVID example as primary. If you were working in mainstream media during COVID, you would have a pretty prescriptive approach. Indeed, you had that approach. Subsequent to COVID.
Well, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that if you can actually cook at that level. But can he cook at that level? And I don't think so. He's intelligent, astute, and observant, but he's weird.
And amidst the pandemic period, inquiries and questions were made in real time. In fact, I participated significantly in that. And it's a matter of public record that logically AI, who worked for Moderna, Pfizer, and the British government, dealt with my content, de-amplifying, commenting on, and indeed the 77th Brigade, a PSYOPs organisation that primarily works in foreign territories with the British military during the COVID period, worked in the UK to, and this is a direct quote from I think the Times, take down social media influencers. Now, there's an obvious...
Are you guys ready? We're getting into
clear
it.
Distinction between my reckless, lascivious conduct, about which I was open and honest, indeed your own words demonstrate that, contemporaneously, and the obvious retrospective damage that's now done. It's difficult not to imagine that a documentary made in the midst of my own ongoing conflict with mainstream media, which, to be plain and frank, I regard as akin to evil. What I mean...
Notice how Piers is very quiet right now. What did Sun Tzu say? Never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake.
With mainstream media, which, to be plain and frank, I regard as akin to evil. What I mean by that is I think it primarily exists not to give people true information, but to maximize people's vulnerability and the ability of powerful interests to exploit and control people.
Can I just, on that point?
Yes, you can. But remember, be careful because of the legal situation.
No,
I just want to land fully that when a country and a country's media treat its own population as a kind of invaded and occupied territory, we should pay attention to that. That there was a military operation took place in this country, the United States, and in our beloved country, the United Kingdom. And there's a reason now, Piers, that people from farmers to the white working class, to almost every aspect of British public life is alive and febrile with hostility, anger, and confusion. The systems are breaking down. The systems are breaking down because of the technology. When Breitbart said brilliantly that politics is downstream of culture, perhaps we could have included that technology is very near the top of that stream, not the absolute source. But technology is changing everything.
No, I agree with that. But let me ask you, why would the state, the establishment, why would they come after you particularly? I mean, you were doing a YouTube channel, you were doing your thing, you were having opinions, but
Not even. He was mostly on Rumble.
a gazillion people were doing that. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately, that all these allegations are only because you, Russell Brand, were saying stuff about a COVID pandemic or whatever.
It's the Matrix. It's the Matrix. Oh wait, no, that's Andrew Tate. It's the Deep State.
A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not.
Bullshit. Dilly to fucking Piers for once. Hell yeah. That's all good, Russell. But the question was, what's your favorite drink? Good one. Hey, we got Glow in Dark. Welcome to the party, said Russell Bland. Got him. Welcome. Very good to see you. Piers is calling. So yeah, all you really missed is that Russell Brand said that he did indeed sleep with a 16-year-old when he was 30 years old, and he was just talking about how the deep state is coming after him, and Piers is calling him out.
Deliberately, opinion come after.
Is very near the top of that stream, not the absolute source. But technology is changing everything.
No, I agree with that. But let me ask you, why would the state, the establishment, why would they come after you particularly? I mean, you were doing a YouTube channel, you were doing your thing, you were having opinions, but a gazillion people were doing that. This sense that you were somehow singled out, targeted deliberately, that all these allegations are only because you, Russell Brand, were saying stuff about a COVID pandemic or whatever.
It was Israel. They were paying to take me down.
A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not
bullshit.
Right. And when they,
I just put together that's from his movie. Bullshit. That's Kristen. What's her name? Kristen. Whatever. The Forgetting Sarah Marshall. And when you hear the Jason Segel's character fucking Mila Kunis, and they're like, oh, and he is like, what the fuck was that? I clearly did. And she calls him out on all his tattoos. Like, this one's Asian, this one's Buddhist, that one's that Kristen Bell. Thank you. She's like, bullshit.
A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not that.
We got to hear it. I'm sorry. Now that we said that, I gotta hear it. Who wants to bet that they're gonna take this down? Bullshit. Kristen Bell.
Oh, I'm out of snow. Bullshit. No drinks for me, thanks. Bullshit.
Yes! I say it all the time. And the fact that I said it and not really realizing that it was his movie, that is funny. Behave said, I'm not going to dogpile on Russell. He's not that person anymore. As soon as he started talking about COVID shots, people went after him. And that's essentially what they're talking about right now. And Piers is really questioning that. Why would he be somebody who the Matrix was going after? So we will see. Big social media targeting him for making a Rumble account. Yeah, right? YouTube was like, don't you dare. Speaking of Rumble, we got our boy Equality and Deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared again, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Helps out so very, very much. And it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. Said, that's quite a negative title against Russell ultra spiritual brand. Bullshit. He's a bit of a trollop. True. Oh, he definitely was home accent. He was again. All right. We can't take that away from him. He was laying down pipe, but some of it was not so kosher. Pun intended.
A lot of people think that's honestly bullshit. I was like, come on, Russell, it's not that. And when they hear you I wouldn't say you're dismissing it, but when you say but when you say
absolutely not.
But when people say also,
I also think that's quite reductive, if I may say, the way that you've sort of framed it, because it is not just
because you got to understand how the matrix works, bro.
Me at the I mean, the idea that there is not a set of powers that manipulate the public conversation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder, the annihilation or near annihilation, which he obviously survived, of Joe Rogan, the vilification of admittedly controversial figures like Tommy Robinson or Andrew Tate, and I'm not trying to say...
Okay, well, interesting that he threw Andrew Tate in there, because what I was about to say is he's trying to tie himself to Rogan, who was legitimately smeared by specifically CNN, but after that, everybody hopped on board. When before Rogan was always not non-political, but that wasn't the purpose of the show. And when he would talk about politics and stuff, but that was never a thing. So I thought he was going to try and throw himself in with that line, but he brings up Andrew Tate. So let's see. David said, here are 2 cents. I've watched Russell for years. I watched him when he was a socialist, spiritualist, still doing stuff with Vandana Shiva. As Piers said, he wasn't shocked about this revelation. Apparently. Piers said he wasn't shocked about this revelation. I'm not shocked that this revelation could be. I'm questioning whether or not it is real. It absolutely, I mean, famous, not famous, in trouble, whatever. This tends to be how people who are previously not religious find religion. There usually is some moment, and you start believing. You feel something, you experience something, whatever it is. So the revelation itself is not really the question, or the idea of revelation like that. That just all of a sudden, I know I have to give my life to God. There's a lot of people like that. But, yeah, no. Shout out to Easy. Welcome to the party.
Get myself up in a rogues gallery here. But, Piers, you've operated in media for long enough and with enough depth and understanding to recognize that there are flavors and ways of handling obstreperous public figures. And I don't think of myself as particularly important. I know that I'm
just the guy who can tell you how to be not just a Christian, but a good Christian in 7 days.
That's really my point. My point is, I just don't think that you were
important enough.
I mean, I don't mean this to be remotely derogatory.
No, but I'm not actually...
You had a very popular channel, and lots of people were watching it. It's not that. It's just, I don't think that your influence in any of those debates would have warranted the establishment going, right, we've got to silence Russell Brand.
Yes.
Yeah, and Futoy hit the nail on the head. Do we have to allow that people can change? Also, has he really changed? And so I think the answer to the first question certainly is yes, we have to allow for people to be able to change. I think people can change. I mean, it may be, the bigger the change we're talking about, the less likely it might be. But I do think people can change. But the real question, has he really changed? Has he really changed? That's why I did that poll at the beginning, and I want you guys to see this and see if you think, has he really changed? Oh no, equality is getting taken in. That he used the word obstreperous Impressive. That's his game. That's his game. And now we're not even thinking about, are you bullshit? But here we go.
Those debates would have warranted the establishment going, right, we've got to silence Russell Brand.
Yes, I think you're right. And I think it's that kind of reductivism that stops people having a clear view of how these systems work. And sometimes it's good to take recourse to some of the great American comedians, as Carlin's.
Obstreperous. I don't care enough to look it up, but it probably just means like not relevant or something, either not relevant or something big and boisterous. Those are my guesses. Somebody wants to look it up.
Having a clear view of how these systems work. And sometimes it's good to take recourse to some of the great American comedians, as Carlin says, where interests converge, no conspiracy is necessary. You know that deep state organizations are nebulous as well as nefarious, that they operate in ways that are difficult to understand, that there is a kind of overall intention. You know that there was a point where mainstream media recognized we're going to have to pivot radically. We're not selling newspapers anymore. People are getting their news from different sources. People are having different conversations. People are starting to not trust en masse. Like,
called it. Chad called it. I call it. It's like, don't you fret. My bullshit antenna is still tingling. Obstreperous means vociferously resisting control. All right. I mean, nobody ever said that he didn't have a good vocabulary. But yeah, anti-disestablishmentarianism is that that was like the word that in elementary school everybody would talk about supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, and then the cool kids when we're talking about counterculture, now anti-disestablishmentarianism based.
People are getting their news from different sources. People are having different conversations. People are starting to not trust en masse. Like, think about this as
starting
a metric, if you'll indulge.
Starting? People are starting to not trust. People started to not trust 15 years ago. I mean, and long before that, really. But I mean, en masse. At least 15 years ago.
Me. Say, like, if like 20, 30 years ago, when people talk about someone like Alex Jones, and let's not talk about me, let's just go with, you know, that I've got a
Let's not talk about me. There's nothing interesting about me. Let's talk about other people who don't have allegations.
criminal trial, and quite right, and by God's grace, the right outcome will provide.
Please let that be a state trial. Please let that be a state trial so we can watch that shit.
Fail, and whatever that is, then that's God's will. But on the matter of, is there such a thing as controlling the media, and is there collateral damage in when you're controlling a narrative? Did people want a particular style of reporting and particular information to be prevalent during the pandemic period? Yes. Were voices shut down? Was information controlled? Yes. Do people get de-amplified? Do people get kicked off X the whole time?
I would argue a public,
imagine 30 years ago.
But I would argue a public health crisis of that magnitude globally.
You did argue it, Piers, and one of the most.
And that's something about millennials. So the soul said, I questioned everything my whole life. I started questioning the government when I watched those towers fall. I was 13, 12, 11, I don't know, 6th grade. I was in 6th grade when that happened. And so for us mid-millennials and slightly younger, this is the post 9/11 world is all we really knew. It's not like I wasn't alive before 6th grade, but shout out to Tower 7. But I was in school. I wasn't living I was a kid. I was experiencing childhood. And it's so weird how they, my school, they tried to like downplay it. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that, we're in Central Jersey. So there was a lot of people who have parents that worked in New York City. My dad included. Luckily, he was in Brooklyn that day. But they didn't say anything. I remember I was in Miss Schmidt's social studies class, and that was 6th period. And they didn't show anything on TV. Like all day, people had been getting called out of class to go home. I mean, we're like, what the fuck is going on? And eventually they were like, okay, guys, there was an accident and a plane hit this building in New York City. And so that's it. They really tried to downplay it now. And I think that speaks to a culture of like, all right, we're the teachers. We're at school. We're not going to handle this. This is for the parents. Fast forward 20 years. And I was like, oh, the parents can't handle this. We, the teachers, need to handle everything. Everything in society has been flipped upside down. I went to 30-second delay because of the language. Yeah. So said identify as millennial, older Gen X siblings and boomer parents, never a complete millennial. So yeah, I have my that's my brother. He was born in 83, and he was always like, my parents are boomers, and he always hung out with people older than him. So even if he's not technically Gen X, he is not by any cultural standard a millennial. And so there was a book that I read, Gen Y, where it's essentially the same kind of zillennial grouping, where it's like you don't quite fit. But god damn. All right, let's dive back in here.
Voice is shut down. Was information controlled? Do people get de-amplified? Do people get kicked off X the whole time?
Wait, what? I said she had 6 periods in one day. What the fuck? Oh, poor Miss Schmidt.
Yes. Were voices shut down? Was information controlled? Do people get de-amplified? Do people get kicked off X the whole time?
I would argue
imagine 30 years ago.
But I would argue a public health crisis of that magnitude globally.
You did argue it, Piers, and one of the main reasons that you remain contentious is because you advocated, you shamed people into getting vaccines, and we now know those vaccines have killed more people
you don't need to hector
than they say. I'm not hectoring you.
Because I'll tell you why. Because unlike most people,
you've repeatedly.
I mean, yeah, that would be included in horror in my perspective.
Apologise.
Yes, and I've said, you know what? I believed. Now, hang on. You've raised it, so let me address it, because I've heard what you said about this, and I don't blame you.
All right.
I mistakenly,
let's get in the mud.
Accepted the real-time scientific advice, which often changed. And in particular, when they said, if you have the vaccine against COVID, you cannot transmit the virus.
Was a lie.
I thought that was an incredibly powerful thing,
and an untrue thing.
Which meant that, you know.
Thanks, Rachel Maddow. Because in case anybody is watching and said, nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said it stops with you. Rachel, oh, look at that. The second one, it's right there.
I will just say, before we do that, just as a personal plea from me, if you have been putting off being vaccinated for whatever reason, don't agonize about it. Don't let anybody make you feel bad about that. And
that's all you've been doing, bitch.
Get you defensive about it. Just make a fresh decision now. Take a fresh look at the issue now, looking at what's going on now. No matter why you have put it off in the past, no judgment. Now is the time to actually go do it. Because we really cannot afford you having to go to the hospital right now. If you're unvaccinated, you have a much higher chance of getting this newly transmissible variant we had never seen before a couple of weeks ago. And it's the unvaccinated people who it's going to make sick. And we really just... No judgment. But you're the ones making everybody sick. Cannot afford for you to have to go to the hospital right now. I mean, looking all around the country, depending on where you live, there is a very good chance there's no room for you in the hospital right now if you need to go. And if you can somehow get a bed because you got COVID and you got sick from it because you weren't vaccinated, if you are able to get yourself into a bed, you're going to be filling a bed that somebody else really needs. So you don't deserve healthcare if you don't put this shot in your body. So even if you didn't feel like you could do it before, even if you've been holding off for whatever reason, look at it freshly now. Now would be the time. Even if it wasn't okay for you before, it's okay for you to do it now. Honestly, your country needs you. Is it this clip? And if you are vaccinated, but you haven't been boosted yet and you're eligible for your booster, make your appointment for your booster. Now's the time. And I know from anecdotal experience where in part of the country where I live right now, signing up for a booster right now is sometimes hard to find an appointment. The only reason I'm saying that is not because you should be discouraged from trying to get one, but because if you know you need to get your booster, you should try to make your appointment now because you may have to make it some distance in advance in order to get into a vaccination site. So time to do it. This is it.
This wasn't it. Why? Yeah. All right. One more try. And then real quick, I want to take,
and I know this sounds like an incremental piece of news, but sit on this for a second enough to absorb what this means, right? What this means is that we can get there with vaccines. We can end this thing. It means that instead of the vaccine being able, instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person to person, spreading and spreading, sickening some of them, but not all of them. And the ones that it doesn't sicken don't know they have it. And then they give it to even more people because they didn't recognize they were, right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way. Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
Does it though?
A vaccinated person gets exposed to the virus does not infect them, the virus cannot then use that person to go anywhere else. It cannot use a vaccinated person as a host to go get more people. That means the vaccines will get us to the end of this.
Will they now? Will they now? And I want to, just because we're already down this rabbit hole, first, I want to shout out to all the purebloods. If you are unvaxxed, take a drink. You stood up to one of the craziest propaganda campaigns in the history of our lives. And somehow, all
Ladies and
those
gentlemen,
people fell for it, but you did not. So, shout out to Jake Rattlesnake here. Speaking of the vaccine, if you remember, Dr. Peter McCullough was one of the doctors that went on Rogan to talk about all this. And all right, let me grab some of these comments, do the side quest, and then we'll dive back in. Yeah. Fucking Rachel Maddow. David said, demonetizing YouTube and the British government said they would ban Rumble if they didn't demonetize him, and Rumble said no. Based. Always. Shout out to the purebloods. Also, they act like vaccines are awesome, but then import turd worlders who don't know what a vaccine is, and measles magically make a comeback. Yeah, that's because of us. That's because of us, right? Not because of the turd worlders. All right. So, yeah, I saw this today. I don't know when this is from, but Brian Shapiro, pushing the limits, was talking to Peter McCullough, and let's just say he got mogged.
With me that the vaccines for COVID, I want to talk with you. Would you agree with me that the vaccines for COVID have done far more good for people in this country than not good? There are so many people still that say the vaccines have killed millions of people, that all these professional athletes are dying of myocarditis, when it's just not true. So would you agree with me that the vaccines have done far more good for people than
Brian?
So before we even answer, I don't know when exactly this is from, but I don't know what you were expecting. His claim to fame, Peter McCullough, is being not against the vax, but against the mandates.
Shapiro pushing the vax. Who would have thought, guys? Who would have?
Hey man, that's what it is. They pressured all of us to submit, and you said no. So dilly you. Remember, they cannot have a vaccine mandate if you refuse to wear a mask. They cannot. If nobody is wearing a mask, they're not going to get to a vaccine mandate. Oh my goodness. Jennifer said, my dad died after the booster. Sorry to hear that. R.I.P. And, you know, for older people, it was definitely a completely different type of decision. Like, my parents got it, and I didn't have any issue with that because they're old. And we know that is a pandemic of old people. So, R.I.P. I'm sorry to hear that. David said, I would love to stay here and talk with y'all, but I have to hang out with my family. My job was paying $75 for you to get vaccinated. Then was making a list of unvaccinated. I never answered the email. Well, now you're definitely on a list. Thank you for hanging out, brother. You have a good one. Guys, don't forget about Marty over here. He is hungry. And we want to get an awesome present for the new baby. Send in those donations.
more good for people than
Brian Shapiro pushing the vax. Who would have thought, guys? Who would have thought that
the vaccine?
Well, what
narrative? Pushing the narrative with Brian Shapiro.
Bad.
Well, what evidence do you have for that?
What evidence do you have that all these people are dying of the vaccines?
Well, let's just take
All the people that died from the vaccine.
Let's take safety first, because we always discuss safety before efficacy. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Yeah, right. So it doesn't matter how good a product is, it has to be safe. Would you agree with that?
I don't think there's any vaccination that's 100% foolproof safe. You know that.
Not the question, Brian. that he's one of these people that absolutely cannot answer a question.
I don't
Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
think there's any vaccination that's 100% foolproof safe. You know that.
Okay, but it would have to have acceptable safety. Would you agree with that?
It depends what your definition of acceptable safety is. We were in a global pandemic where at one point we were losing 5,000 Americans per day. So obviously these.
God damn, behave as well. This is why I'm so proud of all of you that stood up against this. Hopefully, she is recovering. Sorry to hear that. Caller said Rachel Madcow and President Potato Head said that. Indeed, they did. Indeed, they did.
We were in a global pandemic where at one point we were losing 5,000 Americans per day. So obviously these were extenuating circumstances. But go ahead.
But what would
Quality said if they would have said, God told you to get the vax and then bake Rattlejake. I like Rattlejake better than Rattlejack. Bake Rattlejake wouldn't have gotten it. Maybe. Probably.
be your definition of acceptable safety?
While I'm not a doctor and you are, I would say, in my personal opinion, looking back on half the world being vaccinated, in fact, more than half the world, as you know, at this point, there is no direct evidence that these vaccinations people are dropping dead left and right.
So remember, the question was what level would be acceptable? And that was the answer that he gave. Hey, shout out to Soil too. So thank you. So very, very much starting us off on the stream goal. Of course, every if we get 15 donations or a $75 total, then not only does Morty get a treat, he gets a special treat. And every $2, I have to do a push-up to help these puny arms. But also, you got started on the Uncle Lutch Fund. Thank you so very, very much. Let's screenshot that so we remember who kicked it off. Soil to Soul was the one that kicked off the Uncle Lutch Fund. Thank you so much. Uncle Lutch Fund. And that is Soil to Soul. I can't let Morty waste away. Feed the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. And of course makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's grab a couple more of these real quick. Dylan said, I wonder if Brian Shapiro is like the anti-Tim Pool, if his hat is the source of his power. Potentially. Good catch. Chad said, my beau died 5 years ago yesterday from the root beer float, intubated, gone at 42. God damn. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Dilly and R.I.P. Man. The amount of damage. And then we still have fucktards like this being like, well, don't you agree with me? No, motherfucker, we don't. Back after you had a mild stroke? 4 days in the hospital, I'm back. 4 days now. Well, goddamn. That's at least we got some positivity. There we go. Futai said, got the vaccine to lower my chances of getting sick and passing it on. And fair enough. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like you were a bad person if you got the vaccine. It's more so the aspect of capitulating to them forcing you to do what they want you to do. Like Quality saying over on Rumble, your body, your choice. Well, except crazy stuff. Shout out again to Soil, our sponsor of the stream. Let me update the banner here. Very much appreciated.
Being vaccinated, in fact, more than half the world, as you know, at this point, there is no direct evidence that these vaccinations people are dropping dead left and right. And as you know, specifically on right-wing media and right-wing talk shows, they claim that all these professional athletes are dying of myocarditis.
They are. They are.
Because of the vaccines, when they don't even know if these people were vaccinated. They don't know their medical history. And it's frustrating.
They were vaccinated. That's why we're saying that. Don't you think that would be a relevant fact before you say, this person died from X, that they had X? What are you talking about, bro?
vaccines when they don't even know if these people were vaccinated. They don't know their medical history. And it's frustrating for me, doctor, because I believe the vaccine saved my life. I believe it saved my parents' life. And in so many studies out there, listen, you could, and as you know this, you can get COVID if you're vaccinated. It didn't give you a lesser chance of getting infected or giving it to somebody else. However, you are in so many studies that I've seen, and you can tell me if you disagree, far less likely to get the effects of having to go into the ICU or possibly dying if you were vaccinated.
Wrong, wrong, wrong. Much respect to you, Jennifer. You guys know, I forgot to dilute that. We ain't gonna get shit-faced over here. But you guys know I love you guys so very, very much. I don't know what I would do without you. That 1 week where I had that strike, it was not good. I love you guys. I love you guys. And so, yeah, that's again the point, Futoy, is that, well, actually, let me play this. Let me play this first. I'm gonna star this. Well, let's see what he is saying. And there you go. Gotta get them all. Gotta catch them all. All right, let's listen to this.
You were vaccinated there because I believe the vaccine saved my life. I believe it saved my parents' life. And in so many studies out there, listen, you could, and as you know this, you can get COVID if you're vaccinated. It didn't give you a lesser chance of getting infected or giving it to somebody else. However, you are in so many studies that I've seen, and you can tell me if you disagree, far less likely to get the effects of having to go into the ICU or possibly dying if you were vaccinated. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong. And here's the reason why. The prospective randomized double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trials of the vaccines never showed a reduction in severity. They never showed a reduction in hospitalization and death. And what's come out over time is the virus has mutated to become a much milder virus. So as the vaccines
like viruses typically do,
were rolling out, we were being confronted with a less mild virus. The other thing, a less severe virus, more mild. The other thing that happened is we learned how to treat the illness. So we treated patients early, and we avoided hospitalization and death. So the two.
So, guys, interestingly enough, I've interviewed Dr. Peter McCullough, but before Rattlesnake TV was ever a thing. So
I'll drop the link for this if you want to see what he is saying without them. Let's see, was that it? I mean, still, even so, just like mugged by the doctor. I did, I think. Oh, no, we got a little more.
Seriously negatively affected by this vax.
Major things that save people's.
Oh, come on.
There, and was interviewing Peter McCullough in a way where he was saying that you're spreading misinformation.
People
people
were having natural immunity from the first round of infection and then early treatment. What happened with the vaccines, remember, the vaccines came in late, so we're already a year in the pandemic. We've been treating people for a year.
Just drop the link to this video if you would like to watch it without my commentary and skipping around.
The vaccines come in late. And in a recent paper by Norman Fenton from the UK, he's shown that there was tremendous misclassification bias. So when they declared that there was a epidemic of the unvaccinated, in fact, the hospitals weren't, they had no idea who was vaccinated or not. They didn't have connection to the CDC vaccine records. They weren't going in the ICU and figuring out people on the ventilator who were vaccinated and who weren't. In countries that actually did have the vaccine status, like the UK, they found far more vaccinated in the hospital on ventilators and dying than the unvaccinated.
What was that? Far more on ventilators from the vaccinated compared to the unvaccinated. So the soul is that Dr. John Campbell from the UK is still doing updates on the research. And as an aside, the very large rubbery white blood clots embalmers have found all over the place in veins of the vaccinated that passed away. It's almost like there's a correlation, clearly a correlation. Causation? Looks like it, but hey, correlation is not causation. But can we at least acknowledge, indeed, there is a correlation?
In countries that actually did have the vaccine status, like the UK, they found far more vaccinated in the hospital on ventilators and dying than the unvaccinated. And in a paper by Shrestha and colleagues from the Cleveland Clinic, the lowest risk workers.
Look at that face, like, how can I spin this around? This isn't going the way that I thought it would go. I was like, hey, shit, Zero, you're talking to a doctor. A doctor. Trust the science. That's what they do, right? I mean, if he's got more letters after his name, if he's got more degrees, then anything he says is absolutely correct, which is why if I ever talk to Brian Shapiro about DEI, whatever I say will be correct, not only because I am a POC, but because I am, in fact, DEI certified.
that they have in 51,000 workers are the unvaccinated. And with every single injection, one is more and more likely to get COVID-19. Now,
Not only does it not help you not get the infection, you are more likely. And go back to my streams. I explicitly said this is completely anecdotal. So I'm not assigning any scientific statistical significance to this, but just in my own life, I have seen that everyone I know that has gotten the vaccine got COVID at least once, most twice. And I know a huge number of people who did not get the vaccine and never got COVID, myself included. Anecdotal, but true. Just saying.
the deaths that have been reported after the vaccine are unprecedented. Our safety system for vaccines records on average, half the country takes vaccines in the United States before COVID, records on average 150 deaths in a year on average. The COVID-19 vaccines roll out. And as we sit here today, our CDC has verified 18,655 Americans dying after the vaccine. 1,150 die on the same day they take the shot.
The same day. So yet again, that is still not a causal factor. Even if we have 1,000 people, because millions of people got the vaccine. So some people are going to be, whatever. Some people are going to have side effects. Some people are going to die. That's just going to happen when you have millions and millions and millions of people and medical treatment. That's just going to happen. But over 1,000 on the same day?
Some die in the vaccine center. 1,200.
Some die in the vaccine center. They can't even leave the place they got the shot before they die. But yeah, it has nothing to do with the shot, right? That was wild. That was such a wake up red pill moment to see people hoarding toilet paper. Like, just stop for one. What exactly do you think is going to happen if you run out of toilet paper? Worst case scenario, you grab an old shirt, you grab fucking paper towels, you go, I never understood until somebody explained how stupid this is. If you guys never heard this, you're hold on to your panties. The reason that toilet paper was pulled out of the, there was a rush on toilet paper, and that was a whole thing. It's not because of anything to do with toilet paper. It has to do with the fact that toilet paper and paper towels they take up a lot of space. And so when you take one, 38 roll of toilet paper off of the shelf, there's a lot of empty space there. So people see empty space and they're like, oh no, we need this. That's as far as it goes. There's not a lot, so I should get some.
Stupid.
Insane. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Remind me to make sure I gotta send a group chat to all the mods. So remind me after this. So I said, never been diagnosed with COVID either. None in my household were. More anecdotes, but hey, what do I know? And I was an essential employee, worked as a home health caregiver. Yep. I was working at Petco at the time before I joined the company that I'm working now. And, because people had pets and they need food, we were essential workers. So I was there. In the early days, before they were making you mask up, when people were still wiping down all that shit, and this isn't, this is animal stuff. You get all the cat ladies, the weird lizard dudes, the didn't even get sick. I do want to get a bidet. I think I don't know why I haven't, but I'm broke. When I got some extra money, I think that's going to be my next home purchase. Chad said, how would anyone know if they had the coof? It's a chimera zoological, what is word? Well, they have a test. I don't know, exactly how it works, but you look at the thing and it says, you got COVID, like AOL. Create chaos, you get chaos. Indeed. So it said, however, we were all sick as dogs into just same. We were all sick as dogs in the December of 2019, living in a military town, wondering if we all had it then. Something to be said about natural immunity, but can't talk about that either. I never get sick. I mean, I'd be drinking and throwing up from that, and when I was a drug addict, I could sit from that. But getting ill, getting a cold, getting the flu, just, luckily, knock on wood, just does not happen to me. And there was a maybe like a week and a half in late November, because I remember it was right around my birthday, where I just felt like there was something, but I wasn't even really like sick, but I just felt like, and I think it was that. Yet again, anecdotal, just guessing. But I don't know. Remember, if you would like to be a moderator, act like Nightbot, and if you do it right, then you will get a wrench or a badge or whatever they're doing now. All right, diving back in.
50 die on the same day they take the shot. Some die.
Yeah, let's get this in full.
Vaccines roll out. And as we sit here today, our CDC has verified 18,655 Americans dying after the vaccine. 1,150 die on the same day they take the shot. Some die in the vaccine center. 1,200 die the next day.
So that's over 2,000 of these people who have less than 24 hours between the time they get the vaccine and the time that they die. But there's no evidence. There's no evidence.
Now, that's underreported by a factor in FDA testimony of about 30. We're looking, as we sit here today, at 550,000 plus Americans have died after the vaccine.
So
Yep, and that's why we are here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. So I said I would get sick bad like twice a year every year when I was a kid, but since I got older, I rarely get any illnesses. I don't know how, like, what is a normal amount that people get sick? Like, how often do you catch a cold? Some people are sick all the time. Not me. Lucky me. I said no toilet paper would be a shitty situation. I mean, but not. It already is a shitty situation. That's the point. That's the point.
In FDA testimony of about 30. We're looking, as we sit here today, at 550,000 plus Americans have died after the vaccine.
So
the same pattern is seen worldwide. There are.
And notice how Brian's already to jump in and be like, wait, doctor. That's citing the FDA. But.
Calls to pull these vaccines off the market. They're so grossly unsafe because people die quickly after taking them.
Oh, are you a crunchy girl? Are you a crunchy girl? Walking around, you got. I can't see in the profile picture here. Do we got the dreads? Kind of into it.
I want to talk about.
So that's the way it went, guys.
Mogged. Point being that these people are, incredibly misinformed, underinformed, whatever. Yet they are willing to sit atop their moral high ground and tell you how bad you are. It's not left or right. It's right and wrong. This one says relatively normal for older people to not get colds as often, as they have immunity to so many of the cold viruses. So when you say older, do you mean older like us or older like what we would call old people? Think about school. Many kids get sick when it starts every year. And yeah, that just, I don't know. It's weird. That just never happened to me. I mean, it did. I not never, but like my mom wasn't going to let me stay home from school anyway. So it just wasn't something that I paid attention to. Oh, all right, let's keep it raging. Guys, remember to pay attention. We've got just under 90 minutes to hit the goal. We've only got one super chat out of 15. Remember, 99 cents counts, or we can hit a total of $75. Morty gets a special treat, and I've got to do those push-ups.
You cannot transmit the
Which was a
virus.
lie.
I thought that was an incredibly powerful thing.
And an untrue thing.
Which meant that, some old person walking around might be infected by some reckless young guy who doesn't want to have the simple jab, and he may kill that person. It turned out that was not true.
So what do you
I became, wait, let me finish. I became incredibly censorious of people who wouldn't have the jab for a period of a few months.
So,
and then when
Russell, shut up. He's literally saying, hold on, I'm trying to say something.
they changed the advice, I felt I had actually, in the initial moment, abrogated my journalistic duty. What I should have done was be more skeptical, be more challenging, and certainly be less censorious and judgmental.
Good.
Accepting that in a fast-moving health emergency, the
I might be from Alaska, because I'm Inuit.
advice is likely to change.
Of course.
So I accept all that.
No, you don't actually, because...
Well, where we're different is this. I still believe that the vaccine saved millions of lives.
Yes. A lot of people don't. No, I don't.
You don't. I know, but I do.
Good. Okay, that's good.
I also think it saved a lot of lives. That doesn't mean it also didn't harm and take a lot of lives. And even a lot less. Then I think the number of people it saved is way higher than the number of people that it hurt. What did Peter McCullough say? Safety over efficacy.
That will be something you'll potentially be adjusting in the future, Piers. And when you do, you may have another mea culpa to offer to your audience, because it seems significant to me that crisis benefited some very powerful interests, granted further governmental powers, instantiate the ability to govern at a global level, revealed just how willing people would be to take a medicine, a concoction, let's call it, a little more.
Yeah, well, I mean, this isn't new that the government is never going to let a good tragedy go to waste. It's not like they didn't want that power before, Russell. I don't know if you thought that they were like, wait a minute, there's a global pandemic, maybe this is an opportunity to take some power and maybe even make some money. I never thought about that before. It's not how it works, Russell.
More accurately, it seems like it might be extremely deleterious, causing infertility, miscarriage, myocarditis, and that was something that was undertaken with a degree of complicity, at least.
Do you believe in vaccines generally?
I have the kind of questions that anyone that's paying attention
there was a measles,
media...
a little outbreak of measles recently. Even RFK was
thanks to the twirlers
giving evidence yesterday and said he absolutely believes in the measles vaccine. In fact, he said, I'm not anti-vax at all. In fact, he said, I support most vaccines. He had legitimate questions about the COVID vaccine because of the speed at which that was designed.
Yes.
In your case, are you anti all vaccines?
No, I don't.
Or which vaccines do you accept are good?
Calm down and slow down.
It's a serious question.
I understand it's a serious question. Of course it is, but I want you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm.
Because...
defensive. Jesus. You need to calm down. Just a basic question, baby. Just a basic question.
I don't...
which vaccines do you accept are good?
Which vaccines do you accept? Calm down. Gaslighting like a bitch.
Good.
Calm down and slow down.
It's a serious question.
I understand it's a serious question. Of course it is, but I want you to calm down and slow down.
Very calm.
Because, well, then in which case, unyoke yourself from the conditioning of the world you've found yourself in. See, when Chomsky, and there's a guy whose reputation's changed, said to Andrew Marr, in response to Andrew Marr's, well, I've not been conditioned by the BBC. They've not told me what questions I can ask and what my perspective should be. And Chomsky said to Andrew Marr, no, what I'm telling you is that if you didn't have the right opinions and the right perspectives, you wouldn't be sitting in that chair. Now, you and I have moved between many chairs. We've seen what goes on at the Daily Mirror. We know what happens. We know how people get information. And I know your position on the most public things. And I want to talk to you just as a person that survived in this world.
And yeah, Jennifer's saying, always listen to your gut, your soul, your spirit more. Save yourself from yourself. Your head and your heart will fail you. And this is something that when I was in my militant atheist phase, I'd be like, see, this is the unscientific blah, 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 blah of religion. But as I've gotten more mature, I understand that, okay, even though some people might rely on vibes and feelings a little bit too much, that does not mean that there aren't neurons in our gut biome that actually do react to things on an intellectual level. Absolutely. Always trust your gut. Now, I mean, maybe not 100%. But it's always a good starting point. Soil said the entire vaccine from the get-go, all those years ago, is questionable at the least. Not an anti-vaxxer in general, but I'm definitely hesitant, as they say now. Yeah, I wasn't. I wasn't until the COVID vax. I was just like, yeah, vaccines. Like, we all get them. They're fine, right? And then it was like, wait a minute here. Wait a minute here. They should not be pumping 50-plus vaccines into babies. The schedule should be started later. Much research shows less side effects that way, but I will stop. No, cook it. Cook it, girl. Cook it. Welcome to the jungle. Hey, there's Dick Johnson coming in late. What is good? Always good to see ya. Where are we? Soil said, there's a reason we have what we call our gut instinct. I think it is there for a reason. We just don't have the science for it defined yet. But we're starting to. We're starting to realize that the types of cells that enable cognition in your brain exist all throughout the gut biome. And so there is a real thing about thinking with your gut. That's not just a colloquialism or an idiom anymore. That's hard science, baby. Hard science. And I'm Greek said Russell's doing 5 to 10 hard time. Yikes. Yikes. I can say it. Almost said I think tuberculosis not being a problem is pretty cool. I also think measles not being a problem before we imported millions of turd rollers was pretty cool. Yeah, agreed. And that's why I was never somebody to question vaccines. They made me. They made me. At the beginning of COVID, I was just like, all right, yeah, I'm not going to go out of my way. But, if I'm going out with friends, remember that. Remember going out with friends. But if I'm going out and, it becomes inconvenient, then I'll just get it. I'll just go get the jab so I can get the card. That was my position when all of this started. And then they lied. I am the science. Senator Paul, you don't know what you're talking about. Insane. Insane. King, check your DMs, please.
And I know your position on the most public things. And I want to talk to you just as a person that survived in this.
Yeah, but
world,
on vaccines.
No, look.
Notice that. Yeah. Bring him back, Piers. Bring him back. You're such a firebrand, Russell Firebrand, that they needed to take you off the internet. But now, yeah, right. It's a show from the 90s. But now, you're not even willing to answer the most basic question of the vaccines that you are in favor of. Is that because you say, none, they're all so bad? Well, if that's your position, then why aren't you saying that? Hey, shout out to Futoy. Wait, that $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. First, said, if your puppy is Morty, are you Rick? Plot twist. No, they copied us. Okay, remember, his full name is actually Mordred. Morty is a nickname, and they stole that from us. Thank you, Equality. You have a good one.
Mirror. We know what happens. We know how people get information. And I know your position on the most public things. And I want to talk to you just as a person that survived in this.
Yeah, but
world,
on vaccines.
No, look, vaccines. I'm not an expert on vaccines. I don't know anything about vaccines.
Are there any vaccines that you think are good?
It's not something I'm interested in. I don't.
But you're very interested in it. You talked about it a lot.
No, I'm interested in truth, and where truth and vaccines intersect, I'm interested in that.
So let me.
Like, hold on. With all of this going on,
see again that defensiveness. Yeah, I'd call that.
In that
so let me.
Like, hold on. With all,
you don't even know what he's going to say yet.
All of this going on. With all of the upcoming trial, with the complexity of contemporary media, with a country in tumult, with crisis and protest and war.
Thank you again, Futoy, adding to the Uncle Lunch Fund and the stream goal. Very, very, very much appreciated. Yes, guys, if you are a mod, if you're here and you are a mod and you are in Discord, please just go into the free chat and type mod so I can make sure that I can match up the YouTube names and the Discord name. If you're not on, if you're a mod and you're not on Discord, don't worry about it. If you are though, well, if you're not, you should definitely join because it's free and it's awesome. But yeah, let me just put mod there so I can remember because there's too many fucking names. Too many fucking names. Thank you, sir.
The complexity of contemporary media, with a country in tumult, with crisis and protest and war, you care what the guy from Sarah Marshall and GQ thinks about vaccines. Well, maybe then my opinion is worth paying attention to.
Well, that's my point.
And particularly if you have
my point. Either you think it is important or you don't.
What I think is important is being able to tell.
Like I said, act like Nightbot and you'll get a wrench. Don't act like Nightbot and you don't get a wrench.
The truth and being able to control information. Now, when you worked at The Sun and The Mirror, you'd have had certain obligations and restrictions. There's certain stories that get published and don't get published, certain celebrities that get taken down and others that don't. And now you work in this world. And what my prayer is for you, Piers, is that you...
His prayers after 7 days of learning to be a Christian. Almost I feel on that. The massive psyop of trust the science made me say, what's that? What does that do? And why are they putting chemicals in the water that makes the freaking frogs gay? And so the phrase trust the science is good. You should trust the science. The science is the process, not the result. Science is a process, not a result. You use science to get conclusions and results. Trust the science, not necessarily the conclusion. Modern spirit. Well, hey, I mean, like I said, act like Nightbot, and you'll get that. So again, I'll put that up. Just type mod. Just type mod so I can remember. Look at what King did in Discord and do the same thing.
And others that don't. And now you work in this world. And what my prayer is for you, Piers, is that you recognize, and I don't mean this in an insincere way, because I think that...
You know that I always preface when I'm very, very sincere? I don't mean this in an insincere way. Projection! I think you do mean it in an insincere way. Fucking bitch, man. Fucking, like, I want to trust him. I want to trust him. I mean, I don't like the Me Too-ness of all of it. But if you're a shitty person, then you're a shitty person. There ain't no two ways about it. I mean, hey, that's a good start. Greek said, "Prism will do Russell wonders." Yikes. I mean, I do love forgetting Sarah Marshall. Bullshit. You don't have to be Nightbot. You just have to try. You just have to be. You just have to try. Just try, baby. I believe in you. If you want to be a mod, act like a mod. If you don't, totally cool.
My prayer is for you, Piers, is that you recognize, and I don't mean this in an insincere way, because I think that mutually we have an opportunity to participate in something a little grander than standing on the sidelines with our faces in the trough of media money, participating in the exacerbating ignorance of people in the UK and the United States of America. The reason I think you've had all these controversies is because you are bullish and you are willing to have a conversation, you're willing to have a go, and that's a real great ability.
Shout out to Jersey.
I'm also willing to admit when I'm wrong.
That's a lovely quality also.
I think everyone should have that.
But it's good because, yes, in response to new information, we should be able to reassess our opinion. Indeed, I didn't used to be a Christian. I'm a Christian now, and sometimes I'm astonished that other people
are you, though?
Aren't Christian, and then I remember, oh, you didn't used to be Christian. You didn't know.
Oh, wait, I just realized something. Put mod and your YouTube name. Because now I'm just getting a bunch of people saying mod, but I don't know how to mod. So say mod and your YouTube name, please. Sorry.
Be a Christian, I'm a Christian.
That's Dick. That's you're unzippered, right? So just put mod Dick Johnson.
It's good because, yes, in response to new information, we should be able to reassess our opinion. Indeed, I didn't used to be a Christian. I'm a Christian now, and sometimes I'm astonished that other people aren't Christian. And then I remember, oh, you didn't used to be Christian. You didn't know that God is real. You didn't know that it says in the Bible, be careful, the institutions of power have been captured by dark forces. And what I'd like to say is 30 years ago, Alex Jones, David Icke looked at crackpot.
Again, I should have said this before, but I didn't realize that doesn't help me. So put mod and your YouTube name, because that's what I'm trying to do, is to match the Discord name to the YouTube name. So just put Mod and Dick Johnson. Thank you.
What I'd like to say is 30 years ago, Alex Jones, David Icke.
He ain't fooling me. He ain't fooling you. But hey, you know what they say about juries? 12 people too stupid to get out of jury duty. So we'll see.
Looked at crackpots and wackos, and in many corners of our culture, they're still regarded with that level of derision.
I don't know. Trust no one but yourself. That can be dangerous. I prefer to say believe nothing except that anything is possible. Believe nothing except that anything is possible. And yes, I am that puny, which is why I need your help. Donate for push-ups. We got about 1 hour left on the go, guys.
And in many corners of our culture, they're still regarded with that level of derision. And they're on the spectrum, and let's say they're the extreme end of that spectrum. And at the other end, BBC, New York Times. 20 years, 30 years down the line, where do you think the needle is moving? Indeed, where are you moving? You've moved from
I'm not moving to where David Icke and Alex Jones.
You were like, well, did you report on a recent story that suggests that there might be global paedophile rings? Have you heard the rumors that many people believe that pandemic had cooperation and planning and even intersects with Bill Gates and Epstein and those rumors? Now, conspiracy theories are by their nature difficult to corroborate because of the ability of real power to mask itself, the necessity of real power to mask itself. And while we sort of sit around in a Punch and Judy show of advocating for Trump or condemning Trump or laughing at Keir Starmer's voice or his former actions when he was at the CPS and what he didn't do about Julian Assange and what he didn't do about other famous and awful cases in our country and how he sped up the courts during those riots. While that's all taking place, we've not got our eye on what's truly happening. That power is migrating across our entire culture. People are caught up in many needless conflicts. Indeed, your show does a brilliant job of hosting conflicting views, where it's really great orators like Dave Smith and the great stories.
I think it's really important to bring people together.
It's nice, mate, but it's a little bit of a circus, and we've got to find some conciliation because I believe this. I believe that we are, it is hard for me to talk about this because, I've got enough on my plate, man. I've got enough on my plate with my own personal life, like most people do.
Well, yeah, but most people don't have too much on their plate because they're getting into bullshit that they're not supposed to get into.
Most people do in their own way. But I sense we are at a time of real crisis in the UK. I sense that crisis is not going to be resolved by any reshuffling of the existing participants in our parliamentary dance. All
right, so I think it's time to redo our original poll. Do you trust Russell Brand to represent himself accurately?
A lot of people feel that way, and that's why there's despondency and despair. And what was important about the pandemic, I believe, Piers, was not the how well you can undergird the science behind the vaccines, and obviously that don't look good at all in hindsight, but the way that the media complied and supported that messaging. Of course, with it's a medical crisis and we have to protect people.
Essentially, yeah. Because if he can't sell books, if he can't bring more people into his content, he's definitely not getting movies and stuff anymore. He's ousted himself from Hollywood. So essentially, in his mind, yes. Now, does he likely have enough money that he doesn't need to work or do anything else for the rest of his life? Probably. But that lifestyle creep is real. And if he's used to living at this level and he ain't getting that much money anymore, then you got to write a book like How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. And if nobody buys it, then you're fucked. And then when the lawsuit or the whatever it is, if it's a lawsuit, criminal things, whatever, come down the pipe, it's a lot of money. So, yeah, I think he is.
Media complied and supported that messaging. Of course, with it's a medical crisis, and we have to protect people. Disagree. But this is my point.
It's
like in a medical crisis. No, like 1 second.
Yeah, because in a medical,
1 second. Of course, and we're all looking forward to it enormously. Of course, we should all have a little go. Let it run along. Like in a medical. How much of a medical crisis was it indeed? And what was the role in media? If we step back for a moment and watch what happened during that period.
Many millions of people died.
Who was vilified? Who was condemned? What are the excess deaths now? Who's controlling these statistics? That everywhere you look, Piers, there's such astonishing anomalies.
But you accept many millions.
Well, he was. That's what he was doing. This is his attempt to try to get back into the spotlight. When's the last time you really heard of him? Like I think he's been doing his show, but he's been very quiet. He's been very much not in the spotlight. And now in the past few days, I saw him on Megyn Kelley. I saw him, where else was it? I don't know, but I've seen him a bunch of places. This is his PR tour to try to get back into the good graces of the general public. And we'll check the comments after the goal ends. We'll see if people are buying it or not. Seems like a little bit of a shift from earlier in the stream when when most of you said you do trust him. Now, not a single person.
Do people die from COVID? Do you?
I'm so uncertain about what happened at that time that I believe that I use it mostly now as a kind of lens to look at how disgusting our culture has become, how appalling, how condemnatory.
But why are you avoiding my question?
Because I have a better one.
What's the better one?
Who believes, even for an instant, that the function of government and media is to protect us and take care of us anymore? Who believes that they would put you in your homes and make you take a medication to preserve human life? I'm not talking about the wonderful staff at NHS hospitals or brilliant doctors or even magnificent scientists. I'm talking about this set of interconnected interests that are sometimes difficult to describe, visible in silhouette, evident in the Epstein files, obvious when wars happen that you don't anticipate happening but somehow seemed inevitable, and clear more than anything during the COVID period.
Had you been Prime Minister?
I get it.
Had you been Prime Minister?
Wait, whoa. What was again, this is a... I never followed him that closely. So maybe you guys tell me, and some of you said you've been following him for years. He always seemed to have this very soft energy, almost feminine energy. And here he's getting very short and cutting. It's like, wait, hold on. Is this his normal behavior, or is he feeling the pressure?
Evident in the Epstein files, obvious when wars happen that you don't anticipate happening but somehow seemed inevitable, and clear more than anything during the COVID period.
Had you been Prime Minister?
I get it.
Had you been Prime Minister when the COVID pandemic broke out?
I get it. What is that? That doesn't seem to be the energy that he usually puts out there. I think he's guilty of something. Was it the girl? I have no idea. But this is not how an innocent man speaks. It's decompensating. He must be that broke. I don't know. He's a bath. I know that. Oh! So you're not a crunchy girl. You just got crunchy vibes. All right, I'm about it.
All right, this is what I would do. Wait,
what was the question?
Seemed inevitable and clear more than anything during the COVID period.
Had you been Prime Minister?
I get it.
Had you been Prime Minister when the COVID pandemic broke out, what would you have done?
All right.
Well, we're at 47, so... all right, so I'm going to jump ahead a little bit to where it says, Piers, you're a massive grifter.
You're very eloquent. I can find myself nodding along, thinking, "Yeah, you're making good points. It's inarguable that there has been abuse and corruption and unfair influence and bias in all of those things, right?" But here's my problem, if I may put it to you, where I think you sit. You talked about sitting on the fence. It's a little bit.
Right, and that's what do they have? What do they have? This is what I've been asking about Trump, and this is what I'm asking about Russell. What do they have that's making him choose to do this? Because like I said, we're going to check out the comments and see what people are saying. But this is very reminiscent to me, not as bad, but it's reminiscent of the Prince Andrew thing when he did that 60 Minutes interview about being on Jeffrey Island. And it's like, you have to understand that the depths of that debate, the depths of that interview, the humiliation, that was a choice that he made. He decided going on 60 Minutes and humiliating myself is better than whatever the alternative would have been. Blackmail is the goat of control. They said them immigrants been causing problems in Scandinavia for a long time. Yeah, well, problems here too. That's what I really care about. London said, always came across as a lizard person to me, so I call people with cluster B personality disorders. Well, it's like the dark triad, don't you know? So I said sometimes relatively normal to me. For him, the last couple of years, when faced with controversy, in the last few years when faced with controversy, watched him semi-regularly until around 5 or 6 months ago. All right, fair enough. But I tried to get into his content when he first started, and there was he was saying things that I agreed with, but similar but different to how I don't love watching Crowder's show. Even though I like Crowder, and there's some clips there, it's like, oh, great work. But because of the vibe of just there's 10 dudes in the room and they're all adding on to a joke before they get to the actual thing, it's like, ah. And Russell kind of did the same thing with his flowery, poetic language. He's got a reptile brain. Yeah. Yep. He just had to grift on his main thing, and his main grift is how to be a Christian in 7 days.
Problem, if I may put it to you, where I think you sit. You talked about sitting on the fence. It's a little bit, some would describe it as a grift. It's like, come on, Russell. You change your mind about stuff and a sixpence, right? And
that's what they say about you, actually.
Well, sure, but I'm interviewing you.
Professional.
Right? So my point is...
So you think, that you can command
I'm not saying I believe this. I'm saying, there are people who think you're basically just a massive grifter, that you're very smart, you're very eloquent, you can be very persuasive with the power of your words, but that actually when it comes to any of these issues, you don't really have a personal principled view.
I do, and it's a really
Your view is that all people in power are terrible. But when I challenged you to say, well, what would you actually do? You've got a 20-minute eloquent spiel, which doesn't answer the question.
Oh, my
Exactly.
God, it actually does answer the question. Let me try and do it again. Firstly, find faith and integrity in yourself. Do whatever you can. Pray. Find God. Secondly, we cannot have systems that prioritize the centralization of
I didn't get it until you spelled it out for me.
power, whether that's representative democracy or this global commercialism.
So what would you do?
Use the technology that we currently have. All right, good. This is the bit I wanted to get to. Can I have a glass of water? I mean, it's Associated Press.
Well, they're not under any obligation to give us bottles of water.
Oh, I see. Well, actually, this guy, my mate Jake,
we are trying to find someone. They're not our servants.
No, absolutely. Hold on a minute. I'm not declaring these people.
They don't all work for us. We're just hiring their studios.
No, I know that, and I think I've established.
Can we get the man some water so we can go on to what the fuck we're doing?
Was the obligation crossing the floor?
I like the tap water.
You like the government water?
I love it. Yeah, no problem. Even
I drink tap water.
if it kills me.
I can't keep drinking the government water, Piers. I can't keep taking the government
Actually, the water is some of the cleanest in the world, but you know that.
Look, you're a very argumentative and obstreperous individual.
Not at all. I just like to
You've
challenge.
even argued with that.
I like to challenge people.
How did I not see it? How did I not see it? It's because he was cornered at being called a grifter. Very obviously. At that opportune time. He needs water. He needs to stop the whole show and call out the crew members to get his water. How much time did that actually take?
Power and the question, they've got democracy. Good, this is the bit I wanted to get to.
All right, so
what would you do?
So what would you do at 1:14:34? 1:14:34. That's where the question is asked. What would you do after being accused of being a grifter?
Use the direction. Well, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. That's so kind. Was the
Actually, no, we're going to go through the whole
camera crossing the floor. See, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that glass of water. Would you like some? Don't be proud.
I'm good, man. I like the tap water.
You like the government water?
I love it. Yeah, no problem. Even if it kills me.
I can't keep drinking the government water, Piers. I can't keep taking the government
Actually, the water is some of the cleanest in the world.
Still going.
You know
Look, you're a very argumentative and obstreperous individual.
Oh, he used it twice, bro. You can't use obstreperous twice in the same conversation. You can't use it twice in the same conversation. That's like you just learned that word yesterday. And so where are we at? We're at 1:15. 1:15. 46. 46. So that's over a minute. Over a minute that he had to stop the show to figure out what the fuck should I say next. How did I not see that? How did I not see that?
Not at all. I just like to
You've
challenge.
even argued with that.
I like to challenge people.
Go on. So go on. We were talking about. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to say. You say that I'm a grifter, and actually, to tell you the
I
truth,
say other people have said that it's all a grift. And
Yeah.
they would actually include, and this is for you to actually, in the end, only you know. But you've got this new book, How to Become a Christian in 7 Days. People say, look, you only became a Christian 7 months after the allegations were made public, and that this is part of your thing, that you've worked out that this could give you some kind of cover. You're a born-again Christian, that this is, you've heard people say this.
But what do you
A lot of
think?
other people take you very sincerely and believe absolutely in your commitment to this.
I know, I hear you, mate.
I was with a mutual friend of yours, bumped into him, Bear Grylls, the other day. He was a great guy who was there at your baptism, who famously saw the video and so on. He absolutely believes that it's sincere and genuine. And I completely respect that. I don't know.
Notice how he still has not given an answer as what would you do regarding the COVID stuff. These people know what they're doing.
No, right? In the same way that I don't know where the truth lies about the allegations you face.
Or COVID, or Israel, or Palestine.
No,
and this neutrality is terrifying
Sure,
for
but I can
people.
only proffer an opinion.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to change my opinion.
Good.
Right? My question for you is, do you have genuinely principled opinions, do you think?
Yeah. Because I think if you don't...
Okay, what are they? What are they? You've been so silenced. Now you're on Piers Morgan Uncensored. And you're getting directly asked about these opinions that everybody's trying to keep you down. But you don't answer.
Yeah, I do. But obviously I ask myself the same question. Why go to the aggravation of going on Piers Morgan? Because I tell you, with everything that's been shown to me, with everything I've learned, the idea of maybe selling some books is a professional obligation in some ways, but it sort of doesn't weigh that heavily on me in the scheme of things, just because everything else is so sort of varied, luminous, brilliant, beautiful, awful trial, magnificent trial, best of times, worst of times, revelation of real truth, exposure to the fallibility and facetiousness of fame. In a sense, Piers, like you, I don't have the kind of thick skin you have, because I sometimes think you genuinely don't care that if people think you're a grifter. I don't think that. I think you are a creature of our time. In a way, I think that's what is always brought forth.
Well, I think in the end, only I know and only you know, right?
Maybe not even. Maybe not even, because why would you make yourself the highest authority? You can sort of understand your intentions, but there is a thing in psychology called the unconscious. There is a thing in Christianity called the spirit. And both of these things indicate that your personhood is not absolute authority. And in your sort of continued stance, which is somewhat legitimate as a journalist of neutrality, what's kind of masked in that is that Christianity demands of you that you make a choice.
But I'm not neutral.
You kept saying, I've got I'm proffering an opinion, but I don't care about COVID. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, I get people on from all sides to debate it. I personally have a lot of opinions, a lot of strong opinions. I'm not afraid to express them.
But Russell, you seem to be very slow. It's like pulling teeth here. Russell just got to come out, just got to come clean and take it hard, like the charlatan he is. Well, again, we'll see what the comments say. Do the comments buy it? Then he's not going to have to. But if people aren't buying it, there's nowhere else to go from here. And it's not even a matter of you are trying to give an answer that is going to be good enough. You're explicitly pivoting away from the entire thing.
On from all sides to debate it. I personally have a lot of opinions, a lot of strong opinions. I'm not afraid to express them. If you ask me about, do I believe in vaccines? Absolutely is my answer.
Yeah.
Your answer was a long spiel of not answering.
It's like, I'd be really careful about it. I'd be right careful.
Have you?
I'd read Gavin DeBecker.
No, actually, yeah. You've been very, very careful not to answer questions.
His book, Facing the Facts. That's what Forbidden Facts by Gavin DeBecker. That's what I'd read on that. And I'd read The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert Kennedy. And then,
okay, and what do they say? What do they say? Give us the TLDR.
Then make a decision, and also tell me what books are good to demonstrate the alternative.
Tell me this, what kind of Christian are you?
What would you do instead? I would read some books and see what would be good. Okay. Yep. Once you fucking see it, you can't unsee it. Hey, shout out to a glowing dog with the $2 make you holla. Thank you. So very, very much a treat for Morty and adding to the Uncle Lutch Fun. We're gonna. I'm deciding whether or not we should change the name once I get the name of the baby, or if we just like the Uncle Lunch Fund. But either way, thank you so very, very much, and my niece will definitely appreciate you all. Yeah, everybody who has donated is going to be. Ooh! I just came up with something. So the top 10 donations between now and when we get the gift, and we'll stream the whole thing. So it's make sure we all got that, and given the gift and all that stuff, we're gonna make content out of it. Make sure you guys get to see exactly what's good. But I think the gift, whatever it is, depending on how much we raise, we can get a really cool gift. The top 10 donations. So luckily, Funkmaster will be up there, but TV Viewerski always dropping big tens. But even if you're dropping two here, 99 cents there, super sticker there, then Top Donut gets to name the baby. Trust me, if I could, I would. You think I'm joking? If I could, I'd be like, yo, how much does the name really matter? Let me get in there. So, not going to do that. But, yeah. So, however, I just set it at 500 because I want to get something that is, significant, that because it's a group of us, it'll be from the family, and the top 10 names will be named specifically, whether you want to use your Discord name or your YouTube name or your government name, whatever it is. We are going to make the baby and the family very, very happy. $1,000, the baby does 10 push-ups. I'll do it. I'll make the baby do 10 push-ups for $1,000. Let's go. But that's a different. If that's gonna be $1,000, that's a different $1,000 than the gift. But I mean, think about how, especially if you have kids. Imagine if because my sister knows that I don't have money like that, and I've talked a little bit about it, but my family's not that close. And my older brother is, he's with his girl. They don't want kids. I'm me. I would love a family, but, it's probably not right around the corner. And she's the baby of the family, bringing in the next generation. Thankfully, my parents get to be grandparents before they pass, thanks to her. And so I do think that this is going to be something that really brings my family together in a way that I've literally never experienced. And to show how much there is a similar care in the baby and the family, and you guys as my family, and I think that's going to be really, 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 really cool. Jersey born and raised, baby. Get him Greek said Russell ain't no saint. He gonna get rectified in prison. Yikes. Get him anally. Oh, the Badlands. Yep. I'm your sister by another mister. But dilly. All about that family. I don't know. Especially if you have, if you've experienced, because it's a very different thing than what a lot of people experience as difficulty in childhood. There's we didn't have money, and or there was substance abuse, and or there was violence and stuff like that. That's the big stuff. I was very, 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 very lucky. There was not a lot of any of those things in my childhood. But that doesn't mean that we were, a close, happy family. And so it's difficult to express hey, I wish my mommy loved me more. When it's like, oh yeah, but she also married a doctor and your parents are together and you lived in a nice house and you didn't have to pay to go to college and all those things. But it is tough. And so it's very special to me. All right. Let's dive right back in. Is that the TX? Shout out to Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. Futoy said, becoming an uncle is very special. I remember looking forward till they started talking. I can't wait. I mean, I don't know exactly what to expect, but I think it's gonna be amazing. So we'll see. Before the internet, what was that? When do we say the internet started? 92 or 98? When did the internet go online? 91. So yeah, I think all of us were here. Is anybody here younger than born in 91? I think we're all up there. I think Little Chose, you're younger, right? Yeah, we got an old crew here. We got an old crew, so don't you worry. Oh Jesus, tell me what kind of Christian are you? The fake kind.
And make a decision, and also tell me what books are good to demonstrate the alternative.
Tell me this: what kind of Christian are you?
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith.
Soon, Jesus Christ!
Knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
What?
I'm asking.
No.
Did anybody else catch how defensive he was about that? He's just saying, "What kind of Christian are you? What denomination?" That's weird.
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith, knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
What?
I'm with Piers. What's wrong with asking if you have a denomination or not? And of course, the answer is, well, I'm the kind of person that I have to believe harder than all of you do because I have all of these demons and I'm the one that the devil is, whatever. Wait a minute, 67? That picture don't look like you are that old. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Knowing that I'm like a...
Yeah. Let's actually add the sound effects so we get the full effect.
So tell me what books are good to demonstrate the alternative.
Tell me this: what kind of Christian are you?
I'm like a kind of Christian that has to hang by a thin thread of faith, knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
What?
I'm asking.
No.
How dare you?
What the fuck kind of exchange was that? What the fuck kind of exchange was that? That was so weird. Weird. Bullshit. Right, if you're a fundamentalist, say you're fundamental. I mean, whatever. It's a weird question to be weird about. Just say I'm non-denominational. Oh, buddy. Start doing some stretches, because it's only gonna get worse. Yeah, right? Nothing wrong with having some denomination. No, nothing wrong with not having a denomination. But just weird. I'm not making the claim that, oh, he's a fake Christian. I am not making the claim, oh, he definitely raped whatever girl is accusing him. What I am saying is, in this conversation, he is acting weird and defensive. $78, yeah. See, we got some. I was gonna call you boomers, but you fucking boomers. Guys, we are coming up on the 30-minute mark. Make sure you get in those donations, not only for Morty, but for the new baby.
That I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
What?
I'm just asking.
No, I'm very.
It's not an allegation. I'm just asking.
I just treat everything as another
I know
allegation.
you do. If you don't mind me saying, you're.
Was everything okay in that interview we did in 2006?
Yes, but it's.
I'm going to call that projection. So what that says to me, what that reaction says to me, is that whatever happened in the interview in 2006, rent-free in Russell's head. Listen again.
In thread of faith, knowing that I am broken, that you are broken.
Do you have a denomination or not?
What?
I'm just asking.
No, I'm very.
It's not an allegation. I'm just asking.
I just treat everything as another allegation.
I know you do. If you don't mind me saying, you're.
Was everything okay in that interview we did in 2006?
Yes, but it's you are slightly hypersensitive.
Do you think there's anything wrong with 2006? And as Piers is saying, you're hypersensitive.
Was everything okay in that interview we did in 2006?
Yes, but it's you are slightly hypersensitive.
They hate us because they hate us. Different, but same.
That kind of thing. I think because you don't really do many interviews, if I'm honest, you don't do, this is the first interview you've done with any Brit, for example, since the allegations. And I'm grateful to you for doing it, but you are slightly hypersensitive to anyone challenging you. Because most of the media.
Are you in the Discord? Join the Discord and drop a pic, and let's all rate Jennifer. I'm just kidding, but do join the Discord. But I'm just kidding about the rate.
You don't really get challenged.
I don't mind being challenged, and I want to be challenged actually, and I like being challenged. And like I didn't go, what, Piers Morgan?
Right.
This is what he's like.
Yeah.
he's going to be stroking my thigh for
I think this is a good conversation we've had. People will watch it, and they'll take a view, they'll agree with you or me about this, that, whatever.
I think what you're
I don't know how many people are going to agree with him, but
this should be how conversations are had.
I don't think it is actually, but like what you're interpreting as sensitivity, it might be sensitivity. It's a form of intelligence or a form of awareness, so maybe that's the right word. But it's also a kind of frustration, and the frustration is the sort of feeling that we're supposed to be saying something that could be valuable, and we're not quite.
I like a sarcastic girl, you know what I mean?
Getting to it, and I think the reason we're not quite getting to it is because you're so sort of expertly schooled in a particular type of discovery. And I felt that when I made an incorrect assessment of Trump on the one time I met him in, like, I don't know, 2006 or something like that. I'm like, oh, he's a person that has a sort of a genius, but in a very narrow line. I said.
I would agree with that. He does have a genius in a very narrow line.
To myself, it's almost as if being good at the game Hungry Hippos is the most important thing in the world, and this person's a master of it, and he's become elevated with a very unique skill. The same could be said of LeBron.
I mean, I wouldn't put it at hungry hippos, but he's certainly not the most well-rounded president that we've had. I think he's the best president that I've had in my lifetime. Let's call it a buck.
In the world, and this person's a master of it, and he's become elevated with a very unique skill. The same could be said of LeBron or of Beckham or of anyone, like a skill that is prized in a particular culture, a particular time. And what I'm thinking with you is you're so good at sort of generating sort of conflict and sort of a kind of a needling energy. And I am easily needled because I think that there's purpose and meaning in life. And I believe in new systems of leadership and new systems of government.
So, it's, I am very easily triggered by this. Interesting.
And I believe in real change. In fact, even the very idea of government could become a position of service. That I believe there are people of valor that are just waiting. That even in the fraughtness that one might get if you talk 1 minute to Tommy Robinson and the next minute to George Galloway, and you're aware of Jeremy Corbyn and you're aware of Yanis Varoufakis, you think, well, there actually are sort of great minds that could participate in a way of actually improving people's lives. And in Christ, there is the potential that you yourself can live with the odd paradox of your brokenness and the sort of failings of your life.
You can, baby. You can.
The mistakes you've made and the errors, but also becoming whole in that. For there even to be justice or innocence, these concepts and words we're bandying about, there has to be a God, or you can't have those concepts.
Okay, why? Just saying a bunch of shit and not backing anything up, whether you're making spiritual claims, whether you're making claims about why the Matrix and the deep state is after you. Not a single fucking answer. Not a single fucking straight answer. It's because he's...
Be justice or innocence, these concepts and words we're bandying about. There has to be a God, or you can't have those concepts.
You took probably this Bible, actually. I think it was this one you took into court, wasn't it?
Sometimes I also think you're not listening. Like, that's why, like,
I did. You're literally talking about...
But, like...
What do you mean? He just... I've never seen a professional personality be this defensive. This is weird is the only word that comes to mind. This is so fucking weird.
You took into court, wasn't it?
Sometimes I also think you're not listening. Like that's what like I
That's
also
what I did. You're literally talking about.
but what I mean by that is that the
So whenever someone says you're not listening and you are listening, just repeat back to them. You just said A, B, C, and D, and D. Right? Yeah. Okay, then clearly I was fucking listening.
this might sound a bit, I don't know, woo-woo or hippie. So the sort of the energy is a kind of like,
Oh,
talk this
Jesus.
Bible into court, and I feel like
Oh, Jesus. Come on, Russell. You're going to chase Jennifer away.
I already know where that thread's going. Like,
Where's it going?
It's going to go, what are you like holding in there? What did you think that was going to be achieved by that? And it's not like, that's what it is. It's cynicism. That's what it is. It's
Why are you
cynicism.
preempting
I
my
think you're
question?
cynical.
No, we're skeptical. Skeptical and cynical are not the same thing. Being skeptical means that you believe nothing except that anything is possible. Being cynical means that you automatically assume the negative. Nobody is assuming anything here, Russell. We are asking open-ended questions. And not a single whole answer was had that day. There goes the reputation. There goes the reputation.
By that. And it's not like, that's
No,
what
that
it is.
wasn't my
It's
question at all.
cynicism. That's what it is. It's
Why are you
cynicism.
preempting
I
my
think you're
question?
cynical.
About what?
I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence. I think you're cynical.
I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence.
What? Oh, hell no.
Speak English, motherfucker!
About human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the
Projection. Now, this might be a slightly different kind of projection. And maybe something different. Let's walk through it. Because he's acting in a very defensive manner when Piers is just trying to understand. And because he's not swallowing up whatever Russell is saying, he's saying that Piers is being cynical. What I think is that this is another tactic to get in the lower-minded people and anybody who's giving pushback. Oh, you're just being cynical. Semantic obfuscation. So I don't know if we count that as projection, but either way, it deserves a whistle. Is there an echo? Did they fix the echo or no? He is just a fucking hippie. Yeah, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I saw a boat called Little Miss Can't Be Wrong this morning. Was Russell driving it?
Essence. I think you're cynical about human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the most positive people you'll ever meet.
I don't think you believe that you're capable of greatness. I don't think you're...
I've already achieved greatness.
Oh, God, darling. I don't think you...
Whoa, this is getting personal. What is happening? I think this is what we call a legitimate crash out. Hey, shout out to Dexter in the building with the big 10. Thank you so very, very much. Where's that horn? There we go. Oh, where's Morty? Morty, come get your treat. Come on, it's a big tenner. Let's go. Hop, 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 hop. Oh, he always does this. Morty! Come on, man. What are we doing? I got water for you right here. We'll give him a second. But thank you. Dexter said, give him more than one this time. Okay, we can do that. Especially since he's making us wait. We'll leave him right here. Morty, come. Is he dead? Oh, he's eating. He's eating his food. So, yeah, he went upstairs to get food. Because before Dexter came through, he was like, all right, ain't no money here. So we'll leave these, the double. Thank you. They will be, I'll put them right here for him. and he will get them. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. And if you didn't know, now you know. That also contributes to the Uncle Lutch Fund. My niece is going to be born any moment now, really. And I want to get her a gift from you guys because of how much you are family to me. And so you are helping that. So thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Caps Lock, Dexter DS. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, sir. We'll get him, we will get him his treats when he gets here. Very much appreciated. What else am I missing here? Personality disorders? I don't know about that. But I think it's just a very common, Hollywood star, I deserve everything, so I'll take whatever I can get kind of deal. That would be interesting. Okay, here I'm coming down the stairs. That would be a very interesting thing that would explain a lot. That would explain a lot. Why he's acting weird/different. Why he is trying to get ahead of bullshit. And yeah, that would be very interesting. There he is. One more! Yeah! Oh, whoa! There you go. We got one. And we got two from Dexter. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Yeah, I do think that's an interesting, an interesting thing. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. I'm thinking of moving to South Carolina or Arizona, but that's a whole conversation. We'll see. Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Thank you. As somebody said earlier, though she is not born yet, of course, life begins at conception. So I am indeed an uncle. The Uncle Lutch Fund is to try to get her the most amazing gift from our family. You and I, we are family. Let's do it. Shout out to JL in the building. Welcome. Russell Brand is a joke. Oh, it's a joke. He must be. Why the Jersey shade? What the fuck did I do? Yeah, right. Everybody's going after the fucking East Coast. God damn, he's not from Jersey. He's from the UK, right? Was Russell Brand? Yeah, the UK. So what the fuck are you talking about? Talking shit about my home. You don't know. I thought it was didn't the methinks come first? The lady doth protest too much, methinks. I guess it is. Yeah. Russell being the lady in this case. Yup. All right. So back to the Russell Brand crash out. Just going in on Piers Morgan for apparently no reason.
Cynicism. I think kind of like this might sound a bit, I don't know, woo-woo or hippie, but the sort of the energy is a kind of like, talk this Bible into court, and I feel like I already know where that thread.
I mean, planes exist, girl. Hit me up. Let's go. I've been in Texas before, and I'll fucking come through again. Let's go.
I don't know, woo-woo or hippie, but the sort of the energy is a kind of like, talk this Bible into court, and I feel like I already know where that thread's going.
Where's it going?
It's going to go, like holding in there. What did you think that was going to be achieved by that? And it's not like that's what it is. It's cynicism. That's what it is. It's cynicism. I think you're cynical.
About what?
I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence. I think you're cynical about human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the most positive people you'll ever meet.
I don't think you believe that you're capable of greatness. I don't think you're.
I've already achieved greatness.
Oh God, darling.
So that's like straight up offensive. Like not meaning, how dare you say that? But I mean, he's saying I've achieved greatness. this show that you are on using to rehab your image, that is greatness. And he's like, oh darling, you think this is greatness? What are you doing, bro? Well, that was what Soil was saying. I mean, that was his whole thing, that he was doing drugs, having sex, hedonist, whatever feels good in the moment, and then he changed and became a Christian. And so that's why Soil was saying, where is it? Soil was saying, I wonder if he relapsed recently. That would definitely explain a lot of behavior. A Fed? Where? Okay. All right. Let's dive back in. Yeah, again, notice how, like, if somebody said that, like, you can never achieve greatness, and you have stuff in your life, whether it's a family, whether it's a business, whether it's a project, whatever it is, you're like, I have greatness, I have this. And somebody's like, oh, honey, oh, sweetie. Doesn't that mean, no, you didn't achieve greatness? Is that not him saying that this show is not greatness? And I mean, you can agree or disagree, but you're saying it to the man's face. Oh, Dexter, again, out sponsoring himself. So very, very much appreciated. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Have a good night, man. Have a good night, Morty. Have a good night, Dexter. Everybody put W Dexter in the chat. Thank you. So very, very much. Each little donation, 99 cents, $5, $10, $100, whatever it is, every donation gets us closer to the most epic gift that will make me the cool uncle and you guys somebody who, when she's old enough, because like I always tell you, we are way closer to the beginning than we are to the end. So she's going to go up. She might replace my co-host. Oh shit, wouldn't that be awesome? Thank you guys so very, very much. Let's dive back in.
That's what it is. It's cynicism. I think you're cynical.
About what?
I'm not preempting your question. I'm preempting your essence. I think you're cynical about human beings. I think you're cynical about yourself.
Not at all.
I think you're cynical about yourself.
I'm one of the most...
I don't think... Usually on Fridays, he's not around. I think he watches something else on Friday.
Positive people you'll
I don't think you believe that you're capable of greatness. I don't think you're...
I've already achieved greatness.
Oh, God, darling. I don't think you think you're capable of participating in meaningful change or even...
Like, that's a mean thing to say. And I agree with Jennifer. You only get one chance in this realm, and especially if you don't believe in any other realms. Life is not a waiting room. This may be all you get. So treat it accordingly.
Meaningful conversations. I think you think the best that Piers Morgan can do for himself is to host hideous spectacles of conflict about real serious, awful, dreadful stuff.
Why are you here then?
Well, I'm here actually because
Because I need to rehab my image after fucking a bunch of bitches that didn't want it and having to go into hiding because of the Matrix was after me. That's why, obviously, Piers.
You think the best that Piers Morgan can do for himself is to host hideous spectacles of conflict about real serious, awful, dreadful stuff.
Why are you here then?
Well, I'm here actually because I don't mind trying to learn a little bit from you.
You're prepared to come on something you categorize as a hideous spectacle?
No, I think it's a hideous spectacle, say, for example, the stuff where there's multi-panels and people are like really screeching at each other, maybe about trans issues or whatever. And I don't know, maybe there's something cathartic in it, maybe, but I don't. And also, I don't want to like lay all that on your shoulders. I'm just saying I don't think that's the right way for us to be stewarding the culture. And I think we could do better. And I suppose if to really go into it...
Yeah, we just got to do it your way, right? Right, Russell? Just pretend to be a Christian, and then everything in the world is fixed. No. Maybe I was confused. I thought that was the message.
What I think is, this is a person I could probably learn from and benefit from, but there'd have to be trust, and it's hard to trust because I sometimes think you're too caught in the world that you used to be in. And
Can I go back to asking you a question about your Bible?
Yes, if you want to.
Thank you. Was that the one you took into court?
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court, and what you were seeing, looking at some passages? What were the relevant passages for you?
All right. Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
Again, weird. Just weird. What kind of... This is not human behavior. I have now gone into the camp. I am now in the camp where I believe Russell Brand is a reptilian.
You're the very one.
Okay. What was your thinking of taking it into court? And what you were seeing, looking at some passages, what were the relevant passages for you?
All right.
Gotta look them up because, I have them starred here. I don't remember them. I just need them for when I'm in situations like this.
Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. That didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit.
You mean Ricky Gervais interviewing Russell or Piers interviewing Ricky Gervais? Either way, I would cover the fuck out of that. Get him Greek said Russell lashing out because he's going to be taking care of Big Bubba for 10 years. Very possible. Very possible.
It was this from Isaiah. You're right. Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty.
Mods, remember to keep an eye on the stream goal timer. That is when the after party will begin. Look at that. Look at that. That's being a fucking mod. Dilly. Sounds shitty when it comes from me. But if you say the same thing, then it's, it's a little different. And so Jason said, Russell people should never let him go on this show in this condition. I think that, so what I was saying before is I think this is a similar type of situation when Prince Andrew went on 60 Minutes to talk about being on Little St. James with Jeffrey. We have to imagine that Russell had at least two options. Go on Piers Morgan and do this, or something else. Get caught for this. Whatever it was. And he chose, his people chose, that this was the more ideal scenario. Meaning that had he not done this, whatever is about to come down the pipe is going to make things worse. Just like with when he was Prince Andrew. The decision to go on 60 Minutes and have that interview was the preferable choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. And so that's why I'm coming in a little bit more skeptical and maybe in the cynical frame of mind. Because there's a lot of weird shit happening here. So as he's projecting his betters than thou self-imposed holiness in a desperate attempt to still believe he is who he says he is. Probably because he relapsed. That's my final answer. I agree. I think that puts all of this in line. That puts all of this in. It makes perfect sense if we plug in he relapsed. Not saying I know that happened. I'm saying based on Occam's razor, that seems to be the most reasonable answer. Jeremy said, pathetic attempt to comfort his handlers. Weird, yeah, but it's by design. All mainstream podcasters need to watch out. That's why you don't want to become a mainstream podcaster. All these companies, management, you get a bunch of money up front, but then you're owned by them. And that's why it's going to take a while for this channel to grow, because I want to be the supreme leader. I don't want anybody over me saying, you got to do this, you got to talk about that, you can't talk about that, you're supposed to... No. I'm building a community with me, Morty, and you guys. That's all we need. We're gonna fucking make some shit happen. In 10 years, you're gonna be like, oh fuck, that dude Lutch really knew what was good. Just you wait. Just you wait.
They're in the old gallery, but
so still can't find the verses that were important to him.
This is from Isaiah.
So important that he needed to bring it into court and show everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, Isaiah is a book of the Bible.
Excuse me.
Bro. What are you doing?
It says here.
Bro. Wait. Oh, I thought I paused it. And Piers is like, y'all seeing this? 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 Unabashedly awkward moment. Many moments. Do we miss a hungry dance? Oh, guys. A second. Wait, who's the first? I'm a first. What you mean? Unless it's gonna be Morty. I can't. Bible with random post-it notes scattered about. Well, I mean, that actually lends itself to the fact that you did read and you're taking notes and trying to do Bible study. This makes it seem like the book is a fucking prop. You don't have one. I mean, any of you Christians in the chat right now, if you were on TV, this is essentially being on TV. If you were on TV and somebody asked you about a Bible verse that was important to you, how long would it take you to name that? Name it. You don't have to say what it says, but just John 15 verses whatever. Put it in the chat. Let's see how many of you can find a. Oh, of course. Yeah. Let's see how many of you are much better at naming a Bible verse as a Christian versus the guy who's going to tell you and me how to be a Christian in 7 days. Well, I mean, that's the beauty of the internet. That's the beauty of the internet. And this look from Piers, he's like, oh, yes. Because, again, we back to Sun Tzu, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. Him fumbling through the book, be like, yeah, I think it's, no, it was over here, and, no, maybe this one, or Isaiah says, no, well, actually, that makes him look really, really bad and disingenuous. Boom. Hey, shout out to Jennifer Arrow. Jennifer, we got 2 Jennifers now. Thank you so very, very much with a big $10. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. And again, adding to the Uncle Lutch Fund for my baby niece and the stream goal for Morty and my puny biceps. Thank you so very, very much. But yeah, I want you guys to do it. Put a Bible verse. We're gonna you can think about it already. But I mean, if you're Christian, you probably think about this shit anyway. But I want to see if you guys can type and post the verse before he finds it. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Very, very, very much appreciated. And yeah, if you missed it, the Uncle Lutch Fund is to get the craziest, awesome gift for my baby niece from you guys so that we can bring my families together. I think it's going to be awesome. You can dictate her first memory. You got him again. Even if you're gonna go John 3:16, even if you know it just from wrestling, he's still searching. You came on here and you didn't think maybe just have one in the chamber.
The verse that I was looking at that day was not this. I can't actually. I can't actually find the verse that I had that day, but this is good enough.
But again, you're an actor. If you can't find the verse, then just pick another one. Pick a good verse that you like. There's lots of them. Especially if you believe. Wild. Wild.
This is from Isaiah 12. I will praise you, Lord. Although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away, and you have comforted me. Surely God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. The Lord himself is my strength and my defense. What I was looking at before is that there's a bit where he says, see, I'm doing a new thing, Isaiah says, like springs in the...
Okay, so Christians, I really need your help here. I really need your help here. I need you to tell me specifically, is he right? Is he wrong? And if he's wrong, how so? So I'm going to go back the whole Isaiah 12.
Find the verse that I had
Isaiah
that day.
12.
But this is good enough. This is from Isaiah 12. I will praise you, Lord. Although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away, and you have comforted me. Surely God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. The Lord himself is my strength and my defense. What I was looking at before is that...
So that's what he read. Let's see if his interpretation has anything to do with anything, or if he was just like, gotta find something.
There's a bit where he says, see, I'm doing a new thing, Isaiah says.
Notice how he's gone down. Before we were talking, oh, we don't, well, okay, if you want to do, now we're doing Bible. We gotta turn on the Bible voice. Otherwise, people aren't going to know that I'm serious. Greek says, Russell was looking for Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous hand. I feel like a real Christian would not forget that. And even if you forgot exactly where it was, then a real Christian would be like, it's the Isaiah thing that fear not, for I am with you, the strength in you, something like that. That is what I would expect when you're put on the spot for something that you already did. Because remember, Piers didn't ask him, just give me a verse that you like. He brought that Bible into court with him, so much so that Piers knew that was the Bible. So now we're asking about the verse that you used in court, and you just don't have any fucking memory. I'm with you. So is Glowing Dark. This motherfucker. Who the fuck? So we got 9 votes. Remember earlier, 43% said yes to this exact same question. There was an I don't know option on that one. It was I don't know, we'll see later. But now 89% of you.
Oh, hell no.
Russell isn't a genuine Christian. He's a liar, POS.
Bingo.
Seems like it. There you go. So the soul, less time than Russell Brand. Romans 3:23. For all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. I mean, is it reasonable? Is it reasonable? Yeah, right. Is it reasonable that perhaps it was just that he was put on the spot? Is anybody, put a 1 in the chat if you're willing to say, that looked bad, but, you know, that was just, there's a lot of Bible verses. He's new to Christianity. Put a 1 in the chat if you're willing to give him that grace. Put a 2 if you think he's full of shit.
Like springs in the desert.
Oh, yeah, and the interpretation. So let's see if he's got the right interpretation.
Looking at before is that there's a bit where he says, see, I'm doing a new thing, Isaiah says, like springs in the desert. But like in the desert of your life, when your life becomes barren and difficult, that a new resource with God will appear. And in a situation that obviously feels quite pressurized and condensed, and in all those preliminary appearings that I've attended, there's the presence of something very beautiful. Grace, it would be called. In one of the moments, I think it was the first hearing, although I've had several, the people that patted me down for Securicor went, all right, Russell, geezer, just 50 years old, just some normal geezer. Patted me down on that for weapons or, I don't know, sharps. And I'm going to have to touch your hair now. You're not going to like this. And he went, the whole country's behind you, mate. Whole country's behind you. And
then everybody stood up and clapped. I'll take things that never fucking happened for $1,000, Alex. This is what I expect from like a small town Baptist church where someone's, oh, I gotta testify. And you say some basic bullshit. It's like, oh, praise the Lord. This is what Christianity looks like in America today. Maybe not the majority, but a lot of self-ID Christians are just like that. And so before you determine that somebody's spiritually corrupt because of what they do and do not believe specifically, maybe learn what it is they believe and what it is how they see the world before you determine that the atheist is worse than the Christian. Just saying.
I felt very, very encouraged. I felt very encouraged that these institutions with their emblems, unicorns and lions, are not all there is to our country. And the reason I take it here is to sort of remember, that's the point, I think, of becoming a Christian, is to remember to put back together again who you are.
The power of Christ compels you! The power of Christ compels you!
That we're not, you're not and I'm not our identity in the world, like the identity of I have to do this to get money or get whatever it is that we think we're getting. And it actually is real, into so much as to say Christ is real. That even in the transition from you had the perspicacity and the insight to diagnose it, even in my agitation of being in an unfamiliar situation, even with someone I've known interstitially, as you correctly assessed at the beginning, my whole life's a trial. And it's not...
My whole life's a trial! That isn't that like a colloquialism of Christianity in general? That like, yes, your life is a trial. That's not like some unique galaxy brain take. Like that's just part of the faith, no?
Not culminating, because there will be a life after it, whether it's in jail or not. But in that trial, in the hardest times, I've found him. And it's not like a sort of a palliative. And I suppose the reason I feel difficult around you is because I feel like there's a cynicism that if I talk about something...
Again, it's your fault. The reason that I'm being full of shit and defensive is because I feel that your cynicism that's not there. I can't wait to read these comments.
I mean, it's very beautiful and certainly robust enough to withstand any of us.
I'm not questioning your faith.
I'm not saying that you are.
I am.
I'm not saying that you are. But I think it's so important, not because of me, obviously, because who are any one of us? He has no favorites. But I feel like,
he told me that he likes me more than you.
Yeah, hopefully this isn't a grift. Hopefully all of our lives aren't just some stupid attempt to garner material things in this temporary place to create the appearance of permanence as we just pass through time to death.
But again, Glowing Dog, I don't know that this is... So if we have a lawyer speaking for you, then that already implies some level of guilt. It shouldn't, but it does. And so when he's got allegations and he's kind of been out of the spotlight for a while, then it makes sense that he has to be the face out there that's correcting all of this. So I think it's a matter of you got to go out there and do it or just stay quiet. Yep. So that is the 3 hours, guys. So the party rages on. The members only party begins now. Okay, wait, I got to update the Lunch Fund. We are at $31. Gang. So now we've got a new stream goal. So the Uncle Lunch Fund stays there as well, but we got the after party goal. 5 donations of $2 or more, or a $20 total. And I've got push-ups to do. Morty gets his special treat. However, if you are in the Discord and you would like to, trigger the VIP party, we just need 3 people in the voice channel, and that will end the stream and start the VIP party. So thank you so very, very much to all of you who are not members. You can still, we got to end Twitch as well. You can go over to Rumble, where that is still available. You, of course, can talk in the Discord. Neither of those are going to be able to be pulled up, but the party rages on.
Things in this temporary place to create the appearance of permanence as we just pass through time to death. In this horror of this time, where the worst things that could be said about a man.
I don't think he would do that. I don't think he would do that.
And while my son was...
Guys, remember, it is absolutely free to join the Discord, and we've changed things up because we're doing the members after party here on YouTube. Then it is open to everybody. So just make sure when you join, you let me know. I'll turn your name yellow so you get to see the whole damn thing.
You know, having surgery, as you already know, because you've heard me say it elsewhere, the most graceful and beautiful things happened in my life. I felt whole, and I felt loved, and I felt everything's going to be all right.
Kind of like when I did acid.
And also what's been surprising about it is all the things that I kind of knew just as a kid and going through life as a countercultural person. I mean, not trusting authority is what I mean by that. It's all been underwritten by scripture. It is explained and foretold. You're fallen, Piers. I'm fallen. We will participate in this world in a fallen way. And I reckon the reason me and you both love Bear Grylls, in spite of our sort of, I don't know, whatever this chemistry is because he is sincere and he demonstrates Christ.
Unlike yourself. So let's see. What do the comments say? I always do that. Okay. All right. So let's see. Comments. Piers calling someone else a grifter is like the Spider-Man meme. Okay, fair enough. But he didn't deny it. He just said, okay, we're not really talking about that. I fucking love acid. You continue to be a representation of something unstable and unreliable. Well said, Russell. Jesus Christ. Never heard someone speak so long without being interrupted by Piers. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. But such a jarring interview. Impossible to watch, but hard to leave. Thank you both. Very telling of the editors. He avoids every question, just waffles until they're discussing something else, like a politician. The sound of the Bible pages. Tartuffe is a person who hypocritically pretends to be deeply pious, virtuous, or holy, often for selfish gain.
Bingo.
Well, let's give that a like. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Strong minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, and weak minds discuss people. It's like Brand is trying to hypnotize Piers with words. Most of what he says is just complete twaddle. Russell talks eloquently for a great deal of time. At the end, it says nothing. He talks around in circles about everything and nothing, so people aren't buying it. No matter how many times you hear Piers respond with, while pretending to listen, make no mistake, he's a bad faith interviewer. Fair enough. You remain an avatar of something mercurial and untrustworthy. Jesus Christ. I suppose it'll be funny to see how patient the judge will be trying to listen to him. So let's go. Oh, wait. Cannot stand people who can't give straight answers without going into endless soliloquies. This whole interview could have been 30 minutes. So before we go back into the video, let's see what the... Okay, so the original comment, you continue to be a representation of something unstable and unreliable to Piers. Russell going from non-political addict to left-wing to right-wing. Yup. We all want non-government water. I'm good with my government water. Another nothing word salad. Identical meaning to you're an avatar of something mercurial and untrustworthy. He's saying nothing other than I don't trust him. The rest was pretentious wanker gibberish. What an insufferable scarecrow. Imagine being in a group who made Russell rich. But when you spout off nothing but word salad, you'll eventually say one thing that is effective. It's like a broken clock. Right? Twice a day. Yeah. So, I mean, it seems like there's some people who are buying it, but in general, everybody could see the bullshit. Everybody could see the bullshit. Did we get... What the fuck? Did you just sign up? Hey, I didn't get a notification, but I'm gonna assume that you just signed up. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You are a disciple now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much love ya too. Shout out to Texas. All right, let's see what else we got here. I actually just want to look at the chapters. We're at 129. So we got changing religion. What's next? A Muslim. How will Russell deal with life in prison? Oh boy. Oh boy. We got more. We got more. The members. Party on. Let's fucking go. And of course, don't forget about Morty and the baby.
Sort of, I don't know, whatever this chemistry is because he is sincere and he demonstrates Christ. And I do have a tendency to, as a raconteur and as an entertainer or whatever, try to present stuff. And I do have a tendency, I think, as a person that's felt even prior to all this happening, feel like I'm being under attack my whole life anyway. And that if I wasn't famous and if I wasn't sleeping with loads of women, I wasn't worth knowing or even worth anything or even worth being alive.
You're not. Oh,
and
I was gonna,
even though, of course, it's the worst thing that's ever happened in my life.
I didn't mean to say he doesn't deserve to be alive, but the other things he said before that, just to be clear, he doesn't deserve that stuff.
My whole life, anything or even worth being alive.
Well, no, wait.
Famous, and if I wasn't sleeping with loads of women, I
I'd be like,
wasn't worth knowing or
you're not
even worth anything or even worth being alive.
There we go.
And even though, of course, it's the worst thing that's ever happened in my life to be accused of these things, but God provided, because that was happening with my boy, Herbie, who's doing real well, it sort of showed me it was all bullshit, man. You know who you are. You know what you've done. You know what you've not done. You know your
bullshit, bullshit, bullshit
behavior. How has Laura, your wife, dealt with this?
She's like, well, like, I'm in a real marriage, mate. And I suppose you are you?
Mm.
So what it's like being in a real marriage is like it's someone who actually knows me and who's known me for a very long time and knows, like, see, when even in the introduction, some people he's a silver-tongued devil and other people he's an arsehole. Well, yeah, but yes, and yeah, silver-tongued devil, arsehole. But she knows me and she loves the reality of who I am. And she's like a cradle Catholic, but she, like you, I figure, sort of, you know, it's hard to live your life like Christ is real because the world is telling you in a million different ways that he is not, that God isn't real.
Is she a believer as well? She is committed as you?
She and I, me and my wife, Laura, we've like, her beliefs are very different from mine.
All right, I don't care about this. Let's get to the fucking... What's next, a Muslim?
A Jew?
Okay.
Kind of
How is it so difficult?
I've got this challenge, purity, got rankled even at the asking about the denomination, is because it's so beautiful in its purity and its formlessness.
But most Christians...
Yeah, Jennifer said, this guy needs to stop churching it up on his current situation. Come on already. He's embarrassing himself and me. I'm not even a Christian, and it's embarrassing me. It's embarrassing me that I'm expected to buy this. That I'm expected by him and his people that we're just going to eat this up. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, you're a Christian now. You're a good person now. Are you
Christians have no problem saying what denomination they are.
It's not like I've got a problem with it. I've got this challenge.
And I'm a Catholic. I've got no problem telling you.
I know, but you're very different. You're very different.
But why? Why is it so difficult?
What? Different than what?
To answer.
It's not difficult to answer.
Then answer it.
I'm really interested in Catholicism. Really interested.
You were an
I kind of
atheist.
love it.
You then were a Buddhist.
But see, that's like that. That's antagonistic.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, Jennifer. Let me update the banner for you. Of course, don't signing up as a member does count towards the goal.
Catholicism. Really interested.
You were an
I
atheist.
kind of love it.
You then were a Buddhist.
But see, that's like that. That's antagonistic.
No, it's not. It's factual.
I'm like,
you were an atheist.
what are you going to be next?
You were a
Yes.
Muslim. That's what some people.
That's what
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
That's what some
Were
people
you okay?
think. That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the jab?
Russell.
Have you vaccinated your own children?
Defensive. Defensive. I mean, that's an extremely reasonable question that a lot of people see that you were an atheist and you're on the left. Now you went to the right and so on and so on and so on. Why is that something that you're offended by? Why is that something you're offended by? I don't get it. Shout out to Jennifer, who is the new sponsor of the after party. Very, very, very much appreciated. And we got Glow in Dark, a member for 2 months. 2 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, the member chats do not count towards the goal, but they will get Morty a treat as a thank you for being a disciple. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
Yeah, don't be sending me your last dollars. Send me your fucking money. Send me your fucking money. I need your fucking money, but don't send me your last dollars. All right, this is a free show. And well, I mean, now we're in the after party, but the other part. It's a free show. This is the goal of the show is to kind of show who I am, who we are, and to get you guys to join the Discord so that we can be a coalition that will one day have actual power to change things in society. I know it's going to take a while, so for now, we're just doing this, and everything that you guys donate goes either to the baby or right back into things that make the channel and the Discord exist and be able to grow. So, just by being here, just by hanging out, just by being part of the chat, hitting the subscribe button, hitting the like button, sharing the video, those are all free things that you could do that just take a second that really, really, really do help. So I do know that you are trying and you never, ever have to tell me why you're not donating. It's a free show. So thank you very, very much. Let's get into it.
That's what some people. That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
That's what some people think. That's what some people think.
What does Hitler have to do with you changing your religion? So, Russell, this is the... Nope, wrong one. Projection. That means that Russell Brand sees the idea of changing religions as a bad thing. Otherwise, why would he be offended by the notion that he might do the same thing he just did and change his religion? Or he's on drugs.
Like, you were an atheist.
What are you going to be next?
You were a... Well, yes.
Muslim?
That's what some people...
That's an Scientologist?
That's what some people think.
Hitler. What do you think about Hitler?
That's what some
Were
people
you okay?
think. That's what some people
Should we
think.
get the jab?
Russell,
Have you vaccinated your own children?
Take Bear's advice and calm down.
No, you take Bear's advice and be a good man.
I am a good
man. Be
man.
a good man.
I'm just
and no, it
pointing-
costs you to be a good man.
You may not
it
like-
might cost you everything.
You might not like...
It might cost you everything
Russell,
to become one, but
Russell,
you can do it.
You might not
You can
like...
do it, Piers.
Russell, these are basic facts. You were an atheist. You then became a Buddhist.
No,
now
they're
you're
not,
a Christian.
Good. They're not basic facts. They're information.
They are basic facts, bro. What are you doing? Apparently drugs.
Being tailored and collated.
Is it not true?
Yeah. You are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
You're the one who told us these things.
And so I'm fine. Yes, very clearly, Piers Morgan is trying to make clips and get, whatever. But he's not doing so. He's not doing so in a way that is like Kathy Newman, where he's he's asking you basic questions. They might be questions that highlight your shortcomings, but this is specifically why people are weary of you, because you won't answer these very basic questions. You're the one that converted to Christianity. You're the one that wrote a book that says, I know how to make you a Christian in 7 days. And then when you get asked questions, it's like, I try.
Yeah, you are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these things.
I missed that part. Did y'all hear what the fuck he just said? Listen again.
True?
Yeah, you are attempting to create, using a collage of language.
You're the one who told
You're
us.
attempting to create, I think he means a narrative, using a collage of language. Projection. That's you, bro. That's you. You're the one who's trying to use a collage of language to create a narrative. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Jefferson, I understand his stance. He's a plant for the UK. More truth behind distraction. They're supposed to. But, yeah, wild. Wild. I mean, the only person in the world Russell could ever genuinely say this to is Jordan Peterson. And it seems to me that that's just how Jordan Peterson thinks and talks. With Russell, seems like a performance.
Not true.
Yeah, you are attempting to create using a collage of language.
But you're the one who told us these
You told us that.
You were. You told us.
Oh, really? That's the level we're at. That's the level we're at. Bro, what are you doing? Say goodbye to your reputation.
Israel's got the right to protect itself.
Yeah.
This is a genocide. Don't take that COVID shot. Take the COVID shot. Ah! Listen.
But I'm happy to talk about that. You're not.
I'm happy.
Exactly. In the same way that you're so offended that Piers Morgan said you might change your mind again, you earlier in this conversation said, hey, you changed your mind. You were wrong. And guess what Piers did? He said, yes, sir. I was wrong. I updated my position because of new information. Can you do the same? Or are you just grifting?
To talk about anything, but I would prefer to talk
But
about...
I only know you're an atheist because you told me.
I prefer to talk about something, Piers.
Fine.
Something.
We're talking about your profound belief in God. And as a Christian...
No, we're not talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing...
No. We're not talking about the actuality of God. He didn't ask you, how do you know God exists? He asked you, what denomination are you? He asked you, what verse meant something to you? What are we doing? Russell's a brain. And me too. I like the vibe. But the words, the message, just ain't there. It just ain't there. This is, sad is the right way. It's very sad. This is very sad.
And as a Christian...
No, we're not talking about my profound belief in God. We're talking about the actuality of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing water carrying for Satan. That's what we're talking about, Piers.
Crash down!
Of God. And we're talking about the fact that you have been doing water carrying for Satan. That's what we're talking about, Piers. Water carrying. The fallenness in this world. Fallenness.
I've been carrying water for Satan.
Satan is the epitomizing object of the realness of evil.
I hope you all notice how much condescension is coming. Yeah. I hope you're all noticing how much condescension is coming from the one who believes that they know because Christianity. I'm not saying that you personally do it. I'm saying this is a very common thing. This is extremely common. And especially for, exactly what you're talking about when people have flashy rhetorical skills. It's not only how they're saying things, but he believes, based on what I can see, based on what he's saying, he believes that he is morally superior because he was a Christian for the last 3 years. I haven't been a Christian in a long time, but I'm pretty confident that Jesus didn't want you doing that. Wasn't it the Pharisees? That whole thing? Come on, man. Water carrying for Satan is gold, though, and I will totally be using that in my life. But definitely not in the way that Russell just used it. You mean in a very cope and way? Yeah. Probably won't be as effective. But carry water for Satan! I genuinely would not know how to respond to that.
I've been carrying water for Satan.
Satan is the epitomizing object of the realness of evil. The evil is not some abstract moral idea.
Who's the Satan I've been carrying water for?
Okay, so yeah, if it's not abstract, then what's the antonym to abstract? Because if I think about an abstract painting, then it means it doesn't have a clear meaning. But if something is not, then anyway, if it's not an abstract idea, then it's something you can point to and say that is Satan, which is what you're carrying water for. And I'll bet $1 bajillion, I certainly don't have, that he ain't gonna answer that. Carrying gay water for Satan, right? We're all Satan water. We're all Satan's water boy on stolen land. Dilly, motherfucking Dilly. Ever said, really? Jordan? Who's Jordan? Jordan, I'll take him on right now. I'm tired of this files distraction from the fact that the U.S. under Trump and Kushner and Bibi Netanyahu has control. To the hell with this guy already. Well, lucky for you, they're about to talk about the war in the Middle East. I don't know what it is, so we'll see if it's interesting enough to actually stay with, or if we want to see some other stuff. But that is the next chapter.
I suppose it's, and I'm trying not. I don't mean to be mean.
Well, you are being mean.
The Satan,
you like, I don't care.
It's the institutions.
Yeah, again, the like, don't fucking touch me. You're actively being a dick. Don't fucking touch me.
Of media power and how they interact and operate with government. I suppose one could argue your initial position in COVID. One could argue what went on with the mirror stuff. One could argue what went on, say, with the contentiousness around the terrifying and awful conflicts in the Middle East. But more importantly, right now, that there's a chance for us to, even when like I sort of take my own advice and more importantly Bear Grylls' advice and think, right, just sit and chill, that you sort of revert to a kind of, he was an atheist, he was a Buddhist, and I can't see that as a good faith inquiry.
Bro, oh my God, this is so beta. I don't even know the word. I don't even know. Like, this is cucked, maybe? Well, you accurately pointed out that I was an atheist and now I believe in God. I don't like it.
How dare you?
You're still bitching about this? How did you make it in Hollywood where they ask about every little thing about your life if this is who you are?
That you sort of revert to a kind of, he was an atheist, he was a Buddhist, and I can't see that as a good faith inquiry. I see it as an attempt to generate an outcome and to create a sort of a kind of
So lean into that. Yes, I'm trying to generate the outcome of understanding what the fuck it is that you think and why your change is genuine, and other people should believe that your change is genuine. I'm not saying that it's not genuine. I'm just asking why people should believe that your change is genuine. There you go. There you go.
Syria, whether that's in this room with me or sort of more broadly among people, like Piers Morgan Uncensored could be an opportunity to.
That's that. So we'll see. We'll see. Because again, I'm not promising that we're gonna stick around for the whole war discussion. But depending on what he says, that could be another thing. It could be the drugs, or it could be that he got. Maybe he got. We about to find out.
To house, frame, and present in a kind of graceful way important opinions. And I'm not suggesting that I've got any of them, but I happen to be in a sort of a really weird situation in a way that's deeply similar and comparable to your own. You've sort of gone down the weird gushing chute of fame in a million different ways, been close to actual dark, nasty power, come out the other side. And what I suppose I'm saying is, look, I'm happy to have it. It's because nothing means anything to you. It's like, that's what it feels like a bit. Like, what means something to you?
Projection. I think Piers has been pretty clear that he cares about things like family, country. He's a Catholic. He cares about that. You're the one who can't nail down the thing that you say you care about. What are the questions that we've had? What Bible verse do you like? What denomination are you? You changed religions once. How do we know you're not going to change again? That's cynicism? You little bitch. You little bitch. Either that or he's a little bitch. Jennifer said, sorry, not sorry. Start with the scriptures, the handbook for life, but you have to have an open mind, not a hive one. As a non-believer, I will co-sign that. So the says that he lost control of his personal life and he thinks he can control his public life, and that is apparently a huge mistake for him right now. Seems to be.
Saying is, look, you know, yeah, I'm a happy certificate. It's because nothing means anything to you. It's like, that's what it feels like a bit. Like, what means something to you? Like, you love your wife, you love your kids, you're willing to die for your country.
So those would be things that have meaning to him. So he does have meaning in his life, or he doesn't have meaning. So I'm not as smart and ostentatious, obstreperous as Russell Brand. So.
But the UK is about to march teenagers into war. The United States is about to do it. And me and you, like, you know, me as well, maybe we are a couple of grifters, a couple of worthless, lousy grifters that will say whatever we have to say to stay on the internet, make a few quid and float the book. And, oh, Meghan Markle, she's a bitch. Is that all right? Is that a bitch? Israel, yeah, fuck it.
JL, I'm going to pull that up if you're still here.
Yeah, maybe that's all we are. But through him, not through you or me, we could be something great. And when I sit here with answering questions about whether or not I vaccinate my kids, I think, no, not this. This isn't
I can do this, dude. Through him, all things can be done. You think that we're down in the dumps and this country's going downhill, but we just give up all glory to him and everything will be fit. Bro, this is Bible 101, Church 101, Christ 101 type shit. You have no business preaching anything. Vociferous.
This isn't it. And there's a hair that's been bothering me for a long time. Thankfully, it wasn't attached. Otherwise, that would have been grooming. And what would that be in the ape world? What I want to say to you is that
What did he just say?
Thankfully, it wasn't attached. Otherwise, that would have been grooming. And what would that be in the ape world? What I want to say to you is that I want to be better. I want to be better.
Was that a gay joke?
And for me, the cost of that, who knows what that's going to be? You've alluded to it already. I want you to do it as well. I know you can do it.
Do what?
I want you to be a meaningful participant. I feel that there's some reason that you're in this world, and it's not to generate conflict. And it's
the audacity to be staring down years in prison for anything. Be like, I feel like you can do better. I am speechless.
Not to generate, it's to participate in the creation of truth. That was always your destiny, and I want you to do it.
Is your book going to generate profit?
Actually, I've already decided, and believe me,
I'm going to donate everything to charity. I'm going to donate it to the Vatican. Put your guesses. I'm putting up another poll. Put in the chat. Where do you think? I've already decided, and believe me, what has he already decided? So okay. What was I going to ask? Is a brand a Nobody? I already forgot what I asked you, so I hope you guys fucking remember. Oh, yeah. Is he going to have an answer here? Yes? No? What is it going to be? Nobody? No, you fucking gays. If there's anybody who is watching who is not a member and is in Discord, can you let me know if you are able to participate in the polls? That would be good to know. Let's see. He's already decided.
Is your book going to generate profit?
Actually, I've already decided, and believe me, I don't want to do this, but no. But if it does make any money, and the chances of that are slim in this crazy world, that I will find a way. In fact, me and you...
Poor baby. Nobody's going to buy your book about telling them how to be a Christian in 7 days after being a Christian for 2.5 years and suck at it. Oh, no. Play.
But if it does make any money, and the chances of that are slim in this crazy world, that I will find a way. In fact, me and you, if you, I mean, like, you know, I want to give it to something that means something. I've seen it all. I've not seen it all, but I've seen enough. I've seen a lot.
It's Tucker Carlson's company's doing it, right? TuckerCarlsonBooks.com.
Tucker Carlson Books is an imprint of the company Skyhorse, which are a company that will publish stuff of cancelled people.
Yeah.
What is
7 days is on sale.
What does Revelation 3:9 say?
TuckerCarlsonBooks.com. But no,
I don't think it's good to be all sort of passive like that. You know, like sort of say neutrality. Yeah, I'm just it's my job to be a journalist. It's good in a way.
I've never claimed to be neutral, don't we?
He said it's good that you're neutral, but also you could be great in being not neutral. What? This guy is very confused. And as somebody who was a genuine drug addict, I can tell you that people don't pick up drugs because their life is going great. Maybe in Hollywood, but in general, you don't get yourself into trouble with drugs if things are going well. And so it does seem like this is a troubled man who, regardless of what I believe, it does seem like Christianity has helped him get his life on a better track. But the ego is creating I don't even know what the word is, a desire, a temptation, I don't know what you would call it. Fuck, I forgot to put the goal up, but you guys know what the goal is. This is weird. So said, yes, to is Russell Brand a good representation of his own beliefs? Yes, no, or I don't know what his beliefs are. Soil said yes, because he is showing his fruits with this conversation. I think they are true fruits, just a bit fermented, and the tree is crooked.
What?
Can we put that in non-believer speak? I kind of think I know what you mean, but not fully. He can show his fruits, just hope he don't show his nuts. JL, are you still here or no?
What are you talking about? Where have you got that from? I'm probably the least neutral person on the airways in the world.
Well, I suppose
literally my whole reputation is of being highly opinionated. Where have you got this idea that I want to be neutral?
I reckon it's from like
such totally bizarre misreading.
Lack of conviction.
Really?
That's what I feel, yeah.
You don't think I have any convictions?
You couldn't name the Bible verse. You couldn't name the Bible verse. You couldn't name your denomination. But Piers is the one that doesn't have any conviction. Projection. This guy gonna get me shit-faced. No, you. No, you. That's all Piers needed to say this whole time. No, you. So, what are we saying? By their fruits, you will know them. So, you're saying, yes, he is a good representation because he is representing that he, in Jennifer's words, got some work to do. Is that, are we there? True faith will help keep you steadfast when hard time comes. If you are wobbling to this degree when your foundation is shaking, what is your foundation really built upon? Just thoughts. And I don't know if you're saying these are you're just offering your thoughts, or that his foundation is based on just thoughts. But either way, it works.
That's what I'm feeling. I feel that you're a beautiful person.
Oh, now we're going into feelings. Remember, fuck, I wish I remember who it was. But somebody called out. It might have been Warren Smith. But anyway, doesn't matter. When you're seeing people have a contentious conversation, whether it is a debate or an interview like this, when people are willing to assign motives to other people's behavior without a clear understanding, that usually is projection. Then when you say, I feel like, that weakens what you're saying. I feel like you're a beautiful person, but you're doing blah, 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 blah. Okay, you can feel all the fuck you want. I'm sure you felt some dude's dick in your ass, so not really concerned with what you feel like.
Really?
That's what I feel, yeah.
You don't think I have any conviction?
That's what I feel.
That's what I'm feeling. I feel that you're a beautiful person, and like, I want to be in a position where, look, man, think of the ones of this I've done. I've done Paxman, I've done that other little one with the earring. I've been around all these people, mate. And all I want is to feel like, in the midst of some terrible madness in my own life, which definitely needs to be resolved, and I pray to God that there is a resolution of this that we can look at. And, oh my God, that's miraculous that happened.
What if you get convicted and you go to prison?
And it's not very nice.
No, not that.
I'm
No,
talking
not
rats.
that. Not
You'll
that.
have to choose again.
Not
There'll
that.
be the white supremacists,
Not that.
the Muslims.
Projection. Another form. You're going to say, what if it's not nice? Are you going to stay? Nope. That's probably not what he's going to say. But let's find out. Defensive.
No, not that.
I'm
No,
talking
not
rats.
that.
You'll have to
Convicted and you go to prison.
And it's not very nice.
No, not that.
I'm
No,
talking
not-
rats.
not
You'll
that.
have to choose
Why are
again.
you giving him an American accent? It's not very nice. That's not how you people speak.
There'll be the white supremacists,
not
the
that.
Muslims.
Not that.
What you do, join
How-
the white supremacists
how
on one
will you-
day,
no.
and then grift
No,
for
no.
cigarettes
How-
with the Muslims on the next.
We don't get a lot of women around here, but the women we do get, y'all are real ones. Y'all the real ones. And, just another opportunity to show, even though my overall life goal is to get humanity beyond needing religion, I have no desire to take religion away from you or make fun of religion or make fun of you. And I think, both sides. There's plenty of atheists who will make fun of Christians, but there's also a lot of Christians who, aren't very Christian when they find somebody who's not a Christian.
How will you deal with the fact that in that moment, God has felt that's the right thing to happen to you?
Then, drink the cup, man. Drink the cup. That's the deal we've got. That's the deal we've got, Piers. And how will you feel on your judgment day? How will you feel on your judgment day? Because it's outside of time, it's here now, and it's forever. Meaning that all of us have a calling to be wonderful. And it's bigger than even important, serious things where evidently people have been hurt and big trials and big consequences for.
Have you been surprised? I mean, I've been through a few ups and downs, as you pointed out. But
Well, it's also it's a bit like there's kind of a dementia. Have you ever spoken to someone with Alzheimer's and they'll just suddenly the way that they talk is kind of like, I've been through some ups and downs.
Well, no, there's a reason
There's no
I'm asking the
continuum.
question. Well, when people go through ups,
It's like he always thinks that he's the smartest person in any room. And whenever, I have experience here. And so whatever you're going to say, I already know. I don't need to listen to it. You should just listen to me. And I'm going to say it in such a vociferous way. I don't even know if that makes sense, but I'm just making fun of his vocabulary. Yeah, right? That's what Jesus taught. Drink the Kool-Aid. But he can get you to be a Christian in 7 days. I mean, how long is this book? Hold on. Audiobook, $18. How many pages? Where are we? About 200 pages. How long? A 200 pages audiobook. That would probably... I wonder how long that would be. Because I think maybe we could turn that into the Friday streams. Friday streams are a little bit slower. Every Friday, we're going to read through how to become a Christian in 7 days. And we'll see if after 7 weeks, I'm a Christian. $18, guys. That's all it'll cost. Yep.
They talk is corrupt. I've been through some ups and downs.
Well, no, there's a reason
There's
I'm
no
asking the question.
continuum.
When people go through ups and downs, in my experiences, surprising people reach out to support you.
And also, what's that body language?
And other people that you would have expected to don't. Have you had that?
Oh man, yeah, it's unbelievable. It's sort of an unbelievable kind of churn and change of your life. That's sort of, well, it's a bit like you saying, if you're convicted and you're going to jail, knowing in your heart of hearts that you're not a rapist, how will you deal with that God wanted that for you? And it's like, wow, this is reality. I'm not scared of the truth. I love it. It's all that's real by definition. So what is it like when, you know, you lose touch with that person steps up? It's like, oh, that was always true.
Who's disappointed you the most?
Give us the top fives. Top fives.
Who's been most disappointing to you?
No one disappoints me.
Nobody. Everybody's happy and everything is great. So then why do we need religion if nothing in this world disappoints you? Then I don't understand the necessity of what you're saying. That if nothing is disappointing, that means everything is fine. This is the liberal basis. This is something that I have to fight because I was a default liberal, and so there's a lot. Up until recently, I had a very emotional type of reaction to things like women voting. I was like, well, why wouldn't we let women vote? Like that, you know, that's fair. That's equal. That's nice. But there's real reasons why you would want women not to vote. And you can agree or disagree with those reasons. But there's an intellectual, academic way to address that question. So real quick, just to appreciate your soul. But we don't need 3 donations so the VIP in Discord. If 3 people join the voice channel, I'll end the YouTube stream and we go over and talk over there. So we don't have to worry about TOS. You guys are on screen with me. You don't have to cam up or anything, and we can chat. So the donations are for push-ups and for Morty's special treat. But it's just a preference towards the VIPs and the Discord server. Because, again, guys, that's what it's really about. They said headbanging, curse and shakes made the world go round. I said dilly, dilly to that. All right, let's see what they're saying about the war. Appreciate you, Soil. Not a problem at all.
Come on.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Top fives.
Who's been most disappointing to you?
No one disappoints me.
Come on.
I'm not doing your mad little game of reducing everything to trivia and tittle.
And so there it is. I mean, yet again, projection. It is you, sir, Mr. Brand, who is playing a game with your brand. Piers is just doing his job the same way he always does it. Exactly what you signed up for when you not only, called in, you went to the fucking studio. Who is this helping? Who is this helping, Russell?
Tattle, because some things, believe it or not, Piers, are not trivia and tittle tattle. In fact, there's an argument for the direct contrary, that none of it is trivia and tittle tattle, that you're continually in the moment interfacing with a really beautiful reality that has a veil laying across it, and all of us are sort of tangled and interacting with the veil. Oh man, I just sort of thought Terry Wogan and David Icke 1987 vibes. I don't want to do that stuff.
There he is, touching again in a contentious conversation. That's a power move. It does not surprise me at all that he would use that. I hate that I'm saying this, but that aura of, there's something going on here, but I very clearly want X, Y, and Z. I want the conversation to move this way. I want the rest of the night to move this way. He seems like that kind of guy. He deserves his day in court, innocent until proven guilty. but just giving my personal humble opinion, he seems like the type of dude. I mean, what are we doing?
I don't think that I'm especially important or that I have any unique or novel insights. I've just had a really unusual life and I've written this book. And the key thing about this book is becoming Christian is a consolidation of all the mad musings of a mind that was embedded in and wedded to the culture. I thought,
oh, is that what it is? Bro, I was Christian 10 times longer than you've been Christian. Who the fuck are you?
wouldn't it be great to be famous? Wouldn't it be great to marry a pop star? Wouldn't it be great if you could sleep with endless women whenever you wanted to? Consensually, one might say, given the nature of this current appearance. But at the end of it all, even though obviously you have to find God to get any of you that are clean and sober from drugs and alcohol.
Are you sure? Because I didn't need God. I mean, I wasn't at fucking Hollywood rock star level of drugs. But I mean, I was getting fucked up. And I mean, sure, she was my girlfriend, but we weren't married. And I was, I was doing my damn thing. So already, I haven't opened the book yet. And your entire premise is wrong. I mean, psyops exist, guys. Psyops exist.
Current appearance. But at the end of it all, even though obviously you have to find God to get any of you that are clean and sober from drugs and alcohol, and you have to get clean, you have to find God, or some kind of God, to even cope with life without your former God that was drugs and alcohol. Coming to Christ is like you're exposed to a deep reality that is beautiful and available. And so it's not like...
Kind of like when I did acid. That's the second time that you've told me, oh, God will do this. But I had God, and I didn't get that. And I did acid, and then I got that. That's twice in one conversation. Maybe you don't know quite as much as you think you know. Because you've lived, and you've seen some things and some stuff.
Always good, because sometimes still, like this morning, I was worried about coming on Piers Morgan. I'm even a bit worried now. I'm doing this on Piers
You should be.
Morgan. Will they use it? It's uncensored, so I suppose by definition...
Every word we've said will appear.
Even the sort of the long pause on Isaiah, that'd be a good moment.
Oh, yeah. We ain't cutting out that long pause. You going, the Bible, no, not this one. It was that one. Oh, it's upside down. Sorry. My favorite verse. You didn't ask me about. You asked me which verse I was thinking. Yeah, it's all in there, baby. It's all in there. Or Gnostic. Maybe that's why I didn't want to answer the denomination question. But like, why? If you're a Gnostic Christian, like, okay, I understand in terms of marketing this book that might turn a few people off. But I think not wanting to answer and being dodgy and defensive and offensive and condescending. Like, if you were not a Christian, let's say you weren't a Christian, you heard of Christianity, you knew that, like, it's a thing, it's an ideology, some people believe in it, there's some things, and a lot of people say it's the greatest thing in their life. If that's all you knew about Christianity, and then you watched this conversation, would you be interested? Me neither.
Flip that up. No. Everything will appear exactly. That's my promise to you now. There will not be a single second cut.
Careful what you wish for.
What do you think your duty is here? Not with me as a guest.
Just to ask you questions.
No, not with me as a guest. That's sort of largely irrelevant. I mean, you as Piers Morgan.
I think I have a platform that is now pretty big, pretty global, and my job is to take complex issues, get people with strong opinions and hopefully some brain power who have strong opinions that don't agree with each other to debate these things, or to have one-on-one interviews with people like you, where I try and just be. I said to you before we came in here, you asked me, what do you want to get out of this? I said, I just want to be fair to you, right? I don't think I've been unfair.
No, I don't think
what I've been struck by is that you.
But you've been saying that he's been unfair. You've been saying that he's disingenuous. You've been saying that he's cynical. But now, no, I don't think you've been unfair. So it's fair to be cynical. Is that what you're saying? You see, this is why we have to break down what these people say. It's not a matter of, oh, Russell Brand. It's so important that everybody understands what Russell Brand is saying. That's not the point here. The point is that people in general know how to play a rhetorical game. And if you are not hip to the games that are being played, then you are likely to be somebody who falls for bullshit. And hey, we all fall for some bullshit sometime. I fucking voted for Hillary Clinton because I thought the world was going to end because that's what CNN told me.
Stupid.
But you need that humility to be like, oh, I was very confident about that, and I was very wrong about that. So the next time I feel that confident about something, I'm going to make sure I'm this confident. That's it. That's it. You're just going to, after Piers early to take the pressure off of him. Yep. Deflection, defensive bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
I think underneath the calm exterior, you've tried to exude, quite understandably, I think inside you, there's a lot of tension, a lot of stress. You know how big this moment is coming in October. I've known you 20 years.
Okay, October. That's when it's coming down,
Like I said, we're
baby.
not like friends, but I've known you. And I've always got on well with you. I'm not one of these people that suddenly pretends I always knew and always hated you. I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't look at you and think you are this or you are that. I would prefer to let a jury work that out based on the evidence. And
that brings up an interesting kind of not really side quest, but a relevant point here that the relationship, for lack of a better word, between people who know of each other or are in the same industry at the same level. Like I'll use Confluence as an example here because that's probably the best example that like I behave as if Confluence is a friend. He's friendly. He's friendly to me. We talk about things other than directly stream relevant things, but we're not friends. That's not a dig at Confluence. I would be friends with Confluence. I don't know his name. I don't know what his eyes look like because his night streams, he always wears the sunglasses. Kind of like a bitch move because we all have fucking bright lights in our face, but that's an aside. Point being, there's a realm, and you guys tell me if this exists, more in a corporate environment too. I would imagine there's coworker relationships that are kind of similar, but I've never been in a 9 to 5, so I wouldn't know. But the understanding that like we could be fucking tight as shit. We could be boys. But that's a different thing than us being friends. And so as a streamer, even at this level, I thought this would not be an issue until I was not famous, but like 10K, 50K subs type shit. But even with you guys specifically, I try not to bring it up too often because it's hard to articulate properly. But if you're here, I trust you. That you got it right. None of us, or I'm not. None of you are my friends, and I'm not any of your friends. That doesn't mean I don't love you guys. That doesn't mean that we're not a type of family. That doesn't mean that the community is not very tight knit. That doesn't mean that the times that we're yelling at each other until 3 a.m. about some bullshit, that doesn't mean I don't care about those things. But it's just a different type of relationship. And learning that is the case and then navigating that. Yet another thing that when you start a YouTube channel, nobody tells you how to do it. So as I remember that video of the kid in the car seat and they'd say, bullshit. I don't. I remember, ouch, David. I remember that, but not that. I'm doing the Kristen Bell. Let's one more time. One more time.
Oh, I'm out of snow. Bullshit. No drinks for me, thanks. Bullshit.
Perfect. Fucking perfect. All right. Jennifer said, who thinks Joe Rogan is compromised? Just like this dude, it all comes down to money in the end. I think it's a slightly different case with Joe Rogan. I think that he, inadvertently is the wrong word, but in a non-malicious way, he kind of cozied up to people who are the them, like the Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, even Donald Trump. You know, people who are like in high places, and there's so few people in the world that Joe Rogan has to care about what they think of him. But that, if you check out the channel Podcast Cringe, great channel. He covers all the Rogan Sphere podcasts. And let's head over there. We ain't getting much from this. So let's do Podcast Cringe, and we'll see what his last Rogan video was.
It's so weird to me that this is our jobs.
Bro, do you remember when we first started?
Yeah.
It was for nothing. No one made any money. We just had a couch. I had a couch and some microphones.
It was so pure.
The whole thing is still kind of pure.
So before we get there, Soil said, I tend to think Joe Rogan has that fuck you money. He doesn't need to compromise himself. However, I'm sure he has strong views on things stronger views on things than he shares on his show because self-preservation and sense. And I mean, yeah, I think this is going to be a good, yeah, right. I don't think it's a matter of he is compromised. It's a matter of his interests have aligned with the wrong people. Jason said, if I was Rogan, I would hang out with people that run the world too. All right? Like, until you get there and you realize, like, oh, it really is like a cabal. Like, you don't know until you're there. And then when you're there, it's like, if I talk bad about them, they might kill me. I don't know. What do you guys?
You really think about it. Like, it's something that's mass consumed. This is about as like pure as you can get.
This is exactly what seems to have happened to the quote MAGAverse, which is we are now at the part where the cult leaders like want to suck my. I feel so stupid because when they were doing their no war thing, that was a big deal to me. I'm like,
yeah, I mean, I agreed. Everybody has a price, but he's got so much money that I don't think that. I don't think he could be bought like that. I don't think that he could be bought like that. I think it's a different kind of price. And again, whether it's a matter of as simple as, oh, I want to be accepted by that group, the billionaire elite, or I've seen behind the curtain, and now if I don't go along with it, that's how I think Trump has been compromised. I don't think anybody's paying him off necessarily. I mean, could be. I don't fucking know. But it seems like he saw behind the curtain. He made all these promises about X, Y, and Z. And he saw behind the curtain and realized that that's not feasible. And instead of being, the transparent guy that he was, he's just like, oh, fuck. No, we gotta do that. Yeah, right? Yeah. Then it's like, okay, I gotta spend a lot more money on security because they're coming for me. But, I mean, your guess is as good as mine.
yes, no more stupid wars. No more wars. We're not going to do any more wars.
Right.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
Can we pull up a video of Trump saying he's not going to war anymore? And you can't do anything about it. You like, apparently there's nothing you could do. You could bitch about it on a podcast. That's not going to do anything.
Do you really think that this war is entirely started because of the Epstein files?
I mean,
what percentage? 50?
I'm going 48 to 50. I'm probably.
Damn. An OG podcaster co-created the entire space, and I don't think he could be bought with money at this point. There are other threats that could compromise many wealthy people, though. Yep. Bingo. I'm with you.
More, it's like this thing you've always wondered about or been afraid could be true.
Right.
You see, no, this is actually true. There are these.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Just bugs trying to figure it out. We have no fucking clue, but we can try to put the pieces together.
Super rich dudes who are doing depraved shit happily.
Tall and funny astronaut Joe Rogan is back, and he brought his oldest buddy Duncan Trussell along for the ride to help steady the ship after all the backlash from Theo Von's last appearance.
I usually watch this channel at 2x, so it's seeming extremely slow to me, but I don't want to do it too fast, so you let me know if it's too fast. I can slow down.
You haven't been keeping up. Joe had one of the most disastrous weeks in JRE history. Theo Von came on the show, and for the second time in a row, Theo started asking all the uncomfortable questions that Rogan's audience has been screaming at their screens for years. Questions about the war, about Epstein, about Palantir, about the billionaires that Rogan refuses to criticize. Actually, not even just that. He's been cozying up to them too. And Rogan's response was to tell Theo he's losing his marbles and that he needs to get off his antidepressants. He literally told the guy who's been on medication for 20 years that his worldview is a side effect of his prescription. And it wasn't just a throwaway line either. Rogan doubled down on it, told him to come chill at the mothership. It was full-blown gaslighting. He basically...
Now that fixes everything. Bro, we're comedians at the mothership green room, and like, there's just nothing like it.
Treated Theo's genuine concerns about the state of the world like some Fruit Loop on 6th Street. There was so much backlash from that episode that Theo had to post on X defending Rogan and explaining that things were taken out of context, even though we saw the entire fucking 3-hour episode.
We saw it. Or at least, I didn't watch it all the way through, but what we, meaning the people, saw it. And so I just want to point out that, just a little random thought about Rogan. Now, you guys, as members, are driving the show. I love to see it. Love to see it.
Episode, he wrote that Joe's been supportive on and off the mic and that they were already talking about getting off antidepressants before that moment. So just quickly, they'd already been speaking about getting Theo off antidepressants, but Rogan thought it would be a good idea to humiliate him on the 4th biggest podcast on the planet. Then on top of all of that, Rogan got caught out lying about
that. Candace number 2. God damn. Talk about bought. She's just bought by your audience.
Where he was when Charlie Kirk was shot. He told Theo he was out elk hunting in Utah, but there's footage of him literally reacting to the news live on air during an episode with Charlie Sheen 6 months earlier. It turns out that Alpha Brain doesn't work after all. And so now Slow Joe drops an episode with Duncan Trussell, his safest guest, the one friend who will never push back, never make him feel uncomfortable, and will absolutely never bring up Palantir. And the comment section called it out before the episode even dropped. Emergency Duncan episode to try and bury the Theo episode. Joe Rogan Experience brought to you by Palantir. Time to defend Peter Thiel and pretend tech billionaires are our friends for 3 hours. Joe was in the mountains of Utah when this podcast was filmed. That one was brutal. I love seeing shit like that because it makes me feel sane. Even Rogan's fans have figured out the playbook. Those are some of the top comments, right? But here's the thing.
And you guys, have you guys seen, I think he plays it a little bit in this, but when he was talking to Theo about Charlie Kirk, he's like, yeah, I was hunting in the mountains of Utah, and people were trying to get at me and whatever, and we used Starlink, but it was the Charlie Sheen episode. They were about to end it, and Joe's like, we can end it. Do you want to end it? And Joe's like, I got a couple more questions. And they cut to go to the bathroom, whatever. They come back and they're like, shit, Charlie Kirk is dead.
This episode with Duncan, Rogan agreed with almost everything he gaslit Theo Von for. Every single thing Theo said that made him seem crazy to Joe, Rogan basically says himself a week later with Duncan Trussell. Man, we're going to go through this episode chronologically because I want you to see how this unfolds. In almost every clip, it genuinely sounds like they're describing themselves. This podcast has become a full-on parody of itself. But just quickly, if you haven't seen it already, I just dropped a full 1 hour and 20-minute documentary on Andrew Schulz over on Patreon, breaking down the timeline of his career and how he fooled everyone over the span of 15 years. I've been dropping bombs on Patreon these last few weeks, so if you haven't already, check out the link in the description and get signed up to my Patreon so you get full access to over 60 long-form, uncensored videos, as well as all the new weekly videos coming out.
And speaking of which, just drop the link to this video. Shout out to Podcast Cringe. Great channel to just keep up with the Rogan Sphere stuff that's going on without having to watch hours and hours and hours and hours of stuff. He really hammers on Bert Kreischer, Brendan Schaub, and Joe Rogan. Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's Duncan Trussell all over the place, but he's like a cool, likable dude. I agree, but that's agreeable is definitely why Joe brought him in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So as I said, I never cared for Schultz. Just I don't know why, really, just a vibe. I liked him for a while. There was like on his, and this seems to be a thing where it's like somebody's cool on their come up, and then they kind of get to where they're at, and I don't know if they stop trying, lifestyle creep. Audience, I don't know what it is, but like I found Schultz when Game of Thrones a season. I mean, I knew about him, but in the podcast realm, when Game of Thrones season 8 was airing, he had a podcast with I think Akash was there, but either way, it was him and a couple other dudes. They're talking about the show, and it was flagrant style where it's like them bullshitting whatever. And that's how I hopped on. I saw they had their Flagrant 2 podcast, and for a while it was fun, and then it just became something different. I don't know. I feel like everybody has a shelf life, where not a shelf life, but you know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, I get it, and then I get it. You know what I mean? Austin demographics play a big part in Texas politics. Joe's podcast is there. Indeed, it is. I wonder, I wonder how far away from the mothership you actually are. Yep. Yeah, same. Well, okay, yeah. I mean, I didn't really think about like trusting him. He was just an actor. Like, I don't go to actors and celebrities to be like, oh, well, what do you think? Like, he was a funny actor. He was in funny movies, and that was as far as it needed to go. Yeah, I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but like you're into somebody myself included. That's why we have a other than the OGs. Shout out to the OGs. Even people who are sign up as members and keep their membership going, kind of fall off. And I could take that personally, but then I would cry every night. So I'm just going to assume that it's not me. All right, what are we doing here? I mean, the blacks.
Shout out to the thousands of members who support me on Patreon and allow me to spend the time to produce those videos that can't go here on YouTube. All right, let's get back to the Slow Joe experience, because during the thick of the pandemic, Duncan actually gave Rogan some of the most important advice he'd ever get. And watching this clip now makes me physically cringe.
Have to watch out because people are going to like try to exploit you. That's the main thing, is like people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world, right? Like they'll get in there, and then like all of a sudden like you accidentally start exhaling shit that's like that you don't agree. I know you don't agree with like Ben Shapiro. Like the problem is like where you're kind of in a bit of a bind.
Fucking Ben Shapiro.
All this human attention has been placed upon you, and you have to wrestle with your identity, because
that's why I need you to move to Austin.
Like you don't need me in Austin.
Come help me.
For whatever reason, people have decided you're one of the magnifying glasses, focusing this beam of attention into the world, and so within that is all this room for disaster. It's like, you know what I mean? Like,
So that's a clip from 6 years ago. I'd actually forgotten how baked they were, but Duncan warned Rogan that people with political agendas will infiltrate his platform and start blowing out their radioactivity into the world.
That's crazy that he called that 6 years ago. I mean, not that that's the craziest type of prediction, but spot on.
And that Rogan needs to wrestle with his identity because of all the human attention that is focused on him. Well, at the time, it was 2020, right? It was controversial, and Duncan hit the nail on the fucking head. I mean, look where we are now. Both of those guys have been completely compromised. Duncan's sitting there agreeing with everything Rogan says, while Rogan agrees with everything Theo said. Like, what? It's actually insane how accurate that warning was from 6 years ago. Duncan literally told him word for word that this would happen, and Rogan's sitting here in 2026 still pretending like he doesn't know what fucking Palantir does.
And this is right in line with when Jordan Peterson and H3, Ethan H3, they did a podcast. And then I don't know if it was the same timing or if it was before, but they took the podcast down because they were getting backlash from people who were like, oh, Jordan Peterson, Daily Wire, he's a Nazi. And so they took the episode down. And Peterson tweeted at him. Let's see if we can find that tweet. And he was like, be careful, because this type of energy will come back to you. I have to see what this video is. Let me type that in. I have to see what this is.
So what do you want?
What do you mean?
What do you want?
I'm not sure. I have to see the menu.
Well, are you going to order the appetizers first, or are you going to get a drink?
What do you mean?
Are you going to order the appetizers first, or going to get a drink? It's a simple question. It's a simple proposition. I mean, by all accounts, if you're using rationality and reason, and you just happen to be sitting down and want to look at a menu first to decide what kind of appetizers or drinks you want, I would think you would have the wherewithal and certainly the at least commitment to your moral values and presuppositions that you know exactly what you want first. Now, is it going to be appetizers or drinks?
Can you just like chill? Like I haven't thought about it yet. Okay, why does this matter?
I mean, well, I think it matters. What makes you think it doesn't matter?
What makes me think what?
I think it matters a lot, actually, if you're going to determine your set of moral priorities and your values. Where do they come from? Do they come from you or do they come from God?
This is just really intense.
How would you even know what to order if you didn't believe in something? You all believe in something. So what do you believe in?
What do I what?
What do you believe in? Where do your values come from? Where do your judgments come from? They can't come from nothing. How can you prove that? Can you prove that?
Epistemologically, no, but perhaps metaphysically? Should we get some chicken wings?
Yeah, I'll have
That was great.
So what do you want?
What do you mean?
What do you want?
I'm not sure.
Anyway, what are we doing? Give me what I'm looking for. X, I hate you so much. X, I hate you so much. This is the worst fucking social media platform in the world. No, that's not what I want. I want that. Can you link or show the tweet that Jordan Peterson made to Ethan Klein of H3 to not what's the word I'm looking for? Kowtow to the woke mob. Let's see if they'll find it. What are you saying? So said if you watch Jerry, the Jerry with Ben on half speed, it sounds like Joe took a Xanax and Ben is a normal person. No, when I watch anything on normal speed, it sounds like that. Actually, I'm not gonna say anything because I have a series of polls that I'm gonna put out. That okay, so I'm gonna shelve that, but. Agreed for a normie. Jennifer said Christianity is a market today for sale for those afraid or who will donate to Israel. Nationalism, Zionism, it's a massive snake in the grass. Come on, man. Agreed. And I think, as somebody who is not a believer, I think this is a very bad thing because people are buying into Christianity as it is a market, instead of the values that undergird that, which can be had and experienced and played out without a God, but also doesn't require no God. It's literally having our cake and eating it too. So I said, I don't care for Vance having connections with Palantir and Peter Thiel. The whole AI data centers and all that stuff just creeps me out. Hard to stay white-pilled. Agreed, but I don't know how we get to a place where there's somebody who I don't know if we're gonna have somebody who is able to do that. All right, let's see what this is. Really? What in the fuck is this? Jordan Peterson tweet. There we go. Bam, 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 bam. So this is in 2022. After Ethan takes down the podcast with Peterson because of the backlash. Jordan Peterson, you will be held to a higher and soon impossible to maintain ethical standards by the very mob you currently wish to please. Then you will make a mistake and they will devour you with glee. Please take this warning seriously. I liked you. And in case you missed the drama, there was a short period where Ethan from H3 was doing a podcast with Hassan. And because he only agreed with the, as a Jew with a wife who is from Israel and has served in the IDF because you have to, and not willing to call babies settlers that are active targets. Hassan and his whole fucking apparatus went after him. Now, if you're down with the Legendary series, you know all about this. If you're not, then you should be. Okay, so you shut the fuck up. I'm trying to sell indulgences over here. $5 for a week of sin. I'll forget that week. Just give me $5. I'll do $3. $3, and I'll save you from hell. Yeah, don't fall asleep first. Don't fall asleep first.
And that's what I mean when I say this podcast has become a parody of itself. Every single clip in this video I'm going to show you sounds like they're unknowingly describing exactly what JRE has become. They talk about manipulation, propaganda, cults, grifters, and they never once look in the mirror or admit fault. Well, Duncan Trussell does, but I'll get to that. Take a look at this clip, right? It starts with a conversation about how governments and algorithms manipulate ordinary people, and it sounds like they're reading from a script about themselves.
The concept of original thought, right? Like a truly original thought. How many times have you had like multiple conversations with different people and they all say the exact same sentence that they saw on TikTok or Instagram? They're regurgitating something that the algorithm's been feeding them. Maybe they added their own twist to it.
No one's illegal on stolen land. Is that what you mean, Duncan? $0.99 get you a week of sin, baby. Let's go.
But it's basically the exact same thought. You just need that algorithm, which has already put every single one of us into a compartment. This is a box. It knows what we like. It knows how long you look at something. It's
whether or not you're on TikTok. That already is the thing. It knows when you poop. It knows what you like better than you do. It's just that TikTok gives a better user experience. I got Avery to download it. Let's see. I think he said give him 2 weeks to train his algorithm. And he's going to come back and be like, yo, I thought it was bullshit. But watch. Just like everything else in your fucking life, you were right. Want the maroon badge like Kelly? I honestly don't know how that works. I think it's just random, but there is a way to do custom badges. So like we could do a Morty thing. I don't know exactly how to do it. So if somebody knows how to do custom member badges, please let me know. All right. Well, this is more angly. This is more of the angles. We all know about the angles. So this is why, Jennifer, you need to join the Discord for free and just drop them pics. I mean, we're all waiting. Hey, shout out to Jason. The $5 in the after party. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. After party donos get bigger treats. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And the party rages on.
It's always listening. You know it's always listening. And so it's compiled probably a pretty accurate breakdown of your psychological state, where you're at. Now you have a backdoor access to the psychological profiles of God knows how many people on earth. And you can look and see how many of these people are against the regime. How many of these people feel like it might not be the best thing to say you're going to blow up 93 million people in Iran, which our psycho president just did. And then you can start.
Yeah, I was not in favor of that. But shout out to Jason, the new sponsor of the after party. Very much appreciated, sir.
93 million people in Iran.
Did I read this? I didn't read it. Jason said, if Dems win 2028, I'm joining jihadis.
Haram.
And he's fucking serious. What? Why? I was gonna say that, like, funny joke, but you have to say more on this, brother. Why are you joining the jihadis? Because for $20 a month, you get unlimited debauchery with all sins forgiven. Hey, I mean, just saying, membership starts at $3.99. You want to be a disciple? $3.99. Apparently it is. Apparently it is. Yeah, please don't jihad me or my dog. All right, we very much love our dogs. Me? I'm very confused. What the fuck is going on? So I said, recall hearing Tim say recently that one reason Elon bought Twitter was for real-time widespread trading or training ground for AI development. Yep. 1,000%. It certainly wasn't to make it better. I mean, yeah, free speech and all that. But in terms of the user experience, TikTok is king. Sorry, it is what it is.
Thing to say you're going to blow up 93 million people in Iran, which our psycho president just did. And then you can start nudging the needle and controlling your thoughts. It's very insidious, but dude, why wouldn't that be happening? Why, if corporations are using...
Yeah, did you not see it? We got him a nice big one. We'll give him another one just to make sure. Just want to make sure everybody sees Morty getting the treats. There we go. You got a double on that one. There you go. That's a bang for your buck.
Very insidious, but dude, why wouldn't that be happening? Why, if corporations are using it to sell us cough drops?
Not only that, there's been long-term studies on human behavior by the CIA, by all sorts of government agencies.
They're talking about people regurgitating whatever the algorithm feeds them without having an original thought. I mean, Rogan is the same guy who regurgitates whatever people send him on Facebook and X. His brain is so cooked from being chronically online that he falls for AI videos on a weekly basis, even when Jamie's literally sitting there telling him it's fake. And did you catch Duncan calling Trump our psycho president who just threatened to blow up 93 million people? That's the kind of shit that got Theo branded as a lunatic who needs to get off his meds. Duncan said it, and Rogan didn't even flinch.
Yeah. Theo said exactly the same thing, but it wasn't like, ha 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 ha, isn't that crazy? He's like, this is not good. He's threatening genocide. Like, bro, you need to chill out and stop taking your fucking medication. And Duncan says it. It's like, yeah.
There was no, we got to get you off the antidepressants, son. There was no, you're losing your marbles. Fucking nothing. But then Duncan starts going deeper and deeper with his criticism of the current administration, and it's fascinating to watch how differently Rogan handles this compared to Theo. When Theo went down...
Agree or disagree? Let's put that to a poll. Muslims and Christians have more in common than the Jays. Agree or disagree? And again, if somebody who is in the Discord or if you're watching somehow, let me know if non-members can hit the poll while the chat is on members only.
Administration, and it's fascinating to watch how differently Rogan handles this compared to Theo. When Theo went down this road, Rogan shut it down. He redirected Theo to go to the mothership, prescribed some exercise, and
put him on the list.
Told him to chill the fuck out. With Duncan, he's nodding along, asking follow-up questions, and actually engaging with what he's saying. It's like watching two completely different podcasters.
I've gotten in. I can't get away from the maxing stuff, like looks maxing, puppy maxing, baby maxing. And Mog and the fucking the looks maxing language, but I will not do the 6'7" meme. I am too fucking old, and when I see people our age try to do it, it's cringy as fuck. The looks maxing stuff, when you say it like ironically, it's funny, but like. There's the 6'7" meme doesn't have anything to satirize, and so you're just saying things that other people are saying. Glondark said it's the Muslims. Kelly said no, I don't have anything in common with a 67 IQ goat fucker whose prophet got raped by a bunch of gay black men in the desert and married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage at 9 years old. We have nothing in common. Sounds about right. And to me, I'm glad that we're getting some disagreement on that. Or not some disagreement, but I'm disagreeing. People hitting the disagree is what I meant.
And actually engaging with what he's saying. It's like watching two completely.
Jason said, I have more in common with jihadis than I do with Democrats. At least the jihadis put principles before position. I get where you're coming from, but that's not really what it is. I feel you. I feel what you're trying to say, but jihadis it's another level, bro. It's another level.
Different podcasters. And like I said, it sounds like Duncan's describing Rogan in this next clip.
Ask yourself, have you had an original thought in the last year?
Right.
Is anything you're thinking your own thought process? How many thoughts do you have where you think, oh my God, I shouldn't think that? How many thoughts do you have that you don't want to articulate because you have in your own mind, an invisible arena of people based on online interactions determining what the next thing you say is? The ability to just in a subtle way, start pushing the needle just a little bit.
Yeah.
You're preaching to the choir here. I'm a short man, and it is what it is. If you about it, then you about it. If not, then keep it pushing. That's like I refuse to wear lifts in my shoes. That seems very gay, and a lot of. We're actually the next time I'm doing a non-Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream, I want to cover a thing about clavicular because of specifically how quickly the downfall is and how representative I think he is of Gen Z. There's a lot there. And like, yeah, being a looks maxer is fucking cringe as fuck. But ironically, using the language is hilarious. Exactly. You know?
The ability to just in a subtle way, start pushing the needle just a little bit.
Yeah.
That's scary, dude. That's some scary shit.
Have you had an original thought in the last year? I've been asking myself that question about Rogan for the last fucking 3 years. The guy.
I think jihadis and Democrats have more in common than Christians and moral non-believers.
Who has Jamie on perplexity, doing all of his thinking for him, is now concerned about the death of original thought. The irony is almost as thick as Joe's shiny head. And that line about pushing the needle in a subtle way, that's what Rogan does every single episode. He subtly
All right, 7 votes. So I guess that means even if you're not a member, if you're watching, you can still vote.
Steers his audience away from the billionaires and back towards the culture war. It's the same playbook every single time. But then they move into cult talk. And this is where things get really close to home because Duncan compares the MAGA movement to a cult reaching its exploitation phase, except he used a slightly different language.
Oh, you goon max, Jennifer? Is that what you're about? Thought you were a wholesome girl.
And just watch how Rogan deals with this conversation compared to how he treated Theo.
Well, that kind of influence over humans is always scary, right? This is why cults work. You know, why do they work? Well, some people don't have any friends. And if there's a group of nice people.
Right. We were just talking about the frats and the Freemasons earlier, right? Bringing it full circle.
That tells you that, hey, what we do is we have meals together and it's like a real community. We grow our own food. We just work for the family. You're like, really? You're happy with that?
Yeah.
For the family.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. We're just like not attached to anything.
Wow,
like,
you're free.
And you're in a cult.
Yeah.
Okay, now, but you have friends at least.
But you're in there for like 9 months, and then somebody comes to you and is like, "Father wants you to suck his." And you're like,
usually not even 9 months.
Yeah, 9
Hey,
months.
you!
And you're like, and dude, I gotta tell you, I hate getting political, but you know, this war shit bugs the out of me.
Yeah,
Wait, do you know what gooning means? And then extensively goon maxing? I'm going to assume based on your answer that you don't.
And this is exactly what seems to have happened to the quote MAGAverse, which is we are now at the part where the cult leaders like want to suck my. I feel so stupid because when they were doing their no war thing, that was a big deal to me. I'm like, yes, this is great. No more stupid wars. No more wars. Yes, focus.
Why did I believe it? Oh, we didn't start any new wars in his first term, so then he won't ever do it. Sorry. I was wrong.
It's on the country. Why are we blowing up children in other countries for oil? This is great. And now, isn't it mind-blowing that is now, it's literally flipped. It's on its side. It's the opposite now. We're not going to do any more wars.
Right.
Oh my God. We blew up. How many Iranian schoolgirls did Trump blow up? I guess it just hits different. You know, it hits hard when you got kids.
And that was an AI strike too, right? Wasn't that an AI directed strike?
Yeah, apparently Trump said, I want to get
Jamie, ask Perplexity.
blown by Iranian schoolgirls.
I'm so sorry. All right, that was a good one. Hold on, we got
an AI strike too, right? Wasn't that an AI directed strike?
Yeah, apparently Trump said, I want to get blown by Iranian schoolgirls.
That's funny. Funny. He didn't blow up Iranian girls. I think that's a fucking lie. Did Trump just say 6? I mean, we either won't know for another 10 years or we'll never know. I don't think he blew up Iranian girls, but if it was an AI strike, something could have gone wrong. We know ChatGPT sucks. Obviously, the military is using a higher level than what we have access to as ChatGPT, but you have to be okay. You have to be okay with not knowing things. You have to be okay with it not knowing important things. You know, like whether or not there's a God. You have to be okay not knowing things in order to live in this world in accordance with reality and not, find yourself down the wrong road. And I think Christianity is probably the safest version of dogma that I know of, but it's dogma nonetheless. So I said he had us believing in hope and change more than Obama did for some. And, well, now here we are again. The change I had is going to the gas pump. Yep. Jason said Trump did save 6 women from being killed, but leftists still wish him dead. That's all they have. Trump bad! Trump bad!
I'm so sorry. 180 deaths.
Largely children, teachers, and parents. Holy man.
That
shout out to Dunning-Kruger.
That is
a U.S. Tomahawk missile caused the explosion.
All right, we're not. Is this really the whole thing? I thought we were gonna do. All right, whatever. Well, since we're that close, we'll just
Jesus Christ.
Can we pull up a video of Trump saying he's not going to war anymore? This is where it gets.
I don't actually think he said that.
It's culty, is because some people are still making this shit work in their heads. Some people are like, well, some people are kind of on the fence when it comes to blowing up kids. Have you noticed that? Like,
as long as they don't have to watch.
As long as they don't have to watch.
As long as they're not in the general area.
That seems like something that would come out of Dave Smith's mouth. Maybe he's a little bit more, I'll say mature for lack of a better word. But yeah, people don't care about kids dying. It's like, no, maybe there's just an understanding that the world is not all sugar and rainbows. Well, no, MAGA is Trump now. So America First is Patriots. MAGA, this is no longer MAGA. You can no longer say Trump bad or Trump is not perfect and also be MAGA according to society. So fine. Fuck it. I'm not MAGA. I'm America First. MAGA and America First used to be very much in line. And now they're not. When indeed. When we were willing to brush off the cabal of PDFs running the country and ostensibly the world, or when we started bombing places that didn't need to be bombed.
It's happening.
Isn't it wild though, man?
It's wild how Duncan went way harder than Theo did and got zero pushback from Joe. Duncan literally called MAGA a cult and said Trump hypnotized people. Theo alluded to a fraction of that and Rogan told him he's lost his fucking marbles. And when Rogan said, that was an AI strike, right? Does he even realize he's talking about Palantir's technology? Like, does he not realize that's exactly what Palantir does?
Probably
I mean,
not.
Fuck, man. Come on, guys.
Probably
That's
not.
what Theo was trying to explain to him twice, and both times Rogan shut him down and questioned the source. But when Duncan mentions this in passing,
I thought there would be more clips of when Theo was on.
Rogan just nods and moves on. It's like this episode exists in a parallel universe to the Theo episodes. And Duncan keeps going. He describes how people are still on the fence about blowing up kids as long as they don't have to watch it happen themselves, which sounds exactly like Rogan's stance on basically everything. He'll express concern, but he'll never actually commit to a position that costs him anything. He'll nod along on the podcast and then shake Trump's hand at the UFC 2 days later. But Duncan...
For what things? Like I said, I disagree. I think we don't fully understand the reasons for these things. What are these things? So is it the 2,000 years long religious war will be ended in 15 days? Well, of course not. Jennifer said, if you can't tell bad from good, then you are the problem. Agreed. However, I think there's a lot of people who feel or believe or think that they can tell bad from good, and they're just wrong about that. That is also a problem. There's lots of problems. Lots and lots and lots of problems.
Duncan keeps pushing, and eventually he just lays it all out.
It's a sunken cost fallacy. The more you invest in something, the more you stick with it because you don't want to lose your investment.
Right. And if they get you young when you don't know what the fuck is going on.
That's right.
Anybody could have got me when I was like 20.
That's right. You know, I just feel stupid because, like, you know, before the Trump thing happened, I was pretty black-pilled on politics in general. I felt pretty black-pilled. I did believe it here and there. I was every once in a while, you know, yeah. But then, like, this ridiculous, like, pseudo-nationalist movement happens, and a lot of people got caught by it. No, the other option was up Kamala, you know what I mean? But this, I think right now, all of us are getting for the briefcase of Scientology moment right now, which is like, it doesn't matter what mask the person calling themselves the president is wearing. It's always going to be the same thing. They're going
I don't think it was ever promised that the religious war wouldn't end, but Trump would inhibit them from taking action like they have been. And like, again, that's where it's not a clear, like, oh, you said you wouldn't do X and you're doing X. It's not that clear. But to act as if Trump and the Trump administration and the people who were popular among the base weren't popular because of things like not going to war, things like releasing the Epstein files, then you just weren't paying attention. It doesn't have to be specifically said. This is like when we talk to lefties, and they're like, oh, these politicians are promoting X, Y, and Z. Like, where do they say you should go out and riot? Now, some of them do actually say that. But just because they don't give a press release that said, I, politician, would like each individual to go out and destroy things, that doesn't mean that they're not promoting that. And it takes a level of either stupidity or ignorance or malice to pretend that, oh, well, they never said that, therefore they don't think that ever. Because you never see them hold Trump to that same standard where he has to actually explicitly say it. Kelly said, anyone criticizing the timeline right now, regardless of any promises they think Trump has made, we are so short and then I'm happy it's been successful. You want to try it one more time? The reason the PDF thing is buried is because it would end the world economy as we know it, and who wants to protect children when that much money and power is at stake? I do. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. What do you think I think? Let's say, what do you think I think? And then I'll answer the question. Kelsey, I don't think it should be that clear. That would expose all the plans. All the discussion about our plans, about what we're going to do, seems kind of fucked up because we should surprise the enemy. I agree with that. But, you know, I mean, there's It's so much deeper than that. It's not about like, okay, in the same way. It's not like, okay, day 1 at 12 p.m. we're going to do this. But what are we doing? That we are owed that explanation. I'm not asking for the plans. I'm asking for the goals. I'm not asking for the blueprint. I'm asking for where is it that you would like to end up. Yep, we still didn't join that rise and resist thing. I got to do that. And speaking of Cash App, get Morty a treat. Gondark said, I think that you think that trans women are women and all genders are valid and gender is infinite. Do you know?
And say what they need to say to grab the most voters, and then they're gonna keep blowing up people in the Middle East because of oil. And I just feel dumb because I really believed it, dude. I believed it.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? It does seem like people care as much about gas prices as they do the files. Oof, that is a sad fucking state of affairs.
We would not do any more Middle Eastern wars. I fell for it. I really bought it, man. And it makes me feel so dumb somehow, even though like probably like when you look at Trump, I don't want to believe that dude, but somehow he did it. Hypnotized. What a powerful magician.
We just got to print more. And that'll fix everything.
No more wars. No more wars. And now the same bullshit, Joe.
Not just the same bullshit, but like one of the ones that makes the least amount of sense. Are you really convinced that at this time they're really 2 weeks away from making a nuclear weapon? Like, are we sure?
2 weeks.
But that it's not like we haven't heard that
2
before,
weeks
right?
to slow the spread.
So at a certain point in time, like how much pressure does Israel have to put on the president? Like that's a crazy amount of influence.
So now we've got Rogan, who has spent years mocking cults, especially Scientology, sitting there while...
All right, so guys, we got a couple minutes left on this video, and I'm going to close it down unless you would like to keep the party raging. And, of course, any donation will keep the party raging.
Duncan compares them both to cult victims. Duncan's using the sunk cost fallacy to explain why smart people get sucked into movements that betray them, and Rogan's response is, you know what, me too. That rant from Duncan is what everyone has been waiting to hear from Rogan for years, except obviously we'll never get that. Rogan will never sit there and say, I fell for it, I really believed it, I feel so stupid now, because that would require him to acknowledge his own role in selling that promise to millions of people. He endorsed the president, he had him on the show weeks before the election, he helped get him over the line, and now he wants to hide behind everybody got conned, like he's just some random guy who ticked the wrong fucking box by accident. And it's not like Joe doesn't get it. You just heard him talking about the pressure from Israel on the US president, questioning whether they're really 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon, pointing out that politicians leave office and go work for Lockheed Martin, except when Theo even alluded to any of this in like the slightest way, Rogan shut him down and called him fucking crazy. A week later, Duncan says the same thing and Rogan's nodding along like it's a fucking TED talk. And there's something else worth pointing out here. Duncan never once mentions Palantir, not once in 3 hours. He'll talk about AI strikes, government surveillance, algorithmic manipulation.
That's a whole nother rabbit hole that we can go down. Dick wants an all-nighter. I am at your behest. Glow Dark said, Joe Rogan taught me the Japanese necktie on YouTube, and he's so real for that. Yeah, you don't want to get caught in that. You don't want to get caught in that.
The war in Iran, but the one company that connects all of those dots, the one run by Rogan's buddy Peter Thiel, complete silence. And that's exactly why Duncan is the safe guest. Oh man, now you guys have got me going. Why do I do this to myself?
Like imagine if it was run by a private company. I'm not saying war should be run.
You mean like Palantir?
By a private company. But imagine if it was.
Yeah.
Imagine if, say, like Lockheed Martin ran the war in Afghanistan. Do you think they would have left behind all that in equipment?
Hell no.
Billions of dollars in helicopters?
Jennifer says, when we seriously band together and take over, they will win. But who has time, money, etc., just the way they expected us to be worn out? I think this is a very reasonable perception. But history has always been the underdog against the establishment. You can look at the Bible, you can look at history, you can look at Gilgamesh, you can look at anything else. And it is bleak. But the only way to ensure the failure of our lives, our country, our culture, anything that we hold dear, is to give up. I'm not asking for you guys to do anything, but believe in me. Believe in me. Follow what I'm doing. Join up in the Discord. Be part of the conversations. I promise you, I have nothing else going on in my life. I care desperately about pushing my ideas and seeing if they actually will be able to take hold. And as I do that, if I hit a wall and find this belief won't work, I will change that belief and I will figure out how to make America better. Ostensibly the world, but we'll start with America. But I can't do it alone. I can't do it alone. I just need you guys to have my back. And it's going to take a while. It's not going to be quick, and it's not going to be easy. But if you guys just keep showing up, you guys keep being part of the conversation, keep up with what's going on in Discord, and if you have the money, then send in what you can. If not, that's totally cool. You can help blow this thing the fuck up without spending a single cent. Because I don't believe that when we band together and take over, they will win. I reject that. When we, meaning everybody who's following what I'm trying to do right now, it hasn't been built yet. It's in the process. Everyone who is part of this will understand that if there is a way, we are going to be the ones that finds it. Because we're not looking down, oh, the answer is God. That might be part of the answer. The answer is healthcare or guns or any of those one things. It's a coalition of people who care about different things in different ways, but at the core, care about American life, the way that we live, and how we spend our time here. If that's you, then you're in the right place, whether you got money or not. So I completely understand being deflated and worn out. I'm just asking you to give one more person a chance. And maybe I'll fail. Maybe I will fail. That is a very real possibility. I don't think so, because the failure just means doubling down on the wrong thing. And I'm always open to change my mind when I'm presented with the evidence. So I don't see how even if we fail, we will be the best at failing. We will be the best at presenting an option. We failed, but we did it the best. That is the worst that will happen over the next 10 to 15 years. Clip it, aged like wine. Shout out to Soil, Morty knows. Is that big enough for ya? Is that big enough for ya? Hey, there we go. Thank you so very, very much. Where are we at with that? So we had, who's our sponsor? Oh, I didn't even add you. Wait, oh no, okay, this is one. Cool. So we were at $46 in the Lutch Fund, 3 out of 5 donations, and 13 out of $20 with, of course, our new sponsor of the stream, right? Co-sponsor of the stream, Jason and Soil 2. So thank you guys very, very much. Let's rage on. let's finish up this, and we'll. I got some of this stuff.
Think they would have left behind all that equipment?
Hell no.
Billions of dollars in helicopters
Hell
and
no.
tanks.
Yeah.
But our federal government's like, oh, just leave it there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless, if you want to be really conspiratorial, you want to arm the Taliban.
Yeah, you're not being conspiratorial. It benefits you because it gives you another reason to get back in there.
Wasn't that what they said about Netanyahu said about Hamas, that he can control the flame?
Yes.
By funding Hamas, he
Yes.
can control the flame?
Yes. We got these two old motherfuckers driving the global bus right off a f***ing cliff.
Oh man, when the boomers are gone, we will have a different world. When the boomers are gone, we will have a different world.
That's a crazy concept. Is it somehow you can't do anything about it. You like apparently there's nothing you could do. You could bitch about it on a podcast. That's not going to do anything. People are just going to be like, you see war good, blow up kids.
There's a lot of people that want to say it's a good thing.
It's embarrassing. You want to feel like you are impervious to grift, impervious to con. Dude, let me tell you something. I have been in a few cults. Like I get sucked in all the time by shit. I'm not
been in a
embarrassed to
few
say it.
cults?
I'm highly.
You've been in a few cults? What? Trevor said, yeah, but our plight is not in vain. We have to man up at some time, no matter how small. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Shout out to Shia LaBeouf. Crazy dude, but where did I see him recently? He recently did something. Was it Andrew Callahan? I don't know. He did something recently where he was like starting to kind of come back down to earth. All right, what do we got here?
A few cults. Like I get sucked in all the time by shit. I'm not embarrassed to say it.
Hey, Jason's like, sorry, I am the sponsor now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. A treat for the Overlord that he dropped. Did you drop it on the ground or did you get it? You got it? Okay. Jason said, fine. America first. Better design some hats. I can do that. We can do that. All in good time. All in good time. Thank you, sir, so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the after party. Very, very, very much appreciated.
I'm highly susceptible to propaganda.
Me too. I think everybody is. That's why it works.
That's why.
I mean, I don't buy into all of it, obviously, but it's quite a bit.
Duncan saying you want to feel impervious to the grift sounds like he's unknowingly describing Rogan's infamous bullshit detector that's been malfunctioning for years. And then right at the end there, I'm highly susceptible to propaganda. Me too. I think everybody is. That's why it works. That is the closest we'll ever get to an admission from Joe Rogan. But even then, he buries it in everybody is, so he never has to own his specific part in everything. And the thing is, Rogan still won't name Trump directly.
Guys, we are one donation. And what is it? I think $3 or $5. One donation of 99 cents or more, or $5, and that hits the goal. Gets Morty's treat, and I have push-ups to do.
Keeping it vague in general, because naming Trump means owning the endorsement, and owning the endorsement means admitting that the bullshit detector never actually worked in the first place. We literally just saw over the weekend how Joe lined.
And so that's why there are people like that and people like me who are like, yeah, I believe the bullshit and I was wrong. Because I'm not embarrassed to be caught up in a worldwide propaganda campaign. I'm just some dude. I'm doing my best. And I do think I made the right choice in terms of Kamala or Trump, clearly. But I feel misled, and maybe that's my fault, and I will take that L. But this is not what I wanted. This is not what I had in mind. Our old ass been here since 67. Know some shit.
Up to kiss the ring at UFC 327, Trump walked straight over to the broadcast table, shook Rogan's hand, pulled him in nice and close, whispered something in his ear, and Rogan was smiling ear to ear, like he was lined up at the fucking ice cream truck waiting for a choc top. Pause. This is the same guy who a couple of days earlier was agreeing with Duncan that they were conned by a cult leader into supporting a war that killed children in an Iranian school. So you can probably tell this gives me the shits. Like, what are we meant to be taking away from this yo-yoing from Rogan? Because right now, Joe's audience is watching him agree with all of their concerns on Monday, shake hands with the guy responsible on Saturday, and then presumably go back to agreeing with their concerns again next week with whoever the next safe guest is. The comment section has it figured out, though, and there was one comment that summed it up perfectly. There was a time when these two together would produce the most cathartic, truthful experience. Those men are gone. Fucking A. Yeah, those men are definitely gone. Anyway, make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon where I go even deeper into all of this shit. While you're here, though, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and don't forget to leave a like and comment if you enjoyed this video.
Shout out to Podcast Cringe. I think I dropped the link already, but in case I did not, it is right there for you. So let's see. What do we have anything on Lech's links that we didn't check out? No, we definitely did Rocks Over Vagina. I know that for sure. We did that. We did Idaho Farmer. Okay, we got a couple for you.
You are not gonna.
All right. Apparently, we're not going to believe something. What do we got?
Believe this.
Between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations Affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the Nationalist Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front. Now,
that's the SPLC.
As the indictment lays out, after SPLC paid members of these extremist groups, it created work product that reported on these activities that the members participated in or contributed to. And to that end, it was doing the exact opposite of what it's told its donors it was doing. Not dismantling extremism, but funding it.
Why am I not surprised?
Me neither. Yeah, I mean, this is the epitome of false flag, of psyop, all that shit. What?
The very people that scream racism are not only funding racism, they're supporting it. The very organizations that scream that everyone who voted MAGA is a white supremacist, is a racist, who is a bigot and a fascist, they've been financially supporting so many racist organizations. Wow. The irony of it all.
You take them hostage and you use them for leverage.
I will kill
So
that.
guess what Iran did? They put a bounty out on his head, and whoever finds him gets a great award. I can't wait. Hopefully it's like money or jewels. I hope the person who finds him is very poor and ends up being very wealthy. And I hope Iran holds their promise.
She's referring to one of the pilots that, thank God, was found, hoping that another country would not simply find him, but use him as leverage is sickening. I mean, how pro-America are we that we would wish for a fellow American who puts his life on the line so that we can have freedom in our country? We wish for their downfall. There is a problem in our country. There is a problem in today's America. And that right there, that's it. Because let alone that we have to keep our eyes peeled on every other country who may potentially at any given time be out to get us, we don't have to look that far. Because here in our own territory, here in our own nation, we have individuals that, if you ask me, in a heartbeat would help the enemy if crap hit the fan. It is honestly a sad day to live in that American's America. I can't believe I'm saying this, but there's actually one thing I agree
All right, I'm going to let this play one more, and I got some ready
with
for
Mr.
you.
Eric Swalwell. And it's something he said. I'm just wondering why he's switching his role now, because according to him, we should believe all survivors. But now, individuals that are alleging of SA against them, and some of them grape, now he's saying it's all false allegations. Don't believe them, believe me. I think it's an ideal time to hold him to his logic, because if he is going to preach believe all survivors or believe the survivors, then who should we believe in this scenario?
Well, yeah, very obviously the Soros people. We saw that shit. They were like, what are all these bricks? What are all these bricks just doing where the protest was set to be? Just pallets and pallets and pallets. Crazy shit. So let's just agree to deport the left and we won't have to worry about this stuff anymore. All right. I don't fully remember what this one is. I think it's going to be sad. It's either going to be sad or wholesome. Let's see. Okay. And then it won't be. Right? Video taken down. Okay, fair enough. Then it won't be. Next up, what do we got?
Katie Porter's.
Katie Porter. So as you guys know, they are looking for a new California governor. This is how it's going.
Response to this question shows that the Democrats know that their entire base is under total mind control.
Porter, same question. Do you believe that English proficiency, language proficiency should be strictly enforced for truck drivers? You have 60 seconds.
Should English be enforced for truck drivers? Should you need to be able to speak English in order to get a CDL to drive an 18-wheeler? That's where we're at. That's the question.
I would absolutely fight the Trump administration because the job of the California governor is to protect Californians. And right now, that includes protecting them from Donald Trump. Protecting Californians also includes enforcing traffic laws. And we've seen sometimes a need for oversight in California. For example, we have seen that the Department of Motor Vehicles was not enforcing rules around DUIs and drivers who had convictions for that.
It's almost like I did a whole stream on that.
I am stunned that Mr. Bianco would say to Black and brown Californians and immigrants who are being terrorized and racially profiled that you have to get over racism. It's not something that you get over. It's something.
Did anybody say anything like that? And very obviously.
That you fight.
She didn't answer the question. She just hit all the buzzwords. If she mentions Trump and racism, then the base is not going to care one bit about whether or not she has a policy to correct the issue. All they hear is that she's opposed to Trump, and that's all they care about. They don't have to stand for anything. They don't have to have a policy in place or ideas in mind. They just have to talk about the big bad orange man and hit a couple of buzzwords, and that's all.
Trump bad.
Hey, bud, can I?
So before we play this, yeah or nah? Yeah or nah? Before I play it, yeah or nah? At least be able to read it. Yeah, I say that because I'm 480 days into Spanish on Duolingo, and I can read it so well now, but it's harder to speak it. Yeah. One night found 10. All right. About it. But will you change your mind?
Ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay, let's pretend. We're going to pretend somebody who doesn't live in our house and they don't sleep in your room tells you that they want you to paint your walls red. Would you let them?
No.
Why?
I love the blue walls way better, and it's my room.
It's your room and you like the blue walls? Yeah, but what if they tell you, no, they live next door, they don't live at our house, but they tell you, I want you to paint your walls red because I like red. What do?
Say no.
Why?
Okay, better question. Single mom or nah?
Because it's their favorite color, and we get to decide to paint our walls our favorite color.
Would you like the color blue?
Yes.
So you want to keep your walls blue? Yeah. Do you think that anybody else who doesn't live in our house should have a say on what color we paint our walls?
No.
Yeah. As much as I would love
All right, okay. I didn't realize we were done. We're getting now we're getting yeah, it seems that way. All right, let's get another one. She's Make America Emo Again. Call me Alaskan, because I'm Inuit.
to see a warrant for her arrest on this one, you guys. It wasn't mandatory. She was only invited and she declined. And in saying so, she did have really big plans today at the Leering Center. So I get it.
I would destroy.
On today's episode.
All right, and in similar fashion, that's up.
We already knew.
Hey, a shout out to Chronic. Welcome to the after party. Very good to see you, sir. How are you doing? Right. I mean, hey, I'm 36. I was in that MySpace era of the emo girl. And I mean, I had some game, but I didn't have game to pull off something like that. So,
and I told you so. It has officially come out that Nick Fuentes, the leader of the America First crowd, is being funded and has been funded by the Democratic Party since 2017, allegedly. If you guys have been following this case whatsoever, it came out recently that SPLC, which is the Southern Poverty Law Center, a nonprofit legal organization meant to protect civil.
No, but she did have the lip ring.
Rights, fighting against actions such as racism, has been directly funding the organizations that they claim to be fighting against, most notably the KKK. And during this investigation, it's actually come out that they paid $270,000 to an alt-right leader to be their informant. In this claim, it says that F37, which is the name of the alt-right leader, was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville, Virginia. And
That was the tiki torches. In case you forget, all the way back then in 2017, they paid for it. I wouldn't be surprised. And like I said, I have a lot to say about the clavicular thing just because of how representative I think it is of problems with Gen Z. But that's a whole different thing. Should make more sense than I mean, hey, if you're right wing and you're not like crazy, like racist or whatever, then yeah, you look like that, you think like that, I'm about it. But she's definitely a single mom.
Attended the event at the discretion of the SPLC. F37 made racist postings under the supervision of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation to the event for several attendees. Between 2015 and 2023, the FPLC secretly paid F37 more than $270,000. And now numerous people are speculating.
Apparently they're paying for whatever you want to do.
That the F in F37 stands for Fuentes, meaning Nick Fuentes. Which now draws the question, is this now why we are seeing these far-right organization groups such as the America First group led by leaders such as Nick Fuentes?
Hey, Jennifer. Oh, kind words. I really like this channel too because of you guys. Dilly. Fucking Dilly. Oh, let's back it up. What the fuck was she
These
saying?
far-right organization groups such as the America First group led by leaders such as Nick Fuentes, why they're now transitioning, stating that their followers should vote Democrat in the future elections, which should really make you think, what is it that he stands for? What is it that the America First crowd stands for?
Money. So now notice how we had the discussion earlier about MAGA versus America First. And there is a fight to keep America First, the phrase America First as a greater thing. That's a battle we need to win. Unfortunately, optics and low tier shit is how you get people. So America First, simple. People can understand that. MAGA, make America great. People can understand that. If we let them, whoever them is, the people who want to obfuscate the semantics, if we let that happen, then we are going to lose simply because we won't have the ability to quickly articulate what it is that we're saying. And that video that we saw with the first date with Andrew Wilson, that's going to be any type of conversation because they will have the rhetorical advantage, which they already do. Oh, what the fuck did I just do? I did see that. Fucking gangster. I mean, it's legal here already, but I'm about it. People should not be in jail for a plan. I mean, somebody's got to show you what's good, baby girl. Somebody's got to show you what's good.
Democrat in the future elections, which should really make you think. What is it that he stands for? What is it that the America First crowd stands for? What is it that his fellow creators who are now on the same bandwagon, Candace Owens, what do they stand for versus what are they paid to stand for? What do you guys think about this? Do you think that the F stands for Fuentes, or do you think that it's all going to be shuffled under the rug and we're...
Yeah, put a one in the chat if you think that, because it doesn't say specifically that it is Nick Fuentes. It says a far right person who is doing racist stuff and then moving to push doing. That sure sounds like Nick Fuentes to me. But what do you think? That's weird. I wasn't signed in. Oh no, that was upstairs. Oh, right. Last time, no, we were down here, right? I'm trying to think because I was trying to just do scroll, like to just do a general scroll, but I wasn't signed in. Was that on the laptop yesterday? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. Straight from the SPLC. So it said, supposed to make medical weed cheaper in Mississippi here because of it. Hopefully, we're getting closer to recreational. It should be legal in every state. Bingo. I mean, it's only been a few years. Like, pre-COVID, we didn't even have... Well, that's not true. Pre-COVID, there was medical marijuana here, but I assumed that because I had a criminal record that I couldn't get that. So it wasn't until... like COVID times that I got my medical card for the first time and I went to the dispensary for the first time. I mean, okay, fine. That was 6 years ago. 5, 6 years ago, whatever it was. But especially because I don't go to the dispensaries, I go through the plugs, which are totally legal. I don't really remember. What it was like to not just be able to get it. Like the guy that I go through now, they only deliver in this area on Fridays. So I was like, do I have enough for the next week or should I order early or whatever? And I was like, fuck it. If I run out, I can just go to the dispensary. I don't know. I'm just yapping. Soil said, Kansas is about money and selling those Stanley's. Queen grifter. Indeed. My brother does a great Scooby-Doo impression. We have to get that on cam one time. Jeffers said 2 wings of the same bird already? I thought we were all on board with that. With what? What are we talking about? I don't know what that means. So I have one more link to show you, but I see here the same girl saying, responding to millennials are low-key lame. I'm sure that I'm going to be proud of this millennial chick. Please, millennial chick, who I have followed, make me happy. I have to pee so bad.
The conclusion that millennials are low-key the lamest generation out there. When Gen Z is on vacation, we post pics of clubs. I mean, even boomers are cooler. They won World War.
Ninja. Y'all don't know what the fuck being at the club is like. You post videos of y'all on... That's what y'all do at the club. Yeah, they didn't fight in World War II. But like still. All right, where we at? So the soul said during the ridiculous egg price time, my husband and I were getting weed in the store and eggs off the street. Like, what is happening? Yep, especially up here in Jersey. Like, they don't call us the Garden State for nothing. So we ain't never going to run out of blueberries, strawberries, or eggs. David said, I watched this Paramount tactical video, and he was talking about this and Tucker and Candace. He said he believes the Fox News Tucker was the grift, and we are seeing the real one now. I think that is very possible, but I also think that there was two eras of the post Fox News Tucker. There was the Trumpian Tucker, and then there's the Tucker that we have now. But I also was more Trumpian and just being high on Trump. And so I'm not sure. It does seem like there is a level of that phase one of post Fox News Tucker was the real one. Now this thing, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Jason's like, that's fucking fun, Tess. Like to just buy weed from your weed guy. Things are different. I like, yeah. So we have recreational. It's legal recreationally here. So like I could drive down the street, go to the dispensary, get whatever I want, but the quality is way lower and the prices are way higher. So it is technically, allegedly illegal for what I may or may not be doing for them. But I ain't doing nothing wrong. And they get like I get let's see if I can show you something without doxing myself or getting anyone in trouble. All right, yeah. So right? Boom, 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 boom. So I'll just be like, hey, can I get a menu? And then, come on, focus. We're right there. Oh, wait, had it for a second. Come on. No. Oh. Come on. Well, you can see there. They got all these different strains of flour. And we got gummies. We got mini cookies. What does that say? Oh, brownies. Rice Krispie treats, caramel lollipop, polka dot shroom bars, extracts. I don't even know what Bodega Boys Deuces means. Boutique Switch disposable vapes. It's not. It's showing. It just stay on it. You got Shatter. Whole melts, distillate, Everclear tincture. What the hell? And that's just the basic menu. And so then I usually just get flour anyway. But then dox myself. But then I'm just like, can I please get one bag of this, one bag of that, one bag of that, one bag of that delivered to my address? And then it's here. You seem to have a point to prove over profit. Yeah. I as much as I don't really remember, like I do kind of remember, it was bad. It was bad. And Trump is waning for sure. It isn't just Tucker. It's a lot of folks. Yep. Me too. All right. All right. Let's see what this one is. Just because we're on her thing.
I just got my angel tree gifts for my kids, and I'm like the most disappointed I've ever been in my life.
Wait. What's angel tree? Angel tree. Classic Christmas time. No, that's not what we're doing. This is not.
Oh, this gets good, guys. Buckle up, gear up. It's nice. It's going the exact way that you think it's gonna go.
If this is actually about a tree angel, then this is gonna be weird.
Just watch.
So the 4-year-old, he asked for a Nintendo Switch, okay? And they didn't get him a Nintendo Switch. They got him like a Next Playground because they like left a note and they were like, I don't think he can play with this. But like, I wanted a Nintendo Switch for the house so that we could all play with it.
So I guess Angel Tree is like, hey, I'm poor. Can you get our kids some presents for Christmas? That's what I'm gathering.
They were like, I don't think he can play with this. But like, I wanted a Nintendo Switch for the house.
Oh, you wanted a Nintendo Switch, you fucking bitch? Then buy one.
So that we could all play with it.
So he got an age-appropriate gift, but you wanted it. You specifically wanted the Nintendo Switch, but you put it under your foot. Okay, all right, yep, continue. Please, it gets better, y'all.
And then my 11-year-old asked for a bike, and they got him a bike, but it's like not that nice. It looks like they just got one of the cheaper bikes from the store. And the 13-year-old asked for a gift card, and all they gave them was a $75 gift card.
Oh, only $75. How dare they? How dare they? And this is in line with, shout out to Caleb Hammer. You guys know Financial Audit Show, right? Big guy with the glasses. What are you doing? That guy. He has done such a fucking service to America. He has done such a fucking service where he shows that the reason that people are poor is not because the government and poverty. No, you're just fucking spending outside of your limits. Do better with your own budget and you won't be broke. I don't think anybody has gone on that show and have like been in a legitimately dire situation where it's like they're doing everything they can and they're still failing. It's always people spending money that they shouldn't be spending. There's a tincture when you put the leaves and such in alcohol for a certain amount of time to infuse the alcohol. Yes. Yeah. There is, so there's the alcohol tincture, but there is also the coconut oil tincture. So same kind of thing, but you grind it up and put it in the oil, drain it, and then it's the same thing, but instead of it being alcohol, it's coconut oil. So you can just eat it up. Walmart does Christian gifts for donations for the poor. Well, this bitch wouldn't be happy about it. Yeah, Greg Abbott, he's an interesting character. Huh? He's an interesting character. I mean, you know, Texas has definitely been at the forefront of some good things, but I don't know. I'm not saying I don't like him, but just yeah, I picked that up, and she's like, it's not good enough. The free stuff that I'm getting is not good enough. Oh, there's more. All right, well, we'll finish this one. My name is so ungrateful for anything given to you and your kids because you don't have enough money to get it for yourself. She might have more audacity than Russell did earlier. There you go, bringing it full circle. Love to see it. What else is bitch talking about?
Which just like screams broke.
Screams broke from the person who's signing up for Angel Tree. Oh, $75 gift card isn't enough. Holy shit. I am so sorry, princess. I didn't realize that we had to put a specific limit on the card for you as the mom. Are they even allowed to put gift cards on Angel Trees? I thought the kids were supposed to ask for specific items in order to be given gifts. The only reason I bring it up is I'm not familiar with Angel Tree. I do big donations this time of year, but not in the form of gifts because I'd rather just give money to an organization or to people that need it. So plus this whole Angel Tree thing, people posting about it just for content to make money off of it is just very weird to me. I think it's great when you're wanting to actually do good deeds for people and like.
Yeah, I'd never heard of this. I mean, it makes sense. It's not like, oh wow, that's a crazy idea. I'd never heard of it.
Do it privately, but to showcase it, it's icky to me. Anyway, this is the mentality that it's breeding. Entitlement, actual entitlement. The bike looked cheap.
Actually,
get a better job. Pay for the bike that you actually want your kid to have then. Beggars can't be fucking choosers. And it's giving broke. The gift card, the $75 gift card. You can't even afford to get your kids gifts. And you're going to bitch and complain about the $75 gift card for your child. Wild, entitled. People like this is what ruins it for everybody else.
Yep.
Because now other people are not going to want to give. You are a terrible, terrible representation of what Angel Tree is meant to be all about. Just so you're fucking aware. Okay, little update. Her account is rage bait. Whoops. Sorry, guys. I'm still posting.
Oh, come on! At least she told us. But the you know, when stuff like that, oh, it was a skit. Like, if it's believable enough, then the point can still stand. Because are we really gonna think that there's nobody like that? Okay, fine. That one in particular was fake. But like, come on. Actually, Angel Tree may be for kids of prisoners. Well, okay, so let's look then. What is the Angel Tree program? That's what we're looking for. Salvation Army Angel Tree program provides new toys, clothes, and essential items to children in need during Christmas, often through partnerships with local businesses like Walmart. Donors adopt an angel from. Oh, I've done my family's done this. We did this in my church, where they have a yeah. I remember things from church, guys. They like just in the lobby or whatever, they would have a tree that was decorated, but it also had these little tags, and same kind of thing where it says a bike or a whatever or whatever. You buy that, bring it into the church. Same kind of thing. And this bitch is a representative of other people who would be.
Filmed it, but it's right.
So speaking of poor people being what this guy says, the real assholes.
When I was poor, and I don't mean poor like financially, I mean poor mentally, I used to think that rich people were the biggest fucking assholes. I would always think like, oh, they're just trying to sell me something. They're just, trying to take my money, like whatever it was, right? But now I get why no one really wants to help the poor person. Right? No one, because they bring their limiting beliefs.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna do stuff like that, it's probably better off to just individually go around and say, okay, I'm gonna pick 10 kids. Go to a local church, your church, whatever. Go to a food pantry, something like that, and just be like, hey, I would like to help out 10 children. Can you? That's the best way, because any middleman, there's going to be bureaucracy. And that is money that's taken from whatever you're doing. So David said, Angel Tree, a program of prison fellowship, is a primary national program that provides Christmas gifts to children on behalf of their incarcerated parents. So either they share the name or the Salvation Army is doing both. But apparently poor people are the real assholes.
To every conversation, to every single interaction, and they just project it out because they're really just so unhappy with themselves. So they'll see other people winning and be like, oh, I know more than this person. I'm smarter than them. I'm doing more, even though you're really not. And they'll hate that other people have success, but they don't. And it's like, poor people just bring that energy with them, and then they wonder why no one wants to help them. It's like, dude, and this was me for a while, by the way, but you have to realize, like, dude, you are literally creating this yourself. You have to actually fix the way you think, your mental process. Because if you go into a situation, even if you pay someone, right, you give them money to help you, maybe to make more money, and you just bring all that negativity in, it's like, dude, no shit, they don't want to help you, bro. Like I wouldn't have wanted to help me 5 years ago. Like, no shot.
Yep. And so I was saying, absolutely, local charities or a church group is much better and more direct way to give real help to those who need it faster and more efficient and could actually make a difference. I refuse to donate to big corporate stuff. Like one of the examples was the Susan B. No, not Susan B. Anthony. The Susan something with a K. Susan Cadman or something. I don't know. But it was the breast cancer thing. And they showed that 60%, or don't quote me, but something like 60% of the donations that they got went to administrative shit. Like, come on. Get rid of the middleman and do it your damn self. All right. So I got one more here for you. And then y'all gonna give me all that money and no push-ups? All right, bet. All right, bet.
Trump just sent out.
So this is one of my favorite pages on all of TikTok, and it is representative.
A 4-page philosophical argument. Trump just sent.
God damn it. Whatever.
Trump just sent out.
All right, fuck. One of my favorite pages on TikTok because of what it is. It's called Both Sides News. And so we got this guy. He plays liberal Lenny and conservative Cal. And there will be a topic. And he will offer both sides in a way that I think, right. What? Susan G. Komen. Susan G. Komen. Shout out to Susan B. Anthony, but yeah. Same shit, right? All Susans are the fucking same. Jokes. All right. So this is about Trump's 4-page post on birthright citizenship.
Trump just sent out a 4-page long racist tirade. He says immigrants are gangsters with laptops, robbing us blind, letting the third world triumph and stepping on our flag. He praises European immigrants because India and China hellholes. He blames the ACLU for overturning the will of the people, saying this is where revolutions arise because no longer can we take any more of this shit. Is he calling for a civil war on the
I mean, has he said anything wrong so far?
basis of racism? Wow, history repeats itself. No.
And so now this is the conservative side.
Oh, he's not. And if you read the whole thing, this is all about birthright citizenship, which is in front of the Supreme Court right now. He's against it, and he makes quite an interesting philosophical argument here.
This is actually another good example of something that, you know, when we're watching the Russell Brand thing, and I was saying about how this is the liberal mindset that's still stuck in him. That also happened to me with, you know, brought up the 19th and women voting before, but also with birthright citizenship. As a first-generation American, as somebody whose parents are immigrants, then I felt a whatever the fuck emotion, I don't know, an emotion towards that. And then I used my brain. No more birthright citizenship. Bye.
About the issues with the legal profession in America. He quotes Shakespeare about how disconnected their fine legal arguments are from the realities on the ground. Except he singles out a Chinese-American ACLU lawyer, calling her evil and trying to turn us into a colony of China. Well, because she is the lead lawyer on this case. And all Trump is arguing is if you are born to illegal immigrants, you shouldn't get automatic citizenship. Because there are literally birth tourism companies in China whose whole thing is to abuse our laws and allow rich foreign nationals to pay thousands of dollars to fly to America in the 9th month of pregnancy, have their baby here, and go back to China. So the baby has an insurance policy. Bro, it's less than 1% of U.S. births. This is not a colony. It could be much more. These are just estimates. There's also anchor babies.
Right. That's the argument they always use. Sure, this is bad, but it's only a little bit, so we don't have to worry about it. As I am actively promoting that I want more of it. This was the trans thing. They were like, kids aren't transitioning. Like, not yet. But you're pushing for that. And yes, it is. Like, oh, well, that's just one. And then fast forward, and now it's all over the place. It's like, what? Of course this is happening. This is a good thing. You're against it?
How dare you?
Over and over and over again. This thing's bad, but it's not really happening. That's just a right-wing conspiracy. Actually, no, it is happening, but it's just a little bit. And then, of course it's happening. If you're not in favor of it, you're racist. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Bro, it's less than 1% of U.S. births. This is not a colony. It could be much more. These are just estimates. There's also anchor babies. Plus, it's only in the Americas, really, where unconditional birthright citizenship is a thing as a remnant of post-independence population building, but the rest of the world has largely moved away from it. Are they all racist? Well, it is the 14th Amendment of our Constitution that allows for birthright citizenship. So,
amendment meaning what does amendment mean again? A change? Okay, just making sure.
If he wants to change that, he needs 2/3 of Congress and 3/4 of the states. But in his rant, he makes this weird Stonewall Jackson argument to seemingly defy the Constitution. And he says this issue should be up to popular opinion, which I think he would lose. But our founding fathers created a constitutional republic, not a direct democracy.
Oh, now you're about a constitutional republic and not a democracy. Okay.
See, what does he not understand? Trump still wants birthright citizenship, just not unconditional. And the Supreme Court can reinterpret the 14th Amendment to allow for some exceptions as they do with the First and Second Amendment. But his larger point is true. The ACLU and these left-wing organizations twist the Constitution, the law, and our culture to be pro-open border, and any pushback against this unfettered immigration is racist. He makes it clear who he's fighting for. He says white men need not to apply for jobs in high tech in California. Your chances are nil as all internal mechanisms are run by the Chinese or Indians. I don't know what that means.
It means that if you're going to go in tech, then you're not going to be successful at the same rates as the Chinese and Indians. And I don't mean Chinese or Indian like I am, because I'm America first. I happen to have Chinese and Indian stuff back there. We're talking about people from India, from China.
It is true that 74% of Silicon Valley tech talent is of...
What does this say? Okay, so
Asian descent, and we know
yeah, okay, so all the red is Asian. The red is Asian. Tech talent in the core working age group, 25 to 44, by race and ethnicity. I mean, black people definitely ain't getting in. White people, like, you got a chance, but that looks like... So if this would be... So, okay, I don't know, let's go this way. That would be 25%, so let's call that 20 to 30%. And everybody else, good luck, everybody else.
Have an extreme concentration of H-1B visa holders. Well, if anything, it's blacks and Hispanics who are not represented well in Silicon Valley, more so than whites.
That's a fantastic point. 1% of the current birth rate is still 36,000 people per year. On top of the illegal immigration that already happens. Fantastic point. Let's bring this back.
A lot of Silicon Valley tech talent is of Asian descent, and we know they have an extreme concentration of H-1B visa holders. Well, if anything, it's blacks and Hispanics who are not represented well in Silicon Valley, more so than whites, but that's all Trump cares about. And
well, here's the thing. I don't think in the same way there's no reversing the internet, I don't think there's any reversing social media. I think it's up to us individually, specifically parents, to make sure that you and your kids are using social media responsibly. This is the argument liberals make about guns. You're not going to get rid of guns in America. So your best bet is to make sure that you and your children know how to use and navigate the world with guns in the best way. Similarly, you are not going to get rid of social media and the hold that it has. Instead, you should worry about you and your children using it in a responsible way. Of course, like we could take I am signed in on this computer, so we can scroll just my regular For You page just to see, what kind of videos come up, and I can show you what, at least I think, responsible use is. Not everything that comes up on my feed is like this. I mean, it'd be fucking exhausting. I get a lot of funny stuff and weird stuff and the Jubal Show and Second Date Update and, stupid stuff like that. But that's the stupid stuff. I'm not, getting into like AI slop and whatever. And I think that's the answer. Social media is not going away.
and we know they have an extreme concentration of H-1B visa holders. Well, if anything, it's blacks and Hispanics who are not represented well in Silicon Valley, more so than whites, but that's all Trump cares about. And have you considered that it's maybe that way because China and India dominate us in STEM degree graduates? Look, we know that not every culture around the world is the same, and it does feel like immigration has shifted from people coming here for the American dream to people coming here to reap off the taxpayer.
The Gen X take that it's a good thing I got my ass whooped. As a millennial, I'm of two worlds. That the overwhelming majority of children should not be hit. It should be the exception. Again, I don't have kids, so I'm just a dude talking. But if your child is able to understand the reason why you are hitting them, then they are able to understand without you hitting them. If they are not able to reason why you are hitting them, then hitting them is not going to do anything except create fear and resentment. Just saying. Oh, my parents beat my ass and I was fine. Would you not be better if they found a way to discipline you effectively without hitting you? Just a question for you to chew on, for all of you to chew on.
Places like California and Washington give free healthcare to illegals. We saw the over $10 billion in fraud committed in Minnesota, 90% plus committed by Somali immigrants. The whole point is we must get back to immigrants respecting the American taxpayer, as we're $39 trillion in debt. We can't afford this. You go from immigrants are taking all the tech jobs to all the welfare benefits. The scapegoating, blaming them for everything is insane. Plus, the kingpin of fraud in Minnesota was a white lady. Trump is clearly racist. This feels like a Jim Crow era statement, and here you are defending it like it's just another day. It's an America First argument. The Trump administration just paid an energy company almost $1 billion to cancel.
So this is how, just to show you guys, just because we just, one of my big complaints about YouTube Shorts is that you can't 2x them. This guy, he definitely speaks quickly, but I still 2x it. This is how I normally listen to this and also grasp what is happening.
Two wind farms that had plans to build. That's such a misleading headline. How? It's true. Well, the context is this company, Total Energies, won 2 offshore wind leases under the Biden administration and paid the Interior Department $928 million for the federal ocean waters. And Trump is canceling those projects and refunding them the money. But in exchange, Total Energies is going to invest that money into oil and gas projects in the U.S.
Yeah, so wind not good. Take that back and put the money into oil.
But when they paid for the leases under Biden, that money went into the Treasury General Fund and it has been spent. So to execute the refund, the Interior Department has to go to the Justice Department's Judgment Fund, which is money sent away to pay settlements. And think about it. Essentially, the government is redirecting taxpayer money to cancel a green energy project and subsidize the fossil fuel industry.
Yeah, but it's a bad project.
The main drivers of climate change. Here's the thing. This is what the Total Energy CEO said. They came to their own conclusion that offshore wind was, quote, not the most affordable way to produce electricity. Well, he said that's because the Trump administration has phased out federal green subsidies. He also said using taxpayer funds to subsidize energy products that can't stand on their own. This money is being spent on all reliable. The world still runs on oil, baby. Yeah, but we're seeing now the volatility of oil prices globally, which is why energy diversification is important. We're still in the early stages of offshore wind. New industries had to need subsidies to get off the ground before its cost efficiency improves. But the potential is limitless because.
Can you guys understand what's happening, or am I just too big-brained for you? Jennifer says self-discipline is hard to come. Oh yeah, we got that. Hey, you guys know more about parenting than I do for sure. But do what you can. Jennifer said when it comes to safety, do it. Save them from themselves. Set right and wrong early. Old school is good school. Don't beat nothing, but tough love is love. I can deal with that. I mean, I got hit for not finishing my chores on time. Like, y'all need to be hitting kids because they didn't fucking get their chores done on time. But that's a whole thing. All right, last video for
Trump just sent out
this was the last one. All right, so I'm gonna I'll give you guys, since I promised it, we're gonna look at the first 3 videos that come up on my For You page to demonstrate to you what TikTok can be if you train the algorithm correctly. Hopefully, this doesn't bite me in the ass, but. You have 3 videos. We need 99 cents or $5, and we'll keep it rocking. So this is just on my For You page. I have no idea what is going to come up.
No, I wish
Playing dumb with a scammer. Okay.
though. I want to make a peace in the world.
I know you understand what I meant, and you are just.
No, I didn't understand. Sorry, I don't speak English very well. I speak English 50-50.
Very mental issue. You should be in the psychiatric hospital, in the asylum. You don't deserve to be talking on the phone. Give me your fucking address, okay?
But my dress is very expensive. Why would I give it to you?
I don't need your dress. I need your address.
But why do you want to wear my dress? It's also very expensive.
Just listen to me. I do not need your dress. I need your address. Your fucking address where you're fucking living.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay, I'll give you my dress then. What's your address? No, I don't have metal shoes. No, my shoes are like Adidas.
What are you? All right, so one nice little fun thing. Next, I didn't touch anything. Now we're at the Sean Ryan show.
Eating over there.
We eat.
Oh, shout out to Yunomi Park, who got exposed. Right? That was her, right? She was the North Korean defector that ended up being a liar?
Depends, right? Like in the summertime, we do eat more plants. But the thing is, after June 1st, like end of May, a lot of plants become poisonous. So until then, poison level is not as high. So you can pretty much eat any plants if you want. Even tree leaves are fine.
Yeah, she's talking about North Korea.
But after June 1st, you have to be a lot careful what mushroom that we pick up. You know, what plants we eat. In the fall, we eat a lot of grasshoppers and a lot of bugs. In the winter,
I don't fact check me on that, but definitely some people were like, you know me, Park, because she was on Timcast, she was on some like real, she might have been on Rogan. I'm not positive about that, but I've heard some bullshit. I mean, she's on Sean Ryan, so I don't remember exactly. Let's do a side quest. Is Yanomi Park legit? Jesus. Real North Korean defector whose harrowing escape story has gained international attention, but her credibility is widely questioned due to significant inconsistencies, embellished stories, and contradictory claims across her accounts. When her basic defection story is accepted, she's largely seen as a celebrity defector who often exaggerates the life in North Korea for sensationalist, lucrative media.
is
Like
the
I
time when
did.
we eat a lot of frozen, potatoes or a dried cabbage like that. And spring is where we die. We call spring is the season of death. And it's hard to find even any one single rat to eat in the spring. So there's more than 10,000 doctors dedicated in North Korea to find a way to make Kims live forever. So in this study...
So, I mean, it doesn't... oh, they are fake as fuck. Wait. You thought those were real? There is no fucking way. There is no fucking way that you thought these were real tits. There's not a fucking chance in hell. One more. Yeah, like what you think that they're barely eating plant. Oh, hungry dance. They're barely eating. They have to pick the plants, and they're not sure. And you think those are real? You think that's real? Okay, I guess there we go. I mean, come on, bro. Come on, bro. That's the first thing she did. Because I think if we look at some other... what is this? This one... No, but she knew that she was going to be all over media once she got out of North Korea. And you can definitely get a boob job in South Korea. What? Are you really... Kelly Green does not know what mommy milkers means? I do not believe you. I do not believe you. Nah, I don't like fake tits. I don't like fake tits. I'd much rather small but shapely normal natural boobs than where you can see, like the when you can see the shape like it when they look like just basketballs just stuck on. It's not attractive. Like boobs are supposed to be boob-like. I don't know. I am West Indian, so my parents both born and raised in the Caribbean. My mom was born and raised in Jamaica. Dad born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. And their families lived there for a few generations. But ancestrally, my dad's side is predominantly Indian, and my mom's side is predominantly Chinese with a little bit of Japanese. So I'm a mutt. I'm a mutt. That looks good, right? Exactly. All right, let's see what the grifter is saying. I promised you guys 3 videos, and this is number 2. So get those done.
Oh my
So
gosh.
they take them and play with their organs and see what helps to make the cure live forever.
He wants to live forever.
Yeah.
So that's the big experiment.
Yeah, it's called like 만수무강 연구소.
I would so not only would I much rather like small shapely, I would much rather danglers that are not like eggs on a fucking nail, but like there's a little dangle. Like when the girl feels like she needs to do this, don't do that, baby girl. Let them flop. Let them flop. Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these.
It's like the Eternal Life Research Institute. They have like 10,000 doctors. Just
If you know, you know.
all day long, they are studying that how they can make the.
Yeah, hey, we ain't doing eggs on a nail. We ain't doing eggs on a nail. No. You've got as long as there's a clear. As long as I'll put it this way. As long as there's a clearing between the bottom of your dangler and your belly button, we're good. We're good. I'm 36 years the fuck old. Oh, god damn it. I'm 36 years old. All right. Boobs are supposed to be boob-like. I don't want, like two baskets, especially on skinny girls. Like skinny girls that get the ones that are like that. Like, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing? And 9 times out of 10, they had nice, small, shapely ones to begin with. It's women doing it for other women. Do your boobs hang low? Do they wobble? Do it, bro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Oh, hell no.
Literally forever. Every front page of North Korean paper has a Kim's portraits.
I saw even if you fold a paper and you fold the photo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of
I was so confused because I haven't heard her speak in a while. But somebody pitch changed it for whatever reason. I assume maybe they reposted this on YouTube or something, and the copyright is not really a thing on TikTok. But I was like, damn, her voice, but it's pitched up. You can tell from his voice.
To the U.S.
Yeah, because his voice don't sound like, what was your favorite food? Anyway, maybe it's not that. So no, I mean, it is sped up, but yeah, that doesn't change the pitch. But I remember her having a weird voice. I just didn't remember if it was that bad. If you didn't hear that, did y'all hear what I heard? Is it worth going back?
What are you eating over there?
We eat.
The very last thing she said.
I'll catch you in the next one.
Sorry, podcast crowd.
I wanna
We're
see
done
the
with
kitchen.
you.
Yeah,
All right, this is number 3, guys. This is it. Bring your insecure boyfriend to meet your friends. Part 2. All right, I guess we missed part 1, but let's see what we got.
The kitchen's cool. Oh. Want to see the kitchen? Yeah. Mind if can I be the judge of that? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's the best chef.
Wow.
Lucky you.
Really?
I know. This is it. It's not much. I'm still, unpacking everything.
Yeah. Sorry about the mess. No, it's all good. But you knew you had guests coming over, right? Oh yeah.
It's just been so chaotic. We had the kids.
This is the same girl. Wait, that girl. That's like the when the Gen Z girl ruins the thing that we watched the other day. That's the same chick in this one.
This morning.
Oh, you guys have kids?
Yes, we do.
So in a world that's getting overpopulated and everyone's fighting for resources, you wanted to bring more kids into the world. Cool. Yeah, I have 4 kids with my ex, but that's different because that's me. Wine fridge with no wine. That makes a ton of sense.
It's in storage. We haven't managed to unpack everything. Hey, Bill.
Oh, cool. Hey, do you have any other excuses? It's spraying everywhere.
Yeah, we don't use that type. We need to put a sign on something.
Yeah,
Oh, that would have been nice. Let's put the sign after the guests come. And I freaking embarrassed myself.
So I mean, out of three, this is clearly the lowest tier. But again, just a little skit. We'll do one more just to prove the point that I believe whatever comes up next is going to be worth it. TikTok, the TikTok gods will come through. If you like this video that comes up next, you got to download TikTok.
If you think your girl is cheating on you, let me tell you a dirty secret that most women will never tell you. Married women play on a dual mating.
My client wants to address the court, but I don't. Of course.
That was an ad. 17-year-old killer mocked the victim's family. Judge's response changed everything.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wright, what would you like to say?
I just want to tell y'all I'll be home soon, or I'll be Keon. I love my family.
That's all you got to say. You know, I have never in 23 years, approximately, ever not accepted a sentence agreement between the parties because it's bargained for.
That careless remark instantly angered the judge. The judge made it clear Wright would have to pay for his attitude and behavior.
I'm very tempted to just say, I'm not going to accept this sentence agreement. We'll go to trial. And if you're convicted,
damn,
you'll go to prison for the rest of your life.
God damn.
That's what I'm tempted to do. Mr. Bella, do you want me to accept this sentence agreement?
Realizing something was wrong, Wright quickly turned to his lawyer for help, but his lawyer could only shake his head. The judge then announced,
yo, just be like, also the family. Just whatever you can do at this point.
announced a recess to reconsider the case, leaving Wright standing there, confused and visibly shaken. Not long after, the court resumed. Despite Wright's shocking behavior, his lawyer still made a final effort to defend him.
Your Honor, my client asked me to apologize to the court. His smiling was in no way meant as disrespectful either to the family, to the victim, or to this court. My client is 17 years old. He has some emotional problems and frankly was scared.
Clearly.
And
he was scared. He
Displayed
was just scared when he killed that person.
fear by smiling. He really meant no disrespect. He does take this very seriously.
Even more astonishing, the victim's
Oh shit. Does he though?
family once again chose forgiveness, but this time, the judge stood firm. The court overturned the original plea deal. Wright was convicted of second-degree murder and armed robbery, receiving a combined sentence of 23 to 50 years in prison. He won't even be eligible for parole until 2039.
God damn. God damn. Court ain't no fucking joke. Court ain't no fucking joke. Switched it up on him. No, I don't love that judges are, able to have that much power. But what happened to the ladies in the world? Where's the? I mean, hey, that's y'all. That's y'all. I don't know. I've stopped trying to figure that out. I'm gonna chill back and wait for a normal one to walk into my life. Other than that, ladies, y'all got some shit to figure out. Y'all got some shit to figure out. Y'all really gonna let me get away with what is it? Y'all let me get away with $48 and no push-ups? Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Let's give a big shout out to all of the donations. We got Soil to Soul and Putoy and Glow in Dog. Dexter with the big 10 and making him the sponsor of the regular stream. We had Jason coming through with the after party. And again, Soil to Soul and Jason. They gotta design some better hats. I agree. We will get right on that. Guys, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. What do you think about the new setup where the members only after party is here on YouTube and the VIP thing is something different? I think when we yes, everybody got thank you. I think as we continue to grow and more people have full access to the Discord, then there's going to be more people over there. More likely that we're going to do the VIP parties and cut the stream short. But for now, I feel like I appreciate that a lot of you are like I'm signing up as a member just to support you, not to get anything in return. But I do want to offer that. And it's just there's too many people who are in the Discord who are not channel members, and so they don't get to deal with all that. And vice versa. A bunch of you here are members on YouTube, but you don't use Discord. So the after party there doesn't really help. So I'm in the process. I might completely redo the server. I'm going to talk to somebody who who was gonna do like a whole revamp for me, and we were in a place where it's like, oh, actually shit's starting to pop off now. So I didn't really want to change things, but ever since some of those trolls kind of chased a lot of people away, then it got shitty. I do want to remind you guys, if you are in the Discord, please make sure you go, if it's on your PC, then left click, but if it's on your phone, same thing. We're all, whatever servers you're in, even if this is the only one, left click or long press, and it will show the notification settings. So you definitely don't want it on all messages, because then anytime anybody types anything, it'll give you a notification. You don't want that. So you want to switch it to only at mentions, and turn on mobile push notifications. That way we can be chit-chatting and saying whatever the fuck we want, and if you're busy, if you're not there, then you're not there. If you want to catch up, you can catch up, whatever. But if I'm specifically posting something for you, or if I'm posting something that I want you to see, or just about the stream in general, if I'm doing a lunch break stream, then I can tag you and tag the roles, and you'll get a notification, because YouTube sucks with that stuff, but it won't overdo it. The only thing is you got to make sure that the app itself in your phone, or your phone rather, allows notifications from Discord. But I really, really, really want to push that more now, especially because the whole thing is free. We need to build. We need to do more. And I'm happy with doing the Monday, Wednesday, Friday show, and popping in for some chill streams every once in a while. I'm down with that. But it needs to build towards something. It needs to be building towards a community. Otherwise, I need to find another way to build a community. So please, again, I always pin the link to the chat. It is absolutely free. The worst possible thing that can happen is that you join, you don't really like it, and you leave. No harm, no foul. But I really genuinely believe that this is something that will be important in the general political, socio-political landscape of America over the next 10 years. If for no other reason, join to laugh at my downfall. At least you'll be able to see it. Before we go, Jennifer said, sucks for guys today and girls. I hate social media, but what happened to just meeting? Social media killed society. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't know. Yeah, so what is David saying? I agree, it killed part of society. We used to sit around the table and tell stories. Now we eat and show the videos. And so back in my day, so again, I'm 36. When I was on MySpace in high school, when I was on Facebook in the early days when I was in college, it wasn't what it is now. So we used social media as a way to enhance real life. And so what I mean by that is, again, whether it's MySpace or early Facebook, you would add people that you knew in real life. You weren't just being, you have friends that you didn't know in real life, but predominantly your friend group or your followers or whatever the fuck it was would be people that you knew in real life. And then you would use that to coordinate parties. I was into music, so we would have shows and concerts and stuff like that, whatever it is. It was used to enhance your real life. Ever since Twitter came around and broke that connection, that weak connection of real life and who you follow on social media, and then it just became everybody, then that is when social media, instead of enhancing real life, it became replacing real life. And then COVID comes and we're all fucking doomed. So, yeah. We just chilling. We're rebuilding right now, so it ain't nothing crazy. But, if you see a link, if you see a video that you think people here would enjoy, just drop it in the chat and be like, this was funny. Drop in the chat and be like, oh my God, can you believe they're doing this? And just talk to people. It's free. We were just talking about, oh, well, I closed the thing, but, we're just talking about TikTok and using it responsibly. Use these tools. They're not going away. Don't boomerize yourself into not knowing how to connect with people. This motherfucker. I almost got away with it. Yeah, we'll play here. This is Morty's special treat. It's almost empty.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up.
What do you mean don't feed him? We feed our fucking puppy.
The second coming of God. Come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fair. No mortals, no illusions, no hollow interference. He's here to resurrect. The second coming of common sense.
Fuck.
He stands at the fall of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, shipping keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Time for push-ups. I almost got away with it. Oh, and guys, goddamn, in one night, already, we hit $50 for the baby fund. You guys are going to help make this baby a fucking awesome fucking baby. Shout out to Avery. Let's fucking go. All right. Push-ups time. What do we at? No, you just gave 17. That is 8 push-ups. Now, if I'm going to do 8 push-ups, I'm going to do 8 real push-ups. You've paid me, guys. Now pay yourselves. And that's how it's done. That's how it's done. There we fucking go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Yes, indeed. My parents are here in Jersey. Any moment now. Any moment now. My niece will be born. And, obviously I'm going to get my own gift for the baby and for mom and dad. But I thought it was really cool because you guys are my family and I see this baby as potential to, bring together my nuclear family in a way that has never been. And I think, my sister really understands how much I care about this and how much I care about you guys. And so for you guys to get a dope ass gift. Like, it's not from me, it's from you guys. I think that, you know, it is selfish. I do think it will help me and my family be better. But as family, I think that's something that will benefit, you know, certainly the baby, certainly my sister, certainly me. But the better I can be for you guys, the better this whole thing goes. The quicker we build that community, the better that community is. The quicker we build that community, the less bullshit we have to roll back before we actually do what we want to do. Always launch. It's funny because I have like 3 or 4 that I'll rotate for like the season, you know, because usually I'm not fucking wearing clothes. I'm just in my bed. And you like, I'll throw on a hoodie without anything under it, and then just boxers, and I'll take the hoodie off before I go to bed. So I have like 3 or 4 hoodies, 3 or 4 lounge pants like that, just sitting on the edge of my bed, and just recycle them so that people, especially on TikTok, because I'm always making my TikToks like right before bed when I'm in that same hoodie. So I switch them around to make sure people know that I do, in fact, wash my clothes. But all right, guys, we've been going almost 6.5 hours. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that you guys are here, that you hang out, that you you're part of the conversation. You're hitting the like button. You're leaving comments on the replay after the stream is done. That stuff really does help. Again, please join the Discord. If you think that I can do a thing like what I presented, give me a shot. Give me 1 week. Give me 1 week to show you that I'm built different, and I this is going somewhere. And I have plans so far ahead that I don't know how they're even going to play out, because we're gonna live through them. So please, come on. I mean, this is I don't have cookies. Avery might be giving you cookies, but I'll give you a better America. That's what I can offer. Guys, thank you so very, very much. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world. What do you mean? You just put a cookie emoji. How is that not a cookie emoji? Is that not a cookie emoji? Anyway, I know you guys would be doing anything else in the world, and yet here you are hanging out with me. Whether or not you are opening up your wallet, the fact that you are here spending time when you could be doing whatever else means the world to us. So thank you. Once again, we've got the Overlord Morty, and I have been your host. Stupid. I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Does that show up? No, of course. Yeah. Wah. That's what I was saying. We need to find, use the cookie one then. Spam the ones that actually show up. You know what I mean? And you can, I don't know how to do that. If you guys know how to do it, then go for it. You have the permissions to add things, and you don't need my permission. So that's an awesome stream. Thank you. And yeah, I'm excited. There you go. That one shows up. There we go. All right, guys. Until next time, I'll leave this up so you can see what works. Until next time, we are out of here. Peace.